say, but I'm the baddest. You can try, but ain't no point, you never match it. Cause I be on my new and it's incredible. I'm only coming down so you can snap it. Once in a lifetime, tell me how you getting this.
I'm going to win this.
You better act like it's a privilege. I'm your journey like a pilgrimage. Can I get away?
I'm all in.
And he is all in.
Go, baby!
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Chasing Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles! Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
Hello. This is why people love the EPT. Hello, my babies, and welcome to the PokerStars European Poker Tour in Barcelona, the biggest of all time. 2,294 players are now 64. Coming to you live from day 4. Tomorrow we start at the same time, and on Sunday, the main event final table starts at 1 p.m. local Central European time. Thanks for joining us yesterday. Another 6-level monster that saw 146 of the 210 who started hit the bricks. Despite what it looks like sometimes, we do want to hear from you. Good questions and good comments are welcome. Use the hashtag PokerStarsTV on Twitter or Twitch or YouTube. Welcome back inside Casino Barcelona. Much crowded than it has been the past few days. 8 tables of 8 remain, and of those 8 square, here are the 10 biggest stacks. Peterson Machado leading the field. Kehan Makri, Gail Bauman, all in the top 10. Here are the players as they enter the tournament area today. Kaldu So, former EPT champion. Gail Bauman, as I just mentioned, in the top 5 stacks. Andre Marquez. And if you have an issue with the way that's said, I got something for you guys later on. Ramiro Patron. Always happy to get a shot of Patron in the morning. Simon Brandstrom won this event last time we had it. Not last year, but last time. 2019. Maria Lampropoulou, PCA champion. Yeah, you're on the main stage. That's why you don't see it. Jack Salter, a very famous runner-up on the tour. Always a good time. Jimmy Guerrero, Monte Carlo final tableist. French favorite. Noah Buchan was up and down yesterday, but we did not lose him. And finally, Peterson Machado, the overall chip leader, who is somehow also the feature table chip leader. Kehan Makri, Georgi Sandev, Maria Lampropoulou, Silman Memech, Nikola Gunchev, Lucas Rocha, and Martin Olali rounding out the main feature table. Let's have a look at the secondary feature table. Not worse, just secondary. Fabiano Kowalski, the chip leader there. Better known online as Kowalski 1. I wonder how he came up with that. Jack Salter, happy to see him get some camera time today. And of course, Simon Brandstrom, as we just mentioned, defending the EPT Barcelona title. And that is what they are playing for. A lot of people will say, hey, is this poker for money? You bet your ass it is. 10th place will get you a 6-figure score. Gigantic ladders all the way up. Not often you see €1 million prize for second place. And of course, 1.7 million for the winner. Day 4 about to get underway. Time to introduce my co-commentator for most of the day today. Nicholas Walsh, hello.
Hello, hello. Pleasure to be here in Barcelona. Oh my God, Joe, day 4. Let's get it.
The forest of days. Action will begin on Kahan Mockery. Has been in the top 5 or 10 stacks throughout the course of this tournament. Starts today with 100 big blinds. Action now on Nikola Gunchev. And it looks like Gunchev is putting out 50K. Blinds are 10,000, 25,000 with a 25,000 big blind ante. 64 players remain. Average stack just over 1 million. So we're finally getting around that 40 big blind average mark. It's like 43 big blinds.
Yep. Something in that region. And just a big quick shout out here to Peterson Machado. We saw him on our secondary feature table yesterday with an absolutely ginormous stack. He's got 4.4 million.
Oh man, 4 times average?
Yeah, it's pretty ludicrous. How does it feel to have 178 big blinds on day 4? That's just crazy, Joe.
That is just crazy.
They say it's unlucky to win the first hand, though, Joe.
Do they?
Wait. 1 second, really quick.
Yeah.
Memech, how do you pronounce that? How would you go for
Memesh,
that?
sure,
Memesh,
yeah.
Memesh sounds better. Thank you.
Oh, right. He said he doesn't like being on the feature table.
Now, Memesh doesn't like being on the feature table. He returns today wearing an EPT hoodie and PokerStars patch.
Huh.
He's finally embraced it. You know what? I love being on the feature table. That means I win 1.7 million.
That's true. It's hard to win the 1.7 million without being on the feature table.
He's embracing it now. I love that.
Oh, okay. Would you lose it and find it again?
Oh, you mean if I lost the duck?
Yeah.
I thought you asked me if I lost money with the duck.
No.
No, I've never lost the duck. I've lost some of the rings, though, and I found them.
Maria
I found
Lampropoulou
my rings in like Central
repping
London,
Argentina.
and managed to find it 15 minutes later, which was
That's good.
The scary duck.
really nice.
Does not play 10-9 offsuit. Sandev. Georgi Sandev. Makes it 50,000 with King Jack. Blinds are big enough now. You don't have to do the min plus raise. You can just do the min raise.
Yeah.
Early on in the tournament, everyone likes to do a little 2.5, 2.1, 2.2, maybe even 3x.
Yeah.
But it gets smaller and smaller as the blinds go up.
That's right. That's
Eventually
right.
people are like, this is like more than one starting stack. We can make it just 2 big blinds.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You can just, like, not only do the chips become more valuable the closer you get to the first place, second place, third place prizes, but, the smaller raise will be just as effective as a larger one because it represents a larger percentage of the average stack.
Fun flop here for our first flop of the day. Top pair for Mockery defending Queen 9 suited. Sandev with the open ender. Clara asking on YouTube, how many time bank cards does Maria have? All of them. Thank you for your question. She's not used one yet. And it goes check, bet, call of 60,000 on the flop. 3 of hearts on the turn. Sandev checks back, wants a free card. Does not make that straight. You know what I say about open-ended straights? You always end up making a pair. You always just end up with a pair. Even though you have more outs to the straight, technically, obviously in this case, we know a 9 is out there.
I think with the check back on the turn, Joe, the Queen 9's got a pretty clear value bet. I would go on the bigger side here. You're like, there's going to be 10x. He's going to have jacks. He might even like hero call with 9s and stuff like that. So I think you just go ahead and, put out a pretty decent bet there. Decides to go for 85,000 in this case. And a fold.
Sandev with a beard for the ages.
Finally, I win a hand again. Long time.
Sandev.
Wouldn't tell you if I was on TV.
Sandev sounds like a genie's name, and he kind of looks like a genie.
Very smart individual.
If that guy was like, I could grant you 3 wishes, I would believe him.
Yeah, true that.
Most likely not. Most likely not. Well, I have to say.
I do have to apologize. Yesterday I was telling everyone they could use the hashtag PokerStars TV.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't have the right hashtag searched on my computer.
Nice work.
Did not read a single hashtag PokerStars TV tweet unless I was tagged in it.
I actually managed to snag a few, but only the ones I was tagged in again. Absolutely.
Rosha. Jack 10 in the hijack. Did you say hijack? Hi, Jack 10.
Hi, Jack 10.
Hello. Pineapple Express telling when you start with 10 time bank cards, and I don't think that's correct. But maybe. I've never played an EPT. Something we're going to get an answer on.
6.
650 total with a blind.
And Mockery in the small blind with a dominating jack. Jams over the top of the relative short stack that is Rosha. 22 big blinds, and that's going to be a bye-bye.
It has to be this size.
Marmiak thinks they're funny.
Yeah, I mean, if I have no choice, then.
Spoiler alert, a man or a woman will win.
I can't put it on the.
Even fake spoilers can get you banned. I'd be careful.
Yeah.
I'm in a good mood right now because I've just eaten.
Oh, my days.
And Preflop Academy. That's a good way to get your name read on the air.
Yeah, nice work. I mean, we have mentioned you guys quite a few times regardless. So
55 subs to the PokerStars, to the PokerStars channel.
Yeah, nice work, guys. The marketing's working.
Sandev. Maybe wished for pocket jacks.
He's only got about 25 BBs here, so...
It would be very fitting, by the way. You know the whole be careful what you wish for thing, to wish for pocket jacks, and then just something horrific happens. So here's how the time bank cards work. At the start of day 3, once they're in the money, the shot clock. That's when the shot clock comes into play.
Yes, and 1 Coca.
On that day, you get 5 time bank cards.
Yep.
They're good for an extra 30 seconds each. And every additional day, you get another 5 cards. Sandev does take it down with the 3-bet, pocket jacks.
Just a little 3-bet and a take it. It wasn't even the full 3x. And again, we were talking about this yesterday. Me and Griff actually went into this at great length. How those smaller 3-bets as you get shallower, just as effective as the bigger ones, is like a standard 3x or more. And it's nice. It's really nice to see. And I think that's kind of what we're come to expect from day 4 of the European Poker Tour.
The name is Stanish for tennis elbow, paddle elbow.
Oh, no.
Yes, I am. You know. No, no.
I'm glad they call it tennis elbow and not the real reason I got it.
You need only spot you.
Cranker's elbow.
Cranking the bad beat machine
crazy, huh?
does
I speak
not help.
against the chip leader.
Sure.
I'm crazy.
UTG is going to open it up here. King
I
Jack
know
off
you too.
+1. Roca here only with 22 bigs. I think he's just going to pass this one. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
I speak it later.
King Jack off, definitely a playable
Well,
hand, but when you're that far out of
I do.
position and you're seeing that initial open from under the gun, which is going to be a considerably stronger range in general, I think a fold is pretty standard there. Okay, Han Mokri, one of our chip leaders for most of this tournament. Starting the hand with 128 big blinds and the cutoff. I think that's still a little bit wide, even though you've got a lot of chips. 10-8 suited is going to go in the bin. Gunchev on the dealer button, putting it in the bin.
Finish.
Sandev loves his sourdough.
Artisanal sourdough.
And a quick call out of the big blind from Machado. Remember, Peterson Machado has... Sometimes we're exaggerating when we say someone has all the chips.
Yeah.
That's a slight exaggeration, but not by much. 173 big blinds after making this call.
My man's got 4 million. He's got like triple average, quadruple average, excuse me. Absolutely massive stack.
Machado really has a lot of options when you've got a stack this size.
He could check raise here. I think that would be pretty reasonable.
And does.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so spicy. And, like, he will absolutely have a deuce. He will absolutely have, you know, some small pocket pairs that might want to get some protection versus the C-bet here. I'm not saying he's the kind of player that always would check raise like pocket fours or something like that, but it's not outside the realms of possibility.
Neil asks, can you explain how the positions work on the poker table? Like, what is good? Yeah, just a general rule is you want to go last. You want to be the person that gets to see what everyone else does and go last. A 6 on the turn does give Machado an actual draw at this point.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, Joe, if the check raise here was cognizant of the fact that he does have backdoor straight draws, he does have backdoor club draws that can continue. I mean, think about put yourself in Sandev's shoes here. He's only got 23 big blinds. If he makes a big enough bet on this turn, it's going to work, mate. It's going to work.
But how do you know? What do they have?
I would make it 180K here. Okay, Machado reaches for chips. What's the size, my man? He's continuing with his bluff. 140. Okay, okay.
It's in the range. It's in the 6-figure range.
It's in the realm.
So yeah, to go back to the question, as we see the fold from Sandev, and obviously Machado knows what he's doing to have accrued all those chips.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, he's aware of the fact that he has the deuce X and his opponent won't, and he can really lean in. I like the sizes too. They were believable, Joe. It wasn't like super big.
All right, more on the position question, but first, let's take a look at the famous faces out in the field. Who's still in this thing? We saw her on her way in. Gail Bauman, still in the mix. Jack Salter, half of the most grueling heads-up match I've ever been a part of. Igor Yurashevsky, a.k.a. Gary. Was on the feature table yesterday. Board Dahl, here's a hashtag fun fact. Board final table at EPT London in 2004 and no cashes since because he worked for PokerStars for the last bunch of years.
Finally paying off.
And it looks like this is the end of Yella Muna, who was the first knockout of the day. So that'll take us down to 63 players. Okay, back to positions. So, in general, acting last is best. So if you're acting near to last, that's also pretty good.
Yep.
Acting first is bad. The only thing that gets a little confusing is that before the flop, the person acts last, acts second to first, acts second after the flop. That takes a little bit to use, but still, even though pre-flop the big blind acts last, it's still not considered the best position. It's still the button, a.k.a. the D symbol, the dealer button. That's the player who will act nearly last before the flop and last all streets afterward.
Excellent explanation, Joe.
Look, you get there's like exceptions, right?
Rough start today.
It's a little confusing. We're like, oh, the dealer button's the best because it goes last, and then it's pre-flop action, and the dealer doesn't go last.
Now we just go up.
Haven't seen Slaman Mimesh play a hand. Yeah, I love the just draped. Draped in white.
I would love a compilation if he manages to make it all the way to a final. You know, like the transformation of Memesh. You know, he arrives, he's wearing a football hoodie. I hate beach tables. How long is it going to take? Next shot, he's wearing all white PokerStars Barcelona 2022 hoodie, little patch. Next shot, he's got a bottle of champagne next to him. Got some shades on.
Yeah. Yes. Come.
Yeah, I love that line from Machado, though, representing that deuce is so spicy. Made it so believable with his sizings as well. It didn't look desperate like he was really trying to get folds. It looked like he was trying to milk it, trying to sucker him in a little bit with some smaller sizings. But here we go. In hand number 7, Machado does decide to 3-bet with a queen-10 off. Me and Griff were talking about this specific spot again yesterday. Much more likely to be flatting with a combo like queen-10 suited and 3-betting with queen-10 off, simply because queen-10 suited has much better post-flop playability from this position, especially from absolute position, as Joe was just mentioning on the button.
And that's something that can be a little confusing, too, for beginners.
Yeah.
In that you tend to re-raise with hands that are slightly worse in some situations than hands that are slightly better, like queen-10 suited slightly better, so you'd not re-raise it as often because you don't need that aggression as much.
Right.
You can play it on the value of itself a little bit more.
Yeah, those are hands that have the ability to make big hands and then win much more if you take it to the streets, as opposed to trying to take it down pre-flop with a 3-bet or something like that. So the deuces did flat, which seems pretty reasonable. Given the stack depth of Can Mockery here. And just look at the power here. I mean, he's just got to, like, I don't think there's any chance you can continue with deuces here, right? You just put in a small C-bet and just take it down.
Nope.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's go.
Don't mess with the K hand.
That's it. That's why he's sitting there and I'm sitting here, Joe. That's awesome to see. I love it when the players prove you wrong.
Big Steeler asks, do 3-bet ranges change at all with different stack depths? Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for your question.
Absolutely, sir. Looked like you wanted to mess around there for a minute, but take that. That's so cool to see. Can Mockery now up to 140 big blinds with a little check raise Rooney with the deuces. Absolutely beautiful.
There's no one way to win a poker hand, unless you're all in pre-flop. Then you have the best hand.
That was truly spicy, and I'm here for it. Love to see that.
I said I'd do a better job staying on top of the hashtag PokerStarsTV today. Kevin asks, what is the goal for today? 6 levels, play down to a specific number. Thanks, love the coverage. Things are a little bit fluid, but I'm pretty sure that we're going to end up playing 6 levels today. If somehow we got down to a very low number, we might stop. But 6 levels, I think, is a good goal to have in mind. Like, if we got down to 16 players by level 4, I don't think we would stop. I also don't think that's really all that likely.
Yeah, probably not. We still have these, what did Sam Grafton call them? Deluxe blind levels.
That's right.
Luxurious,
We call it,
lengthy.
we call it the Lily White luxury level.
All right, so Gunchev here is going to open UTG +2. 2 to the left of the first player to act with King 10 off. Machado in the cutoff is going to flat. So like we were saying, some of these more medium strength, sort of Broadway suited ones coming along as a call, just because they have such great playability in position. And in this case, Machado does have position against the King 10 open, who started it very early in this hand. And we're going to the flop.
That flop is 9-7-7. Can't really see anyone being super thrilled.
Oh, this is a really tough spot for King 10. Like, I think on this texture you will see a lot of c-betting, but when you're thinking about what your opponent's going to flat from in the cutoff here, I think they're going to have a bunch of pairs that probably don't like to give up. They're going to have some Jack 10s that definitely won't be folding flop unless you go ridiculously big, which is probably not what you want to do anyway. I don't know if it's, is it completely outside the realms of possibility just to give up? I mean, I think probably most of these guys are going to put in the c-bet, but if you're checking, it's difficult to get to showdown because if your opponent doesn't have one of those combos that I just described, they probably can turn their hand into a bluff quite often regardless.
Nobody gives up anymore.
Yeah, no, and I'm here for it as well. So he's going to continue. Machado has sort of some, like, you know, he's got like a 2-over card, backdoor diamond situation going on, and I think you can probably go ahead and call here a lot of the time. That's exactly what he does. And this is where it becomes difficult, Joe. This is why...
8 of diamonds.
Oh, just like that. The switcheroo.
Queen's a good one.
Yeah, this feels pretty standard from both players. Like I said, I don't think it's completely crazy for King 10 just to check flop and then, you know, maybe check call flop or something like that, or maybe even just check give up. But as played, he might use that queen as a card to continue when he picks up a gut shot. He might try and represent the queen when he knows that the jack will give him the best hand very frequently. $125 into 280. So a little bit less than half pot. And I don't see Machado going out anywhere at all. This is just such an easy call with Queen Jack of Diamonds, I believe. You want to take your time because, of course, you will run into some bigger hands here once in a while, but such a excellent turn. It's a call.
530,000 in the middle, 7 on the river, makes for a full house.
7, it is always coming when they're playing games, they're flipping, and it's always the coming 7.
Oh, Gunchev here. He's only got 15 bigs behind.
This will be a good time for Gunchev to get gun shy.
I mean, I think if he wants to bluff, it's got to be the all-in. He's got less than pot behind now. I don't know if this is the spot, though. You really want your opponent to have Jack 10, right? But you've got King 10. You got one of the blockers. You want your opponent to have 8-10, but you're blocking that as well. Puts in a time bank card.
This does not bode well. If Gunchev has not come to the decision to fold at this point, anything else is going to be a disaster. Does not have a pot size bet left behind.
He's all in.
He's all in. And it's... I'm not sure why Machado has not snap called.
I mean, the cool thing is he's chopping against ace queen now, right, Joe?
Yeah.
Aces and kings.
He's only losing to aces and kings. He knows it.
Oh, I didn't even consider those two hands, honestly. I'm like, I'm only losing to a 7.
He knows he can't fold. It's less than pot. He's going to have the best hand way too often to fold. He makes the call.
Makes the call, and it is Goodbye, Gunchev. Definitely had some heart there to try to bluff with king high. Unfortunately, ran into, I don't know, the fifth nuts. Aces, kings, nines.
Il a validé. No, I speak with my friend.
7. Fifth nuts.
Auteur roi.
Did you include quads?
Yeah.
Okay.
On peut le mettre dans son CV, celui-là, quand même.
And, hey, Joe, I got a new one for you, buddy. It's almost like the rich get richer.
Here, sir.
Oh, that is good.
Yeah, yeah.
Write that
one down. Peterson Machado has exactly 200 big blinds now.
Jeepers.
He's got 5 million chips, you guys.
For Peterson's sake.
That's unbelievable. He's got 5 times average right now. He literally has all the chips.
We're going to check out the second feature table now. Simon Brandstrom's table, defending champ. Who's got cards here? It looks like of course, it has to be Tigran, Hertunian. All right, that wasn't as bad as it looked. And Simon Brandstrom. And it looks like we got an all-in triangle. Oh, it's Mosca who is all in. Enrico Mosca. And is also bluffing, has missed hearts, missed kings, missed queens. Brandstrom's jacks are good. Brandstrom does not have a huge stack. But this shove was also for less than pot.
Much less than pot, though, Joe. This is crazy. So when you call here, you only have to have the best hand 1 in 5 times or something like that to make this profitable?
Well, I think jacks are going to be good more than 1 in 5 times. I mean, we didn't see all of the action, but if you just take a snapshot of this board and go, do you think jacks are good here?
Yeah. I mean, especially considering that Mosca defended this small blind here from a hijack open, presumably, right? So how many one-card straights is he really going to have in this situation?
I mean, this could have been a 3-bet from the small blind also.
It could. That's absolutely right. Well, that makes it probably even less likely to be a 5, right?
Right, but it could be queens.
Oh!
And Mosca gets away with it. Mosca shows it.
the bluff.
Brandstrom having to make a tough fold there. And it looks like someone's getting balanced off. Fabiano Kowalski in the 1 seat.
What?
Yeah, because I was
5, yes?
I was scared for you. I didn't even know how many you had.
5.
You keep it open.
Ah, okay.
So the dealer knows, he has 1, he has 5.
Yeah, sure. Good luck, guys.
Thank you, you too.
Good luck, man.
Every pot worth tens of thousands in real money equity at this point.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, if there's ever a time where you're going to get folds from jacks, you know, for like 1/3 pot river, it's at this stage in the tournament when the pay jumps are looming, and we're getting down to it now, guys. 64 players remain, so as Joe points out, those chips ever increasing in value.
And Simon Brandstrom is going to be left with, what is that, 300,000, like 15 big blinds or so after making that fold. We've had a couple of 2-time winners on the EPT at this point, but we've never had someone win back-to-back. Neither back-to-back chronologically or back-to-back sort of location-wise.
Right.
So Simon Brandstrom still being in this. 64 players, pretty exciting. Well, I guess it wasn't Kowalski who was balanced off. Oh, that was my fault, guys. I was looking at the chip order, not the seat order.
Bad news.
Yeah. And also, it's better the green ones. Yeah.
Kowalski under the gun. Raises ace-5. That's the regular store brand sourdough, not the artisanal.
Yeah, it's not the pricey stuff.
Now, I don't want anyone in chat bashing pocket jacks just because we saw another massive pot lost with them. I'm a fan. I like pocket jacks. I think I like any hand that people will just forgive you losing a giant pot with it. I think that's what I like. They'll go, it was jacks. I'm like, I had jacks. I'm like, I had jacks. You jacks.
Joe's not interested in winning. He just wants to be able to walk away from the table without people laughing at him for losing.
Correct. I don't have a chance of winning. So all I can do is just save a little face. Have people go, hey, man, you played it right. There's nothing you can do is jacks.
Like when you tell your friends the fake bad beat story and then Poker News announces it different.
I didn't just tell my friends the fake bad beat story. I told my backer the fake bad beat story. Whoops.
Right, we got a small blind versus big blind situation brewing here. Harut Tionyan.
Let's say it.
Should we
Harutyanyan.
Harutyanyan? Haru for short, as his friends call him.
Two monster hands headed to the flop. Well, maybe not a monster headed to the flop, but a monster now. Trip queens.
Yep, seems good. I think it's a pretty straightforward check here. You're going to get so many folds when you bet here. I think it's just easy to slow down. And there's plenty of other combinations that would make sense as a check, too. It's not like when you always check here, you've always got a queen or something like that. It's not so. This isn't a spot that telegraphs trips. Quick check on the turn. Kowalski, I don't think he needs to bluff here necessarily. Jack High is going to be the best hand a lot of the time in these check pots. He does decide to go ahead and take a shot, though.
I just wish I could get to the point in my poker career where I'm like, yeah, Jack High is going to be the best hand here a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's about confidence, Joe.
Yeah, I don't have that.
It becomes less likely it's best hand the more they check, though, because they got showdown, right? You know, when you're playing against weaker players, they'll just check because they don't have the hand, right? When you're playing against better players, they're going to go, okay, I know King High is going to be the best hand a lot of the time, too, so I'm going to start checking. So there's a bit of a level there that you can get into, a bit of a leveling war when you're deciding what to do in these spots. Might be a check raise on the turn. I think that's probably the line you want to take here because you got to start getting pot chips in the middle on the turn so that the pot is larger on the river, and therefore you can make larger river bets. I mean, Kowalski's got to think. He probably would have bet a 3 on the flop. He probably would have led a 4 on the turn to protect it. He probably would have led the clubs on the turn in this situation because, you know, he wants to try and semi-bluff when he's going to have equity, especially because on this turn he's going to have, if he has 2 clubs, it's almost always going to be a flush draw with 2 other cards to a 4, right? So even if he gets looked up, he's going to have the flush draw plus 2 additional cards that will give him the best hand, queens up.
I'm not saying this to troll at all. I understood some of that.
Okay.
But that's part of the learning process is like you understand parts of it, and then the next time you see a similar situation, you understand a little bit more of it.
That's it. Got to think in terms of equity, people. Equity. Look at that dealing prowess, by the way. Shout out to the dealers at EPT, the best dealers in the world. The professionalism and that elite toss. That toss is really difficult to master.
That is Alex. She is fantastic. And what I like best is that she's pretty no-nonsense at the table.
No, that's good. That's good. I like that. There's a time and a place for a fun dealer. There's a time and a place for a serious dealer. And I think it's getting pretty serious here.
It is quite serious. Steven asks, where can I see the payout? I would check on the internet. Thank you for your question. Olali. Martin Olali flying the Italian flag. Folds a7 in the hijack. Sleman Mamesh, ace-10 in the cutoff. Not a fold.
During an interview this morning, he told us he absolutely loves being on the feature table. Cameras just get him really, really hyped up. Plays his best under pressure.
I'm not rolling now.
I'm trolling, of course. He told us last time he didn't like feature tables. And it looks like all the chips are going in here except for one behind.
For someone that doesn't want to stay on the feature table, why leave one chip behind?
He wants to stay in the tournament, that's for sure. I understand, though. I mean, you know, Eric Seidel kind of has a similar sentiment. He's not a big fan of the cameras either. And we did see him, of course, playing that. It was in the high roller, wasn't it, Joe?
Today we had a lot of chips.
Super high roller.
The super high roller, the 100K buy-in, where he went heads up for all the jewels.
We talked to him about that on the podcast, actually, about his reticence to show his cards to the camera. He said he's mostly over that at this point. We do have outer table action breaking in from a few feet away. Fredrik Skarfstad all in and at risk against Torben Sorensen. Ace-Queen versus 2-7s, a classic race. Queen on the flop. Looking for a 7 on the river. Otherwise, adios. Fredrik Skarfstad. Scarf Guy took down this event a few events ago. I think in 2018. Skarfstad did not follow too much further in his footsteps. Going out around 62nd place, 63rd place.
Who's scary? Yeah, he's scary. You guys have a good. No. You're scary.
Good cop, bad cop.
Yeah, good cop, bad cop. Like
bad cop.
yeah, like yesterday. Yeah.
We can do that.
Yeah.
Good cop, bad cop.
So Memesh has opened up this pot here. I believe he started the hand with something like 22 big blinds. King 9 suited from the hijack does seem perfectly reasonable at this stage of the tournament. Very, very playable hand. And I think it folds all the way around. Our big blind here chucks him the big blind. He says you can have it. Easy game.
Something is wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
What's wrong?
And it looks like we're getting a new player
Very fun table.
at the main feature table. Very fun table indeed. You'd think with a name like Stapleton, you'd know office supplies. Not a bad line. What office supply did I mess up, though?
I have no idea.
I do know office supplies. My dad started Staples.
He was the founder of Stapletown.
Memesh with pocket eights, the Snowmen's.
Staples so big, it filled an entire town. Okay, back in the mix here. Memesh, UTG +1 with pocket eights. Gonna get in there. Quick folds. Our small blind here again, Sandev. He's like, how do I play ace 10 off of this stacked up? This is a weird
I never
one.
lose with this hand before. Because I never lose with this hand before. Because I never play with this hand before.
Wheat.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's a multi-way pot, no chat. But I do feel like that might have been a bit of a tell, Joe.
Yeah, no, that's exactly the kind of thing you shouldn't be saying in a multi-way pot. It's a bit of fun, and I mean, obviously on a personal level, I like it, but.
Roca in the big blind here. Also, not particularly deep stack. 22 big blinds right now. That's after he puts his big blind in there. So started the hand with 23, and he's going to make the fold. So Memesh, 2 hands in a row, raising to take it. That's pretty rare in this game. In this day and age, people don't give up their big blinds that easy.
That's because I'm scary, bro.
The new player, by the way, is Stephen Kehoe, also repping Italy.
Facebook, man, you give them a plug.
See the magic in the room, illuminated by those beautiful lights.
Yeah, that stage is real pretty, you guys. It's even better in real life. If you ever get a chance to head to an EPT stop, go and check out the main stage. It's really, really something to behold.
Damian Gould writes in using the hashtag PokerStarsTV to say, must say the commentary has been fantastic. Thank you, Damian.
Thank you, Damian.
Chad McVean with some nice words.
We had a comment yesterday from Yellow Hannah on Twitter. She says, sure, the PokerStars commentary is good, but the Spanish commentary always audible in the background is great. It is pretty cool to feel the energy from the Spanish commentary team. And I appreciate those boys. They love what they do, and you can feel it. You can tell.
Well, it was a huge day for them yesterday. They had the Emilior in the field. Big League of Legends player.
Right.
First ever poker tournament, live or online.
They also had the opportunity to cheer on Leo for many of her all-ins.
Yeah, Leo Marquez.
Leo Marquez, excuse me, stayed in for quite a few, and they got to rail some of her big flips. All right, King Queen, going to raise it up here. UTG +2. Sandev on the dealer button now. Look at his stack, guys. He's only got about 18 big blinds there, so I think this might just be a jam. He might be putting this all in the middle. He might be making some jam. Oh, hello, hello. All right. Going to play it slow. I believe those are two 25K chips, so that's a call for 50. Now, the problem with flattening the button is you let some of the later positions in, and look at this big blind.
I mean, you're not really letting in tens.
No, I think tens is probably going to do something spicy here, guys. He's only got 19 big blinds. This is the easiest squeeze I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, these are the three shortest stacks of the table, which is why I kind of like flatting with ace-jack there, actually, because I think when you shove ace-jack and you get called, you're just dead all the time.
I don't know. And there you go. A beautiful squeeze spot for the tens. He's going to put it all in. Now, you're putting yourself in a bit of a weird situation now with ace-jack, aren't you, Joe? Because if your mentality was if you're getting this in, you're always dead.
Fold.
You might be folding what is a hand that has tons of equity. Ace-jack should be calling here if he knows he has tens. He does call.
Ace-jack does call, and these two are flipping like Rick Sanchez versus Ron Swanson. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Yeah, I mean, as played, I think the flat is totally fine. But once flatted, I think he knows he has to call it off versus that squeeze, and he makes the right call. So here we go, off to the races. So I believe it is Sandev who is the shorter of the two stacks.
Sandev at risk, at least the way we have it. No, he's like, do not. The duck comes with me. It's weird. He and the duck are wearing the same shirt, it looks like.
You can't have the duck.
Big flip.
Big flip indeed. We're on a pay jump right now, too.
Oh, my days.
Two spades. Sandev with two overs. And any spade.
Oh.
The brick of all bricks on the turn.
This is so sweaty, Joe.
Sandev needs to hit to stay alive. Jacks, aces, spades, not a 7. Sandev exiting in 55th place. 23,580, and that is a pay jump for everyone else.
Get him. I'll get him for us.
No, he got the pay jump. My numbers are a little fuzzy here, guys. Apologies. Sandev got the pay jump. 27,100.
That's it. Hey, GG to you, sir. Yeah, fair game.
Lolly goes from being relative short stack to being kind of comfortable with 42 big blinds. We do have a hand at the secondary feature table, picking up Brandstrom all in with ace-9. Peg it with queens. Oh! Ace on the flop for Brandstrom, and that's going to be lights out for the reigning EPT Barcelona champion. Brandstrom not exactly storming off. A fairly dramatic and heartbreaking way to go, hitting that ace. You think you're safe, but nope. Queen on the turn. Over and done.
Yeah, just a flicker of hope, a little bit of EPT hope for you before they dashed on the stones of Turn City.
We're about halfway through this first level. 53 players remain.
I don't see my card. I don't see. Thank you.
Not only did Mamesh raise and take it twice, he just got to walk in the big blind. This guy might be magic.
I'm a fan of the hoodie, though. Those are nice. I believe all of our main events entrants, or at least qualifiers, got one of those bad boys. As we go to hand number 17 of day 4 on the main feature table here.
Eu acho que até de 24 jogadores. Okay. Sorry.
All right, so this is our new player, Stephen Keho.
You can speak Arabic if you want.
Sounded all right there.
Lampropoulou.
Sorry.
No.
Or is it Lampropoulos?
Lampropoulou. Luckily, I said her name a lot during the PCA the year she won.
That makes sense. Thank you for the tip. Roca has a very playable hand here. He's one of the shorter stacks, though. I think King 3 suited from this position, he might want to avoid some of the time. I think it's also totally fine to play it, though. These suited King X combos do go as opens quite frequently. Something that me and Griffin were picking up on yesterday, though. When you're in position against a player that's sitting with, like, 20-ish big blinds, you can really do a lot of weird stuff here, and it puts them in very awkward positions where they basically have to get it in or fold. I don't think that combination is the one you want to do it, though, on the button. So we fold to Memesh. 8-5 off. Pretty easy insta-muck, I think. Hello. Mr. Mokri, he could just ship this in if he wanted to. I think a jam here would be pretty spicy.
Very legitimate question.
Some serious ICM pressure if he just dumps it in. Decides to call instead. Also seems reasonable. We go to the flop. There's an ace out there.
Right away.
Quick check. Yeah, Roca kind of probably feels compelled to continue on this board, I imagine. So there was 135K in the middle there. I think really small is totally fine. 40K. Just under 1/3 sounds about right to me.
If Mockery looks confused, it's probably because he can't believe how easy this is.
Yeah, I like the flat here for sure. It's a spot where your opponent can rep that ace super duper hard. Your hand's a little bit under repped, but not that much at this stack depth. Still plenty of ace combos. We'll just flat big blind here. He's probably hoping for his opponent to barrel off at this stage. No spade on the river, and he can make an easy 3 calls. Maybe get the whole stack on a later street. If there is a turn c-bet here, probably in the 40 to 60% pot range.
Not this time. Oh wait, that was the time bank card, not just a fold to a check. That would be weird.
Bernie the Lizard working really hard in there.
And here comes the bet.
Yep. As predicted.
Hold on to your potatoes. Rocha makes it 140,000.
Oh yes, that was the size.
David T says bluffing the big stack. Lol. I will admit, it's kind of like trying to ice skate uphill.
I mean, he might be debating just getting it in now, but I think he's going to continue with his flop plan that we kind of spoke about it just now, about allowing your opponent to represent that ace. And the king on the river gives Rocha showdown. So if it goes check, I imagine he's going to check river just because he can beat the 10x, the 4x, and he doesn't want to be smashing it into spades. So check, check, and the ace-5 will win this pot. The king might have saved him there a little bit,
Do we
Joe.
think the king saved him or the king screwed him? Because maybe the king doesn't come and he jams river and ace folds.
Okay, potentially. Yeah, definitely one for consideration.
It's hard to say, right?
It's definitely one for consideration. We will never know now what might have happened had he not actually got some showdown on the river, but very, very cool spot for both players. That king just slows the action right down.
Back to the secondary feature table. Oh, an outer table, excuse me. This is Gail Bauman versus Valentin Marius Cristea. Cristea's bet 40,000 and Bauman calls. The board is 10, ace, king, 5. The river's a 3. Bauman checks. Cristea gently checks on top of his chips. Ace queen for Bauman is top pair, but ace 5 for Cristea is a turned 2 pair.
Oh man.
Bauman maybe realizing she could have lost more. Cristea wins a nice one. Pone his own asks, how do they make sure they're not looking or learning from previous hands when they go on their phone? That's perfectly acceptable. The stream's on a 30-minute delay.
Yep.
So if someone, I mean, look, they're not allowed to have their phones at the feature table, but if you want to go off the table and look at your phone and see what's going on in the stream, that information is available to anyone. In fact, you're encouraged to look at that information.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's there's no edge if everyone has the same edge. Everyone can be allowed the same information.
Correct.
Right? So everyone is at the same advantage and or disadvantage. That smile. That looks like a guy who's got about 200 big blinds, Joe. That looks like a guy who's got about 150.
Big pot. Big pot, you and me. No?
The two chip leaders having a great time there. They're like, guys, should we get mixed up in a big pot? Just kidding. That's what you're not supposed to do. A couple of people in the chat asking about the phone situation. There are no phones allowed at our feature table because the transmission from the phone can actually interfere with our RFID cards and table, which allow us to actually transmit the information to you so we get cards up.
And I'm not going to say this is an official reason or not, but I will say that it would be really boring for me to watch a feature table with everyone sitting there on their phones.
Yeah, exactly. The other side of that is, guys, we're here. We're doing poker TV. We don't want these guys looking at their phones. Pay attention, play some poker, talk a little bit, entertain us.
We want people like BF Granger, who writes in on Twitter to say, I can't keep getting up at 5 a.m. Euros don't know how hard they are on us. Pretentious, if you ask me. Getting up at 5 a.m., we want it to be entertaining for Granger.
We didn't invent time zones, dude.
I think he's joking. But also, if people are going to get up at 5 a.m., 4 a.m., watch the stream, thank you for being with us. We don't want, I personally would not like to wake up and see a bunch of people sitting on their phones. The mesh is open, ace-deuce offsuit. Maria Lampropoulou, PCA champion. Looks like is announcing some sort of re-raise. Starts saying with 21 big blinds, so all of it. Yep, there's the triangle. Slightly obscured by the hand graphic. Mostly obscured by the hand graphic.
This is,
haven't gotten her cards yet. Speaking of RFID.
There you go.
Ace, king of diamonds. Big slick energy.
Whoa, he folds in. Have you ever seen that before, Joe? When they fold and they show the ace? Wow.
Respect.
Respect. The international... internationally accepted signal of respect. I'm folding an ace to you. Yeah. You got it.
Delicacy. Delicacy.
It's not a delicacy. It's not like a dessert. Yeah, more actually it is. Yeah. After you eat, it's like when you wake up. After you eat, or like the prime times. When you wake up because you haven't had it like forever. And I have a friend that falls asleep with that shit. Yeah? That was pretty fucking gross. Pretty gross.
It's K-Head Mockery talking to Stephen Keogh.
Oh, nice. We used to have those Norwegian championships in Dublin.
Still there?
Yeah. No, it's over now. They're changing the location because they're using it for...
It was on just gone.
Yeah, they're using it for Ukrainian refugees.
Yeah.
As far as I heard. Ireland. Him as well.
All right, now that the chat's over. Mockery, by the way, no surprise, a friendly fella. When I lived in England, I had many, many good times with Norwegians.
Yeah, they're a good bunch. Okay, here's a pause.
Maria in the small blind this hand. And it looks like it's only her and Machado. Another difficult proposition to tangle with the biggest stack in the entire tournament. You have 25 big blinds. He has 8 times as many.
Yeah.
And you're out of position.
All right, put him in the box for us.
All right, Lampropoulou has at least 10. and limps in, and Machado is also not going to raise. This could get weird.
That is interesting.
6-5 deuce, 2 spades. Machado with the ace of spades. I wonder what hands Lampropoulou is going to just limp in with. I think you would probably raise so many of the common 10x hands, wouldn't you? Like Jack 10 and.
Well, I think at this stack depth you can do, you know, if it's a hand that you can raise very frequently, about 50% of the time, it's also a hand you can limp. There's going to be a mixed strategy. I mean, you might want to limp here with hands like 9-10 suited, with 10-8 suited, that kind of thing.
What about pocket 10s? Would you ever limp pocket 10s?
If you did, it would be a trap, you know, probably with the intention of getting more in pre-flop potentially versus a raise. I think I would probably prefer to raise 10s pre-flop, and then I might trap it when you're much more shallow and likely to get jammed on by an ace in the big blind, you know. So if you limped at like 15 big blinds effective, he'll just ship any ace over your limp.
Machado didn't play this the way you'd expect either, right? You'd expect him to raise over a limp with ace-8.
Sure, he's definitely mixing it up
here.
here.
Lampropoulou. Okay, so we're thinking about value hands she's raising here. I can only think of 2 10s.
I think Joe might have it here. This is an interesting spot. She could have like 10-6 suited as well. That's not completely crazy.
You could limp 10-6 suited. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you raise 10-6 suited here? Maybe.
Yeah, it's probably a 50-50 at 25 big blinds effective pre-flop.
Well, 250K in the middle now. Deuce on the turn. Is she limping 10 deuce ever? Suited, right? There's like plenty of suited 10 whatever that you could limp here.
You want to play pretty much all your suited hands in this position. Yeah, absolutely. In some way, shape, or form, right?
You're probably not raising that, though.
No.
Or 10-5.
I really want to see that other card now.
Machado checks.
Please expose the card for us. Oh, and there's the ace on the river.
Jeez. Well,
unless it's 10 deuce, she's in trouble.
Yeah.
She's not going to put him on an ace here, though, that often, I don't imagine. Like you say, a lot of the ace combos will raise once limp to small blind versus big. She announced some amounts. And he's going to call.
He doesn't need to know the amount.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
And Maria
must have been 10s, huh?
Did have 2 10s.
Oh, wow.
Awful river.
Interesting line. I mean, once you check raise with on the flop, you know, you probably want to try and punish those spade draws and those straight draws that he might have in the big. Don't forget, guys, it went limp check. So in the big blind, he's going to have all those. He's not capped in this situation. He can have all the weird stuff there.
Deuce is good for ace.
Are we still can we just be annoyed with the ace on the river? Are we allowed to be annoyed at the run out?
It is an annoying run out too, for sure. It's a little bit of both. Column A, column B. Just wondering about whether or not once you check raise, the continuation of the turn might be called for.
I'm kind of in it.
Yeah, I have to.
Lampropoulou down below 20 big blinds again. Machado just 205.
Is not allowed.
Seems like a little bit of chatter happening at the table today. That's cool at this stage of the tournament.
I'm into it.
Things are often very serious. Down to 49 players. And there's not another pay jump until 39. Lally, King 8 suited. 42 big blinds. Some people consider this a bit of an awkward stack depth.
Yeah, absolutely. But always be cognizant of the fact that you've got a bunch of other very short stacks behind you that probably only have another like one play against, you know, an open from that position as well. That was something that Griff was mentioning yesterday. You know, widening up your range when you got short stacks behind you, you kind of have to play a push-fold game against your initial open in many cases. A little bit less so from the big blind, of course, when they're closing the action. Quick folds. And back to Lampropoulou, who is on the button here. She's got 18 big blinds now after encounter with the 10s versus the ace-8 with the ace river.
I wouldn't recommend it.
You wouldn't?
No, because, you
Puts it in the bin.
First time I did it, I got sick.
I've tried it before.
Oh, you have?
Strong and strong.
Yeah. Better just stay away, man. Keep it healthy. Let the idiots use this.
Another
It's better than
limp.
smoking.
Yeah.
That's the only good thing. This is like a cult.
This time it's going to be Brazilian on Brazilian action.
When did you start using
Me, I was
and not the
actually
kind
really
you
fast
delete
when
from your
I
browser
was
history.
Like 14, 15, but I started like 23, maybe? 22?
Boy.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid, you know?
Yeah.
It's just started out with the parties. Oh, no, I'm just doing it at the parties, blah, blah, blah. And then, you know, then I suddenly woke up one day and just like, boom. I need to go buy one, and then it's over.
No, you eat 20 of them every day now.
Hmm?
You eat 20 of them every day now.
No, I do a full box, yeah. I'm a lunatic with this. Yeah, it's no good. The only trouble part was when I was going back and forth now. I was living in Latin America and everywhere. So I brought it to Mexico. You know? Mexico.
Oh,
yeah.
you got taxed or import tax?
This is the funny part. So I brought 100 boxes because I was going to the U.S. for the WSOP.
Kicks a lot, kicking off about the way we are pronouncing Lampropoulou.
Okay, how much does one cost?
You mean
Being
Lampropoulos.
from Norway,
There's an S.
being honest,
Who do you
you
think
know,
knows more
it's like
about this?
$10 a box.
Kicks a lot. Me, the person who did,
600%.
I don't know, 40 hours
And
of
then they
commentary
charge
on her
you
at the
from each
PCA and
box
announced her
like
name
and
and
then-
handed her a trophy.
and you have
Or
100 boxes.
you
They're like,
on
yeah,
Twitch.
you have to
I'll
pay
answer for you. It's
$1,500.
me and your band.
And I was like, okay. But it's okay if you give
Thank
me
you for your
500.
comment.
Kicks a lot is
You
kicking
know
off
what it
today.
is? You know how it is? And I was like, I had to pay it. I couldn't go without, so. But yeah, that was not my proudest moment. Now I know, though. Next time they ask, it's like 2.
The same thing happened to me.
It did?
Yeah, for bringing cigarettes. And do you remember like the room that you have to pay?
Oh, yeah.
So
When you open your luggage, yeah.
There's a queue of like 5 people and no one had pesos. So I was the only one with Mexican pesos.
Yeah.
So I paid for everyone. They gave me US and then they didn't charge me anything. They were like, oh, he's not the guy. Let him on.
You know, I had 2 instances. I had one with the computer.
I have, by the way, misidentified. The flag earlier. That's an Irish flag.
It is indeed.
That's
yeah.
Ireland. That's an Irish accent and an Irish flag, and I think Olali also has an Irish flag.
All right, so we see Memesh again opening UTG. This time he doesn't get it all the way around. Queen Jack, he's going to defend the big blind, and it comes ace high with a jack. I believe Olali here is going to do some chips, depending on how it develops. Queen on the turn would be extremely spicy, Joe.
People still talking about that pocket 10 cent. It was definitely an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, she gets really unlucky, doesn't she? Really, I mean, if you think about the pre-flop equity, the equity on the turn, you're absolutely massive. I think there's a chance she check raises flop and she thought she might induce turn, but I think, you know, still the opportunity to continue turn if she wanted to as well. But, you know, as Joe mentioned, really it's just a very unlucky river at the end of the day. I think the general sentiment very often is for players to just be like, oh, well, if you've bet the turn, then you would have won the pot, and then it didn't come the ace. Well, that's not always the best way to play. You're not, you know, when your opponent only has 3 cards to hit on the river to give them the best hand, you're not, you know, you're doing pretty good. I think you're unlucky to lose that pot. We can't always be results oriented, and I think that there's a chance that you know, the chip leader in position might have turned a draw into a bluff, and then you can get the chips in good on the turn, you know. But, you know, I think it's reasonable.
No.
I think it's one of the more interesting hands we've seen today.
Yeah, just because there's so many different ways you could have played that, right? You could have raised pre instead of limping. When she check raised on the flop, she could have just, like, you know, check called. I think that would have been reasonable too. I think probably the way she played it was cool. And then for her to check the turn after check raising the flop again, that's another spot where a lot of different opinions, a lot of different ways you could have done that. And there's pros and cons to all of them, I believe.
Yeah. I just say why so. Queen Jack is good for flop. Yeah. Queen Jack is nice for me.
Very expensive. And you have to live in the hotel zone, more or less. You're just getting squeezed for every dollar. Flight out Carmen was nice. It was nice.
Phil writes it on Twitter using the hashtag PokerStarsTV to say, hey, Stapes and Nick, thanks for the great early morning, at least here in Central U.S. content. Makes it easier to ignore work.
Very common to go to Flight out Carmen.
You're welcome, Phil. One of the great joys of my life, Joe, is knowing that people are watching my stream, you know, during the week, or you know, our EPT streams and not working. I love to contribute to the what is it called when people put off work? Procrastination. I love to contribute to the procrastination. That's fantastic.
Time theft.
Time theft. Nick and Joe, time thieves.
It's pretty hard to time thief when you're doing live commentary.
Time heist.
But yes, we're probably responsible for a lot of
Big brother was getting married. And then
a lot of billable hours that aren't exactly being used efficiently.
I love that.
Rocha all in over the top of the race from Machado. Olali.
How is it even possible?
No.
And then it's stopped by Mexico.
Memesh in the big blind.
Fuel. And they actually had like 2 stops. Like
It's going to have to be pretty good, and that's a no.
there for 2 hours.
And Machado probably going to let this go too, despite it being for not a whole lot of chips.
Stopping in the city. And
Ace straight, just not good enough.
I think they make it
Nicholas Walsh and Joe Stapleton in Time Heist. Pedro suggesting we should call our show Nick of Time, but I feel like that's doing Joe a disservice here. Lime Ricky says Nicholas Walsh is a proponent of sticking it to the man. Absolutely. You think I became a poker player so I could play poker? No. Just wanted to stick it to the man.
Strange though, huh? Being part of the U and not checking it. For what reason is this?
Yeah, I don't know.
The immigration thing, probably. Yeah.
Haba Chunky says, Nick, don't you dare. I'm working pretty damn hard here. Obviously.
Action on Maria. Queen 9 suited. Remember, she's relatively short. 18 big blinds, not the shortest at the table. And a steal from early position would probably be preferable.
Yep, so she's going to go ahead and raise this up. She started the hand very short here, though, Joe.
Sorry.
I think it was about 18 big blinds effective. So Queen 9 suited.
I need the dog.
From +1 on the wider side. Memesh in the small blind. King Jack suited. They are not that dissimilarly stacked. He's got a few more chips. I think he might come along here. Yeah, he does want to see a flop, and very nice combo.
You need professional help, my friend.
You love to see it.
Throw me off my game.
If you can somehow get in this spot with Jack 5, yeah, sure.
Muckery's like, yeah, it's suited. Sure, let's see a flop. He doesn't have great equity now, but he's got a great price pre-flop. Let's see if he can flop trips or something like that. That's kind of what you're looking for when you come along here. Ooh, it's a heart.
With 2 spades behind it, Memesh with the nut flush draw.
Yeah, Maria here.
Nobody's got a pair even.
I did mention about the slightly wider open here. From this position, you just end up in lots of multi-way pots. And Memesh, I think, we've seen this yesterday. He's going to go ahead and just lead here. We saw him do it. You remember that pot, Joe, with the jacks versus the queens versus the 10s? Do you remember that one? Flop was 8-9 queen. He was leading with pocket 10s. So he's not afraid to have some donk bets here. We call these donk bets when you lead into the initial razor pre-flop on the flop. So actually, she gets away pretty light because a C-bet, I think, might have been within the realms of possibility. And King Jack of Spades takes it down. Easy game.
Algeria. North Africa.
Memesh up to 31 big blinds now.
I'm French. I'm French fish.
You're French? Oh.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, the French are everywhere.
I play like a French. So bad.
You're fucking everywhere. Algeria.
What? Algeria.
Algeria.
You speak French? Ah, you are a clever man, fish. Huh? You are a cheap leader and clever man. Nice.
Poker Coda says that was Grundvik. You're absolutely right. Thank you for correcting me.
French.
I live near Geneva.
He was sitting in the same. He was sitting in the same seat. That's why I got him confused. But you're absolutely right.
By the border.
That lead was from our.
You love skiing, huh?
Mr. Grundvik.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
You too?
Me? No, I'm not a big skier, my friend.
Ah.
They were both sitting in
It's
seat
very
8.
popular in Norway, but
I prefer the paddle, but
paddle
or
tennis.
seat 9, depending on how many players were at the table at the time.
Yeah, fun, yeah.
in the country was this sport.
Yeah, it's a cool sport, yes.
Yeah.
Paddle
But you
tennis.
had it before? You had ace before? No, I have king, sweet and pleasure.
Rocha folds, 8-4 suited.
S'il vous plaît, s'il vous plaît.
Ace, queen, as, dame. For Memesh, he wants the triangle.
He wants the triangle.
That's 31 big blind shove.
Is that Illuminati confirmed, Joe?
into the blinds, one of which had him well covered. Keo folds.
Good bet. You win every hand you play.
Ace queen.
Ace queen, wow. This is a good hand. At ace jack.
Yeah, I believe you. Fish.
He wanted the triangle. Illuminati confirmed.
You're embarrassing me on TV, man.
What's your name? I'm Slim.
My name is Kaihan.
Kaihan?
Yes.
I prefer fish. So.
Yeah.
It's very difficult for me. I'm old man.
It's okay. You can call me Fish.
I'm Slim Fish. Me.
Yeah, I think Memesh is getting the hang of the feature table here. He's feeling a lot more comfortable today. I like it.
S'il vous plaît, s'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît, s'il vous plaît, s'il vous plaît. J'aime la France.
Somebody was like, Viva la France. Everywhere, yes. Losing my mind. You remember that table? Like 3 French people in a triangle. Fucking losing my mind.
So it folds around to the button here, guys. Ace 10 on the button for Mokri. One of our chip daddies here, 146 big blinds at the moment.
You like my friend triangle. How do you do this one?
Looks like he wants to do the same.
Some people get annoyed when people ask for the triangle that way. I don't. I like it.
I think that's really cool.
Let's mix it up.
Yeah, so both Kehoe and Lampropoulou here, both under 15 big blinds effective after they put their blinds in. So the ship is just great. Power poker, why mess around? Get the money in and pick up all that juicy dead money. Yeah, I'm a fan, Joe. I mean, you know, it only works in situations where they actually have a triangle-shaped all-in, you know, chip or puck or whatever. But, you know, you can do it at EPTs pretty much every time, right? We've always had triangles.
Yeah. Big Deal O'Neill chiming in to say the triangle thing always makes me think of Jack Salter. And as far as I know, Jack is still in the field.
I lost all night in the first time.
I think we saw.
Did we see him walk off?
I think we saw Jack Salter walk.
Yeah.
I might be wrong though.
Tournament decision, but
I can double check for you guys. Fear not, PokerStars Live app to the rescue.
Well, he started the day today.
Yes, he did. We announced him in. Let me double check, guys. I could be misquoting. That could be a hashtag fake fact. But I'm gonna take a look in the old PokerStars Live application, now available for download, and we're gonna see what's up.
Oliocho asking, wasn't there a guy who brought his own triangle to the table? I do know of a few players who swiped him back in the day. I won't name names.
I tell a lie. Jack Salter is still in, still kicking. He's got a decent number of chips as well, guys. My apologies, Jack. I meant no offense. We do comms on walk-ins and comms on walkouts, and I think we did comms on your walk-in, and I've mistaken them for the two. But he's still in, guys. And best of luck to him, too. Small blind, 7-4 off. Folded all the way around to Lampropoulou. I think you probably just want to ditch this one. But she might have something else in mind. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you've got the big daddy chip leader to your left. I don't think you want to get tricky with 7-4 off there. Machado can do anything he wants with 10-6 off there. It's really going to be difficult to make that one a long-term profitable situation.
Thank you, the Algo, for your little rating party. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for the raid, Algoritmo on Twitch. Appreciate you. Welcome to 75 viewers. You are watching PokerStars European Poker Tour Barcelona 2022. We are day 4 of the main event. 49 players remain in this field, so we're getting close.
Probably going to end up playing 6 full levels today, but we'll see.
If you've just joined us, the blinds are currently 10,000, 25,000 with a 25,000 chip ante, and the average stack is 1.4 million. This really is a deluxe structure, Joe. It really is. Day 4, and people are still relatively deep stacked. You know, for tournament poker, 40, 50 big blinds effective is very, very spicy. Still lots of poker to come.
I'm with Silo here, who is annoyed with all the comments saying that Maria takes too long to act. Absolutely nothing wrong with how long she takes to act. You guys are tap dancing on my last nerve already on level 1.
Yeah, guys, I think everyone's being a bit mean. I think she's taken a perfectly reasonable amount of time here.
I wonder what it is about her that makes people more judgmental of the way she's playing. If I could only put my finger on it.
I would say it's less than 10 seconds every single time, and I think that's pretty reasonable, you guys.
Also, I want everyone to cram it about Alali's flag. All of his Henda Mob caches are from Ireland. It's an Irish flag. I wonder why people are taking issue with that. Get it together, people. Come on. Mamesh, Queen Jack, under the gun. Let's focus on the poker. Forget the flags and how long people are taking. We're playing for millions of euros.
Millions.
Keogh in the hijack. Are we sure that this isn't an Ivory? He's not from Ivory Coast. Keogh, is that an Ivory Coast flag? The guy with the Irish accent?
Yeah, I mean, I think the guy with the Irish accent is probably most likely to be Irish.
Ace Jack in the hijack for Stephen Keogh.
I have great fondness for the Irish. I have great fondness for the Scottish as well.
Ooh.
They are good crack.
Just ditches ace-jack to the under-the-gun raise from the mesh.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Less than 10 seconds. Okay. Let's put that to bed right now, boys.
Pocket sevens for Rocha. In the small blind, out of position, relative short stack, actually the shortest stack, 12 big blinds to start the hand.
Rocha here, the shortest stack. I think he might just ship this in if he's going to play it at all. He's only got 12 bigs after he puts in his big blind. It's going to be really close, though. It's going to be really, really close. I'm not saying this is easy by any stretch of the imagination, and the open was from UTG, but he has been very active, Joe. He has been willing to play pots here. And the more pots he plays, the wider his range and the stronger the sevens will become. Quick count. He's just like, am I as short as I think I am? Yep. Sub 15 behind. And he 3-bets to 260,000 with the big blind to act behind him. It's an effective all-in. Leaves himself with just 2 big blinds behind.
On what? On the taxi?
I mean, Doyle Brunson actually coined that phrase, the taxi bet. Meaning you just leave a little behind to take your taxi home.
Oh, it's so brilliant. I love this. That mesh was meant for the feature table. What the hell?
He's just really took some media training overnight or something. I don't know. He's killing it today, though.
Yeah, he's having a great time. I love to see it. A little bit more loosey-goosey today. And, yeah, the taxi bet leaves himself with a few bucks behind to get the bus.
Just 3 minutes left on the level.
We're not playing down the final table tomorrow.
Fold. Mockery folds. 10 tray under the gun. Keogh ace-6, a little too early for that one. Lampropoulos. Looks at her cards before she puts them on the reader. King 7 of diamonds. Makes it 50,000. Gets through the Brazilians. Olali in the small.
$300.
Olali does have Lampropoulos dominated. I don't think it's really... I would be surprised if he decided to mess around here. Yeah, there's the fold.
Yeah, sounds about right.
And she's just got to get through the big blind now, too. This is certainly a hand you can fold in the big blind. And a very crucial steal for Lampropoulos. And a lot of people might have just folded that in that position, that stack size.
Yep.
So,
yeah, kudos to her. And as you say, like every time, you know, when you're in the 25, sub 25, 20 big blind effective thereabouts range, you know, picking up the blinds is very significant because it just gives you a little bit longer to wait to find really, really big spots to get some doubles. And not shying away from that opportunity to play that suited king is fantastic. That's definitely what you want to be doing in these situations. Keeping yourself alive. You cannot rest on your laurels lest the blinds eat away at your stack.
and the clock's been paused. And it's because we're down, I think we might be down to 48 players, even though the field ticker hasn't updated yet. And the clock may be paused to break a table.
Yeah, every second counts here, Joe. These guys.
Break.
Yeah, looks like they're gonna take a slight pause just to balance. If we tick down to 48.
This break.
Proplu raising again, this time with another super secret 10 hand. Mesh calls with 9s. Mockery in the big blind with queen 3 off.
You can go break.
Call.
By you.
Your permission.
Flop's got a 10 on it, so we know that Lampropoulos is already beating Mesh, regardless of the other card. Regardless.
Break for me. Break. Right, no?
I'm going to get that other
Don't
card
break?
now.
What?
And it is a 10 again, a set of 10s.
Woo!
Fortunately,
I know,
unfortunately,
it's a break. 100% it's a
for
break.
Maria, no action on that
It's a
flop.
Yep, a great spot. Flopping sets feels real good in this game.
Yes. Yes, but...
And yeah, everyone's standing around now. We're waiting to break a table.
And you play?
People are assuming that the break is going to happen without another hand being dealt. Folks already headed on break.
Miss, if I push your card, I have 9s. You can show after.
You can see that I
What you have?
You can see that I call.
Yes, can I push? I push your call? You have better 9s? Thank you.
Much better.
I have 9s. now, yeah. Nice player, my friend. Yesterday
Got a
you
question in the
played
chat
with
here
him.
asking about Pie. So our very own Pie Face Poker, Mr. Mason Pie, is in the final 3 of the 550 horse event, which started yesterday. It was meant to be a one-day thing, Joe. But because it went so late, they decided to continue play. It starts in approximately 20 minutes or so. I think they restart at 2:30 CEST, so 2:30 local time here. Hopefully I'll have a chance to go and rail them on that. That sounds like it's fun. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I would love to see our very own mixed games movement making its way to a victory here in Barcelona and a silver spade.
Go Pie!
Let's go Pie.
I'm a big pie fan.
I'm a big pie fan. I love pie. Raspberry, blueberry.
Very supportive. Mason Pie. I love his mixed game movement. Oh, I'm having a mixed game movement. That's what happens whenever I drink the water in a dicey place. I have a mixed game movement.
If you guys want Pie to do well, get your mixed games movements in the chat. I know you guys have the emotes.
Thanks for being with us today on day 4 of EPT Barcelona main event. 48 players remaining. Don't hit another pay jump until we get to 39, but everyone at this point guaranteed 27,000 euros. What we're really driving toward is that final 10 players. When everyone's guaranteed 6 figures, I think if you get to 7th, you're at like $250,000. 3rd, you're up to 700-something thousand. 2nd place is over $1 million. 1st place, 1.7 million euros. Yeah, there it is.
Ho ho.
I mean, I'm not even in this tournament, and I see that, and I'm so happy and excited for the people who are walking away with that money. And I glossed over a bunch of these, right? 400 grand for 5th. You're a $500,000 for 4th. Now, of course, this all presupposes that there are no deals. And oftentimes when there is a jump like there is from second to first, a 700,000 euro jump, a lot of times there's a deal talk. Three-handed. Rare we see it more than three-handed, but heads up, there might be a deal when you're playing for that much money, depending on what stage of the tournament, you know, how big the blinds are when we get there.
I'm just super psyched that second place gets a mil. You know what I mean? Like, it's, you know, 7 figures is always great to see on, you know, on any sort of payout graphic such as this. But when second place is going to get 7, it's like, you know, we're doing something right here. It's very exciting.
Yes, by the way, to answer your question, final table will be played on Sunday. It's going to start at 1 p.m. local time, 30 minutes later than today. It's our first time in Barcelona since 2019. Want to make sure we give all the players, all the people who make the final table, the attention they deserve. So there's going to be interviews, a lot of cool shots. Probably going to end up seeing these shows both live and eventually cut down for television.
Maybe a shot of Patron?
A shot of Patron would be great. Dude, no offense to that guy, but if he makes the final table, there's going to be a lot of shots of Patron, I think, happening.
It's mandatory. There's no other way around it.
This is the player that we've been waiting for. Michael Wang. And it turns out that the clock is going to resume, and there's going to be at least one more hand before the break. So I hope that the players are still nearby.
I mean,
you're taking a risk.
Raising to take it.
Yeah.
A raising to take it on the feature sounds good.
Looks like everyone's still there. I don't see Mamesh or Mockery.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So we're down to the final 6 tables. Six tables of 8. Michael Wang from the US of A. Coming to the table, 26 big blinds. I think Michael's a pretty accomplished player, too.
Both cards where?
Yeah.
Still no sign of seat 1 or seat 8. I hope they get back in time to play it. There he is.
Michael Wang might have some bracelets.
Here for
8th on the New Jersey all-time money list.
So do I.
You don't hear about that one very often.
One of the good ones.
It's a Jersey thing.
We have a lot of the bad
I mean, he's 200. He's 202nd, 202 on the U.S. all-time money list. Like, that's not bad.
It's a Jersey thing.
Maria under the gun. What's probably going to be the last hand. Oh, dude won a bracelet this year at the World Series of Poker. $500,000.
That's nice. What was the event?
5K.
Oh, my days. 5K,
Yeah.
5K Nolan to Hold'em.
Yeah, 5K NLHE.
What a life. A little bit of hardware.
This might be a short trip to the feature table if things go wrong here for Wang.
Okay. UTG +2, all in with ace jack off. Roca in the hijack. Putting it in the bin. O'Lolly's asking him how much he has before he even looks at his cards. I don't think he's going to find a call here with 7 high.
Is it break?
Uh-oh. Nope, it's in the bin. There's a break. He's going for his break. That's it. And small blind quick fold from Mulcree's ace deuce suited, big blind trade deuce spades. And that's it. We're going on a break, guys.
My cell phone?
Michael Wang up to 28 big blinds.
Don't stay.
Let's, hey, by the way, when we come back from break, let's reset, everyone. Let's reset. Let's start over. We've got a lot of, there's a lot of bad juju. So let's start over. Let's focus on the positive, like Peterson Machado. Blinds going up. Still going to have 171 big blinds after the break. And Mockery still going to have over 100 big blinds. Everyone else is kind of in relative trouble. Still going to have Michael Wang. Still going to have Maria Lampropoulou. First break of the day. 48 players remain. More from EPT Barcelona. Back after this.
Shots and they all wet. Diamonds change colors like the leaves and they fall,
Back to the feature table where we're going to sweat with Roberto Romanello. Blinds 2,000, 4,000.
I'm going to tease you all day, all night.
Tease away.
Okay, here we go. Or he's blind.
King of diamonds, 10 of diamonds. Late position.
Hijack. Yep. I remember the first commentary I tried to do in Roberto Romanello. I was trying to goof on the the dragon or whatever was on the Welsh flag, and you were like, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, of course. And slowly. Yeah, normally you say, well, put a membrane broken up, like this is where something for your phone.
Oh, here we go. Beluccio.
Okay, Queen 9-3. How wide is Beluccio's range here?
I don't know, a calling. I'd say pretty wide. He seems like the kind of guy that just plays the hand when he feels it.
Buenos Aires.
Is he announcing Buenos Aires as a bet size?
No, someone asked him where he's from.
Okay. Let's see. A cut shot, no dime.
You have the best hand? Do you think?
I think so, but you never know.
Looks like a no.
Never know.
Do you think you got the best hand?
I think I have a good hand.
You have a good hand.
You have
I don't believe him at
pair
all.
of threes, pocket threes. Just go.
You're a nice guy, I believe you. I'll let you have it. You can have it. Nice play.
Oh, Roberto does believe him.
Can I show you? And then you show me? It's very nice.
You want to learn about me? Okay, I show you. Once, just this.
Just once, yeah? Okay.
Show it, I show you. Just this.
Okay.
Oh.
I knew it!
It's good information, but just this. Not all.
I thought we were friends, and he's bluffing me.
You see, you know the only mafia in this table.
You see how he outplays me?
No, only mafia.
Only you I can beat. No,
me?
Only the one fish over there I can beat. Nobody else. Nobody else beats me up.
Yeah.
You see how good he is? And you tell me that this and that.
It's true.
That's why he's got all the chips. This is different class.
Good bet, Booker.
No, one mistake.
You keep defending your blinds against me.
I like you. You have big ego. This is I like
No, you're wrong.
you. Yeah.
I like everybody.
Yeah.
Especially you.
Don't fight anymore.
I love people big ego. Like you.
Roberto Romanello has big slick, ace king.
He's more than you.
And a big ego.
I am ego-friendly.
You crazy.
Very crazy. I'm
crazy.
Absolutely.
Different history.
It's raised to 9,300. Julio Beluccio has the snowmen's num-num.
It's not too much. Could be more.
Please.
More. Could be much more. I am.
Calls the raise, and that's pocket sevens for Leo Fernandez.
And by the moment, it's not only 9,000.
Uh-oh.
9,050. Only 9,000. That's great.
Okay, now I defend the small blind. Another big mistake, maybe.
I get the impression that the other players at the table aren't really enjoying all this shtick.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, this is a good game, you see?
I tell you one thing, they did the right thing. They livened this table right up. Really good.
He's like Eddie Sabat's dad.
Ooh. Ace, Queen, 8. Top pair versus a set.
Check's good.
Action check.
Wow.
To Beluccio with the set of snowmen's.
Romanello thinks he's trapping with top pair, and this is what's frustrating against playing against a guy like Beluccio is he's just gonna like donate chips here so often with such a wide range of hands, but every once in a while he's gonna broken clock it. Flop gin. Fernandez can't even hit running sevens. Folds.
Roberto calls the 13-8. Heads up to the turn. Five of clubs. Romanello does pick up the nut flush draw.
You know, Beluccio checks it now.
And he's still good.
Like, even though I think the check is a little suspicious from a guy that seems to just like to flick chips in for no reason, like, there's just no, you're going to get cut here. You're going to get hurt.
Roberto bets 13,400. Gets called. And Beluccio tables the winning hand.
I got away cheap. I checked. That's okay. I lost the minimum.
Yeah, the flush was for you. Great for you, the flush.
And I got that flush draw as well.
Flush race, great for you.
Beluccio slowed down by the clubs on board.
Okay. Cheap game.
So.
Now you're becoming my friend. I like this guy. I'm getting to like you now. I teach you a lesson earlier on. Now you're trying to teach me a lesson. So it's all good, yeah?
Yes.
I just hope I don't get caught on the wrong end of it all, that's all. But if I do, I do. I'm not a bad loser.
Oh, yeah?
I'll still be smiling.
Yeah. You know, it took me a while to warm up to Roberto Romanello, which it shouldn't. In retrospect, I think he's a really nice, charming guy. But at first, I thought anybody who chatted this much, I thought was kind of a jerk.
And yet you're Daniel Negreanu's biggest fan. Story does
really
not
weird,
make
I know.
sense.
It's, you know what it is? It's an American thing. It's I really had a hard time understanding
9,100
European tone.
Well, Roberto's opened here from under the gun +2 with ace-10. Ace-6 of hearts for Julio Beluccio.
What's it going to be, Eddie Sabat's older brother? Also, who wore it better for these two perms?
Is neither an option?
Yeah.
Re-raise to 21,900.
Sorry? Showing?
Yeah, the camera.
Don't tell my cards.
The camera can believe you erase this time, so you can see again.
I think amazing if you picked. One of the issues here is that because of the way that Belucio stacks his chips, is they occasionally block the whole card camera.
I give up. I fold. It's too good. You're too good. You see how good he is? He always shows me though. He's a nice man.
No, the last. I show you one. Choose one.
You choose.
You choose.
No, you choose.
I'll choose.
Yeah. No, let him choose. No, you choose.
You choose.
Choose.
Next hand.
You choose. Not that. No, not that one. The other one.
The other one, please, please.
He had sixes, obviously.
What?
He had sixes.
No, 100% no.
Why are you so involved for? Am I tilting you? Am I tilting you? Wow. I didn't realize you're so tilted. I should be tilted. He re-raised me, not you.
I'm not sure, but I think.
Meanwhile, they've played 5 more hands at the other tables.
Even if he did?
Or 8-6.
Hey, listen, even if he did, I have no problem. I have no problem.
That's a point. Offsuit.
Sixes suited.
Offsuit.
Line still 2-4. 132 remaining. That means we're roughly 20 off the money.
You know what happened?
Exactly 20 off the money, in fact.
Norberto, special for you, my friend. Come here. Come to Leo.
This is so fun.
Thank you, my friend.
9-1.
Raises to 9,100. King 10 of clubs.
May I go with Norberto or you want just Norberto?
Come on.
Okay. Oh, hang on.
Go to the action.
I go with
invite
Norberto.
you, my friend.
We go together.
You protect me.
We go
If I
together.
am alone, he told me. So now you're in the middle. Maybe 2-1.
Lucio asking Leo Fernandez, are you going to take him on or shall I? Is a little out of line.
Should we do the party?
A little.
From house? Norberto and me in your house?
You protect me.
Asking isn't as out of line as answering.
Top pair versus bottom pair
Norberto
here.
has the keys.
I don't think you hit a 9 just to fold this flop.
Well, this is where Roberto gets some back from Belucio. 13,300.
You know, James, I'm going to wait till we got a nice shot of Belucio again. I just realized something. Not Belucio. Show me his chips again, will you? Belucio stacks his chips like he's playing craps, and he plays poker the same way.
Wow, board just gets better for Romanello. Flush draws, straight draw. Still way ahead with top pair.
Roll the dice.
King high flush for a not happy looking Roberto Romanello.
Oh, yeah. I really like the check here because I feel... Yeah. Oh, he doesn't...
Missed the bet.
Doesn't bite. I thought there was a good chance Belucio would
can I say one
try
thing?
to bluff the river.
I like having fun and everything, but like what he did just now was not on, it's not right. When he asked him, I like to have fun and everything, but you can't You can't ask him, shall I go here? No, shan't I? Because it's not fair on the game.
Sorry,
Do you understand?
Yeah,
I like to have fun in
that
it.
was just...
But we play by the rules as well, okay?
Yeah, but I didn't see my card.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is like,
No, but that
because
was
he is a nice enough person. If you say, leave me have him, he would have folded.
No. It was fun, but it's okay. You are right.
You understand,
right.
yeah?
You are,
I like
of course, absolutely right.
Nice.
You know, absolutely.
I don't mean no harm or anything.
I didn't think on that, but I'm absolutely right.
I like having fun with you, and I think, you know...
I'm really
I know, but we shouldn't do that, yeah?
I'm innocent. And on that, I'm stupid. Just take care.
Yeah. So next time you ask me, but don't say, look at me.
No.
Yeah, I know, you know what I mean.
Oh, God, that's not your answer.
No. Emilio Beluscio not going to roll the dice on this one.
Boo.
So Fernandez can take him on instead. That was the deal they made, right?
He said, just look over here next time.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Fernandez does have a legitimate hand. Snowman's, num-num.
Again, my friend, you and me. Smile, come on.
Ace, King, 9. Gut shot for Roberto. Why do I get the impression that Roberto just wants to bust Leo Fernandez so bad?
I mean, everybody wants to bust everybody else, but yes, there seems to be a little more in it.
Yeah.
At this point.
This time, it's personal.
It's just weird. There's such a fine line between an annoying chatter at the table and a charming chatter at the table. And I'm not going to say who's who at this table.
Again, my friend.
I almost call with ace-9.
6-7?
Ace-9, you almost called. You cost me a lot of money. I wish you did call. Really?
You can see in the yeah. I don't have to lie. You can see in the TV.
You're lucky man, because you go broke, yeah?
Yeah.
You pay me, yeah. Everything.
Ace-King.
All I know is I had the best hand.
It's 2 on 3.
No. Better ace-9?
Hello, Joe's babies. This is Griffin Benger, and this is day 4 of the main event from Casino Barcelona. And we are getting down to the nitty-gritty. Just 48 players remain. Decent amount of money up top. Decent money. 11 million euro prize pool. And this is the feature table that we're covering. And that's a lot of chips up top for the Brazilian Peterson Machado with 171 big blinds, over 5 million chips. Kehan Mockery bringing it in up there with 122. And then there's a big, steep fall down to Martin O'Lally with 30. Not a lot of chips everywhere else, but a lot of chances to get back in this thing.
Griffin Benger, Joe Stapleton, hello, my babies.
There's Joe.
One level into day 4. Top of the second level here. Blinds 15,000, 30,000. With a 30,000 big blind ante. And I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of eliminations during this level.
Yes, and especially on this featured table, I think. There is the secondary featured table. More Brazilians.
Mateus Endo. More like Mateus Begindo, because no, okay, never mind. Not going to work.
Nope.
86 big blinds for Mateus. Jack Salter erroneously eliminated by Nick Walsh in the last level. Jack Salter still alive and well in this event. 52 big blinds. Andre Marquez, 18 big blinds, the shortest stack at the table. He cannot go broke before I get to spitefully tell people that we had been pronouncing his name correctly all along. Check out my pinned tweet, all you people who felt like telling me Marquez was the wrong way to say it.
A lot of money, Joe.
That is, thank you. Let's focus on the positive. I'm in a kind of irritated mood.
That's
right
okay.
now.
Winner, 1.714, 3 zeros. That's €1,714,000 for the winner. One of the biggest prizes ever at an EPT main event. Huge field here in Barcelona, all the way to 10th place, getting still six figures, 117,000. And we're going to get pretty close to that today.
We are going to get probably, hopefully, to around 16 players today. We don't know exactly. 6 full levels, 16 players, but if we hit 16 players like in level 3 or 4 or something, we got to keep going. So, but yes, we will get reasonably close to those 6-figure scores today. But it's all about that final day, the final table, Sunday, 1 p.m. local time. That's when we're going to get to the meat and potatoes. The most number of players we would come back with, I'm thinking, on the final table is 8, but ideally it would be 6. So we're going to be starting off that day with folks cashing for, depending on who you are, life-changing sums of money, and certainly life-changing for second and first place.
Absolutely.
And it looks like everyone's just about back from break. The final 6 tables. And I do encourage y'all to get in touch, especially if you're going to have something positive to say. Use the hashtag PokerStarsTV on Twitter. You can watch on Twitch. You can watch on YouTube. I had a snack, so I'll be a little bit less irritable. But there's a lot of comments coming in that are really not befitting.
Oh, Maria. We stand an EPT queen.
That's right.
Big fan of what she's accomplished on the EPT. Always love watching her play.
A nice tweet coming in from the Slay Dog. You know the Slay Dog?
Yeah, absolutely. Slay Bides.
Pretty zen over there. He says, keep up the great work in the booth. You guys have been awesome this week. Not jerking your chain even a little.
Wow. Hard to get full, non-sarcastic sentiment from that guy.
I did pay my $10 dues, though, recently.
Yeah,
so.
did you? Okay. Well, I'm glad I'm reaping the benefits.
Machado under the gun with 2 10s. Makes it 60,000. That's the minimum raise.
We were remarking yesterday about how many chips his countrymate had after that big hand folding those pocket kings. And now, I mean, we were talking about, he had 600,000 left, and now it's all the way up to 5 million. So been a very profitable 20 hours.
Yeah, was the overnight chip leader. Last level had over 200 big blinds. Whew. The only reason it's 169 now is because the blinds went up. Mamesh, ace jack. Now, Griff, I can't remember if you're in the booth or not when Mamesh was in yesterday. He said he didn't really like being on the feature table. I got to tell you, he could have fooled me. He's fun to watch play. He's got good chat, friendly, sweet smelling breath. I don't know how I could tell that from here, but seems like it. Good dental hygiene, and a nice 3-bet to 90,000.
Well, nice is an interesting way to put it, Joe. I would go more unorthodox. A stone click back here, and an otherwise sort of shove or call kind of spot.
Yeah.
Facing an under the gun raise, you can, even find some folds with ace jack off on a full table. But given that it's the chip leader who's going to be raising quite wide, I think if Machado in this first hand got even as light as King 7 suited, we might expect a raise under the gun with all these chips. So I think it makes for a great spot to shove 20 big blinds. But, Mamesh maybe doesn't want to just start the level here, but doesn't want to play it as a call. And yeah, gonna have just a call here from Machado, which I don't blame him. You would hate to just stuff in the 20 big blinds, get snap by aces, and start your level with an
elimination.
Yeah, well, wouldn't have been good so far.
Double checks that he has in fact flop top pair.
Yeah, I think an important question here from Dirty Bird Chirp. Does he not have to raise to 120? So that misconception of needing to double the raise, it is true, but the raise was 30,000 more. So technically, the minimum raise would be another 30,000 to 90.
I'm glad you answered that because I still don't know. Now Mamesh getting heavy with the fist, with the chips.
Yeah, and I think this is just a bit of posturing here from Machado. I think this is good. Table image thing, just being like, listen, like, you know, this is not how the day is going to go. I'm going to let you get away with this one because you can't really continue with 2 10s. And even prepared to use a time bank chip, you know, does have that 10 of clubs. Maybe has a bit of a history with Mamesh, but more than likely is just putting on a little show. And pretty good actor.
You need.
Oh, wow, yeah. Why don't you take a picture? It'll last longer.
I need the.
I don't think there's any shot that Machado is going to come along anyway, but when you talk this much, you look even stronger.
I'm moving back to Norway, yes. Yeah, I'm tired. I lived a year in this case. It wasn't for me. I never get any routine. Go around drink.
Nice start here for Mamesh Mori.
Wallowed around.
Not to be confused with K.A. Mockery in the one
You gotta
seat.
get a grip.
Nice just to play a little bit of poker and
Yeah. Yeah, no, I run insane tournaments, yeah. I just play a couple a year. And
Just Scrobbler says, y'all will call players at the table trash, but then not understand how raises work. I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
I think it's a good point from Scrobbler. There's been a lot of negativity today, just in general, and I've had enough of it. So if you guys want to make sure not to be banned, let's keep it positive. Let's...
We're all about ironic banning most of the time on here, you know? We don't really like to have to ban people. So watch your mouth. Or your fingers. Please.
No reason to be a contrarian today.
Yes.
Let's just have each other's backs. How about?
Ballpark.
4-3.
Ballpark? Fenway. Skydome. Olympic Stadium.
It's known as the Rogers Center now, not the
Ugh.
Skydome.
Ugh.
I still call it the Skydome.
Okay, good.
It's just outrageous. I mean, don't get me wrong. My phone provider is Rogers.
Steam-MCH.
I'm seeing a lot of positivity in chat now. Thanks, gang. So Rocha. Min raise with King 9. Wait, so a min raise only has to be one additional big blind?
Correct.
That's how it works.
The minimum.
Mockery with sourdough. Artisanal.
Artisanal.
Merci. Yes.
10, 9, 8. Pair of 9s for Rocha.
Nice, Martin.
Yeah, Rocha's just been trying to hang in there since yesterday, being on that table with his fellow countrymen, really dominating, not probably getting a lot of opportunities. This is a good one, sort of raising near the bottom of his range here and out flopping the flatted, the flat from Mockery. You know, you're feeling good about flopping a pair here, but this board does hit your opponent pretty strongly most of the time. You think about the kind of hands that would be calling this raise at the cutoff, a lot of Jack 10, Queen 10s, Queen Jacks, you know, even hands like Ace Jack that have a great deal of equity against King 9. So you're not thrilled to be bet into once checked, but you're happy about the size. Let's go. 30,000. Backdoor flush draw too. And that doesn't make a great deal of sense from my vantage point from Mockery, since it's not an amount that's really going to get folded by much of anything. and you don't even have a backdoor flush draw. So I don't like this bet from Mockery, but you know, sometimes you check 2 and you just hope you can just take it down. Now this is a card, even though it improves Roach at 2, a straight draw, does fill on the jack. And if Mockery wants to tell a story that I got a Johnny back here,
tell me a
might
story.
Might have to make some bigger bets.
Tell me a story, K-Ham.
And that's going to work.
Wow. Story told. Good night.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that we saw a snap fold there. When you talk about the size of the bet, you kind of need to call there. But it's also, you know, I think Roach is a victim of just stack size there. You know, you keep calling 55K, all this sort of stuff. You get a little squeezed out with your short stack. But that wasn't a...
Speaking of victims, I got some bad news.
Oh, we got people banning people?
No. Igor Yarashevsky, the victim of elimination. Out in 48th place, 27,100 euros. Adios, Gary. Meow. Star Damage says, thanks to everyone in the booth for the excellent work this week. I've been off sick, and this has helped my mood massively. Cheers. Thanks for being with us. Happy we could help a little bit, and sorry.
Very sweet.
You're ill. Get well soon. Sleman Memesh. King Jack. Other than the table where we just lost Gary, we're 8-handed everywhere.
Even better. Competition. 1-0.
Maria. King 9. Let's it go.
You win every hand. Yeah, you win every hand.
Memesh has won quite a few hands.
This hand?
Creeping up.
No.
Oh. My Mozart, don't fall, Jackson.
I don't know what we're laughing about.
Yeah, but I'd like to be involved.
I want to be included.
Yeah. Well, Lally folding the bay.
Mesh, ace 7. Bit of a wild card, this one, yep.
Is there what he did there?
Never kid a kidder.
Oh, yeah. What's fun is we know that he was thinking about that at Canadian A7.
I mean,
So
he could have done it.
Yeah. So, a little insider info for the viewers. Yeah, that one sort of on the line there. 9 big blinds, king 10 off. You got to get through 4 players. You know, the problem is these players behind are very capable with calling as light as sort of king queen and, you know, even king jack suited. Probably going to hate to see these folds because it's a snap shove at the button and probably a shove at the cutoff. And Wang going to shove for the effective 10 big blind stack of Roger here, and that looks like a quick call. It's going to be at least king high, and that is. And it's a dominating king 9 suited.
That hand.
Ironically, king 10 folded what he got the shove through.
So you're saying a 10 was folded?
Yeah. Hate to be that guy.
Domination situation. Rocha at Riska.
10-9's the straight maker, though. You know, it makes more straights than any other hand.
Makes more straights than Mike Pence. Rocha needs this to hold. Those two clubs are going to be helpful.
That's a good start. 8 of spades for the sweat, so everyone can go, ooh.
Okay.
I like when a table goes, ooh. When equity's turned and then all in.
Deuce.
And Rocha survives. Wang now incredibly short, down to 11 bigs. Not the shortest of the Kehoe at the table. That's Kehoe. I just Morlocked that one. Stephen Kehoe is too short to stack at the table.
No sweat at all. Never nervous.
Michael Wang, a very accomplished player, someone you would see regularly in the 10Ks, 25Ks, I believe, as well, here at the EPT. So very, very accomplished and skilled player, and someone that gets some momentum, could definitely make a run at this final table. But just being left with 11 big blinds, going to need a little help, going to need to win some showdowns to vie for that crown. What I'm saying is, if I were a betting man, I'd take Machado over him right now.
This is a good hand.
No.
King 10 under the gun. Seems like I'm a mash raise, yeah.
Be careful. No, be careful because I see your card.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Son of Slay writes in to say the correct pronunciation in Portuguese is Rocha, not Rocha. Shout out to my Brazilians.
It's okay for me.
Here's my issue with a tweet, a comment like this. Would you ever like tune in to like a Brazilian stream and when they say Stapleton, go, it's actually pronounced Stapleton, not Stapleton. Would you do that? I don't think so. Let's just all calm down with the pronunciations.
Wow, it's close. How much, please?
Wang all in again. It's not, shouldn't be that
Three?
close, honestly. Slim on.
Yeah, maybe a bit of posturing here. It's one of those situations.
No, he could do it.
Yeah, where you might want to call if it's like 250 or something. So maybe someone who wants to push the envelope a little bit, maybe feeling lucky. Well, do you, punk?
I mean, for a guy who said he doesn't like being at the TV table, he sure is able to eat up the camera time. Although we are focused on Wang right now. Are we going to use a time bank card on this?
He's really thinking about it, Joe. Listen, it's an 11 big blind shove. You've already put in 2. Could have some live cards. You're suited. People don't like folding suited hands, Joe.
Café com leite. What you want?
Então, eu queria café com leite.
Right in the chat, call or fold with what you think that Memesh is going to do.
Not what he should do.
And if you're wrong, you get banned. But if you're right, we will say good job.
I'm not banning everyone or saying good job to everyone. Who weighs in on this?
Come on. Who wants to play? Ooh, we got one player. Oh, we got 2 players. We're getting a lot of calls. Are you surprised? You said he was folding for sure.
He's folding.
Oh, here we go. Time to get the ban hammer on. I feel like every single person that voted is really just calling my bluff.
Correct.
Thinking that I won't do it.
Yeah, when they say call, they're calling your bluff.
It's a complete negative for you. Yeah, we're just all calling your bluff, Griffin. Well, guess what? You were right. I have no conviction. It's a problem in my life. Ooh, comment of the day from Neville. Easy fold because the other guy has ace queen.
King 10 off.
Perfect.
No.
Yeah.
I call Mamosa. Oh. Listen.
I love how much fun they're having.
Listen, it's pretty fun to have over 100 big blinds in an EPT.
That's true.
46 people left.
I assume.
And Wang now with, not a lot of raise fold room, but the perceived notion that he could do it is enough to, just play this as a raise instead of a shove for 16 big blinds.
But this is not a raise fold hand.
Oh, no. This is a absolute monster. And just kidding. You can fold if you want.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Oh, lolly. King. It looks like the King Kong Kang is about to take out Michael Wang.
The Greenwoods. And I will say, I don't think Wang's going to be very happy with this 3-bet from this particular opponent. Probably doesn't perceive it as particularly light, but too strong a hand is
what
pocket
can you
tens.
do?
Yeah. You're just hoping your opponent has the ace king, ace queen.
Wang all in. Olali makes the call.
Yeah.
And it's time to take it to the board.
Any tens about?
Michael Wang won a bracelet this summer at the World Series of Poker. Has another one from 2015. 78% chance will not be winning EPT Barcelona.
Come on, Michael. Don't give up.
What's he supposed to do now?
Get it good enough.
Have a positive mindset.
Get it all in good a lot, don't I?
Ooh. Queen high flop does provide some potential straight possibilities.
Does he have more outs with the 8 or the jack? Because normally it would be the jack, but because Olali has the kings, it would kill the 2 10s outs. What's the math on that?
I do not know. I don't know the math on...
You don't know combos and blockers, bro?
I know what combos are. But blockers aren't real.
And one of the best players in the field eliminated here.
Yeah, Michael Wang from the US of A.
It's problem for me?
Out
to see what you have before,
in what appears to be 44th place.
Ace queen? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Not this hand. Next hand.
And I knew we were going to see fast eliminations.
I have king 10, sweet 10.
Just based on the fact that average stack is 1.5 million and there are 5 people at this table, not including Michael Wang, that do not have average.
Pretty amazing that Mamesh decided that he really needed to know, as Wang's whole trip is effectively ruined. Just being like, eliminated in 44th, and the guy's like, what'd you have that hand? This is what I had. It's like, dude, like, are you kidding?
Give him a second.
I know, it's like, this is important. This is about me now. Okay, look. What'd you have there? Ace queen. I king 10 suited.
Sunday,
That hand where I raised and you shoved and I folded, like.
Inshallah.
The totally inconsequential hand.
Yeah. Could have found out in 20 minutes on the stream.
So this happened simultaneously. You can see Michael Wang in the background there. This happened just moments before Michael Wang. So slight replay here. And Andre Marquez all in on this turn. Action on Jack Salter. The board was 7, 5, 10, 6. And Salter makes the call. Marquez shows 4 diamond, deuce of diamonds for a straight draw, and a flush draw,
Whoa.
and a straight flush draw. Pair of 10s for Salter. Marquez needs to hit a straight or a diamond on the river. Gets neither. And that's going to do it for the PT Fisherman. Andre Marquez out in 45th place. That's why.
Where do I go? Okay, I have no idea
money?
where to go.
Where's
Who's
my
going to give
money?
me my money?
Where's my money?
What do you mean I have to go to the cage?
My money.
I just won 40-something thousand. Where's my money?
Probably you shouldn't.
And I'm sure we'll be seeing more from Marquez in the online streets. Coming up in W Coop,
What were the percent?
starting mere days after the end of this event.
See you again soon. I think because I have some Asian blood, I must know the perfect percent. Yeah, no, I'm good. I don't know.
Jack Salter, uncomfortable making an Asian joke even about himself.
J'attends un peu, là. Je peux bouger? Comme ça, tu veux? Okay, sorry. Hein?
And of course, because today I have video proof of how you say Marquez, of course he's out without ever having made it to the feature table. Domination rotation.
Based on the positions here, this appears to have been a raise from the hijack from Machado,
show
and a
off.
flat from O'Lally. Pretty standard C-bet on the flop, but right into one of the worst hands your opponent can have here in the ace-jack. I don't think Machado is going to be that attached to this hand. You know, you're certainly not going to be folding out jacks. That 8's not a great card necessarily for the floating range because it's going to include some pocket 8s, but does elect to bet again. Maybe he wants to clear out hands like 5s, maybe 7s, 4s, and other floats that would turn their hand into a bluff here. Maybe something like King Queen suited. You know, even though you're technically ahead of that, you don't want to check here and have that hand bet as a bluff and you fold the best hand. So actually goes with a significant bet that's really going to define O'Lally's range. 180 into 135, an over bet. And that's basically going to, most of the time, clear out everything but a big jack. Unfortunately for Machado, O'Lally does have the ace-jack. And really the reason why I think Machado's using this hand in ace-king is because it's less likely O'Lally has ace-jack, because you do block one of those aces. So, you know, O'Lally might make a really tight fold here with Jack 10 sometimes, but wouldn't make a fold with ace-jack, which you block. But you're not going to fold that. And here we go to the river.
Machado, river's a flush. Draw.
Joe.
Yeah.
Joseph.
Uh-huh.
You're going to confuse the viewers after that whole min-raise thing? Now you're talking about flushes on the river that don't exist?
So flush.
Reel it in.
Flush draw doesn't exist either, but what are you going to do? Machado checks. Lolly.
Oh, you know, guys, long hours here. I did make a mistake there with the sizing. It was actually 180 to 335. This is pretty awkward. My mistake. It's going to happen. Misread some things. But still effectively pretty big bet. 180 to 335. Just not an overbet. And I really hope you guys will forgive me.
Do you feel like a little bit of a
I respect.
a little bit of an ego boost when your opponent doesn't value that there? If you're Machado, you're like, yeah, that's right. You just check back top pair to me.
No, it does. I do that. I do that all the time. I change my small chip. No, bigger chips is small.
No, it makes me feel better. I have more chips.
Just trying to help you. Make it look scary.
Serenity now. Serenity now. Serenity now. Maria Lampropoulos under the gun, ace-4 of diamonds.
Yeah, on that bottom of range consideration swag here, you know, you're playing about 17 big blinds. I think it's not fully 8-handed right now. It is 7-handed. So
hold on. 1, 2.
Yeah, it's 7.
7 checks out. Yep, 7-handed.
So I think sometimes you can consider there maybe trying to get one through. It really depends, I think, also on who's in the big blind. But you're not really going to get messed with, is the thing. You know, I don't think someone's going to look down at King Jack off and decide to 3-bet you. It's a very strong open. So, you know, Maria probably would be willing to open maybe as light as ace-10 to try to steal one through. Suited wheel ace is a decent candidate, but I completely understand why, you know, you really can't afford to lose pots right now. And we see here Mamesh with the best hand with 6s might have, you know, called on the button.
Raising.
Standard.
85,000.
A little bigger than standard. Oh, there it is. And the short stacked Kahoe. And this is a classic, Joe. This King 6s, you kidding me?
And you?
This is a classic race situation.
The Cadillac of races.
Yes.
200
like Edward versus Jacob.
230.
One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
You're not a
I thought you were going to say like Edward versus his scissor hands.
Yeah.
Please, 6, not in the flop, okay?
Oh, this guy.
Not in the flop.
Team Edward.
Yeah, I'd love him. Kehoe does need to hit. And
Kehoe
does.
Don't want to go.
Now you can
Spikes a king.
us in the turn.
Needs to fade a 6 or running hearts. Turn card is neither.
Oh my God! For a second,
They do have the 6 surrounded.
Looked like it's looked like a 6 there.
Ascend.
Kehoe's pair of kings, good enough for a double up. And now Mamesh and Lampropoulos neck and neck for the bottom. Kehoe just slightly above them. 16 big blinds, 15 big blinds, 14 big blinds.
Don't deserve anything.
You don't?
Last hand.
You don't feel entitled to anything? No. That's a good way of thinking. There are many entitled people out there. Many entitled people out there. See today.
You know, if you're going to lose a race, make it the one for 7 blinds.
Correct. I agree with you on that one.
We have a game. He lost his first hand.
You have ace? It's not finished.
GBR Breakdown asks, can we get a shout out for Pie Face Poker, who just won the 550 horse at EPT Barcelona? I would love to. I don't do shout outs though.
Yeah. No,
Not
I'm
my thing.
a bit against them, but
If only I did shout outs, I'd be like, oh
Yeah.
man, Mason
Well,
Pie, way to
yeah,
take
yeah.
it down.
Yeah, if
Congrats,
you did.
but I don't.
I like that you're a man of conviction, Joe. I know it sometimes feels like it's cracking a bit. You're going to break and you're going to give a shout out, but
No, thank you.
I probably shouldn't have said that at all, actually. I think we might cut to some of that footage potentially. Whoops.
Oops. Shows up late to the level, spoiling big footage.
Was locked out of the room.
Oh, that's what that banging was.
Yeah. Hocha, whatever Stealth Monk said it was.
Guess what, Joe? I was the one who locked it. I wanted to try the open, and everyone loved it.
Raises ace-king.
Sorry.
And is going to win with ace-king. Good thing, too, because it's a drawing hand. Ooh, what's going on outside?
Oh, my God, something exciting that nobody knows about that we can reveal to the viewers.
Noah Buchan versus Patrick Yaros. Yaros puts Buchan all in on a queen jack 7 flop. Buchan shows queen 10 of hearts. What do we got? 2 clangers. Uh-oh. For Yaros. Buchan going to need to improve.
Ooh,
that's an improvement, but not the card he needed. And that's going to be it. Buchan Barokin. Had an up and down day yesterday. Was all in multiple times for his tournament life. Survived them all.
Time to book your flight home.
It's open 6.
Patrick Yaros is going to be the new chip leader, playing around 7 million. What?
Stop.
That can't be right.
Stop.
Is that right? 7 million? That can't be right. Human calculator. 7 million divided by...
Everybody just give Joe a minute. He's getting real excited about it.
Divided by 30,000. Just going to add this up in my head.
Bit of a fanboy for the big stacks, you know.
Just adding this up in my head.
How'd you do that? How'd you get all those chips?
Divided by... Hold on. I keep getting it wrong in my head.
Look, it's easy. There's like, how many chips are in play? If the average stack is 1.67, that times 41.
That's 233 big blinds.
Oh, that's what you were calculating. I thought you were calculating the percentage of the chips in play. Yeah, it has almost... Wait, 1.6... you know what? I'm going to focus on my job.
I'm going to focus on my job, which is top pair for Mockery, bottom pair for Machado. I don't know what it is, but comments like this are really getting to me today. Twitch Poker saying, it's irritating to see people tank with king 4 off. How many seconds?
Okay, dude.
Until something is considered to be a tank, Griffin.
Listen, Twitch Poker, okay?
Keep
Keep that up. We're only going to do this on YouTube.
I just don't, it seems very strange to me to complain about someone taking under 10 seconds to make their decision.
Well, okay, listen, when you're playing for 1.7 million euros, sometimes you develop intentional tendencies. Maybe you have some, like, you know, previous leaks in your game in the way that you do your timing in pre-flop situations. And Maria's completely entitled to spend 5 seconds with a hand she's always going to fold, because the time that she is going to raise, she wants those 5 seconds to think about what she's going to do. So stop it. Find something else to complain about. There's so much more interesting things to worry about.
Thank you, Griffin. I appreciate it.
It's called balancing your timing.
Mockery still with over 130 big blinds, but who cares? You're 100 big blinds short of the chip leader. It's so bizarre to even use the word tank. You couldn't even get your clothes off to get into the tank in that amount of time. You can't even open the tank. It's got a one of those big wheel doors on it.
Did you ever see Fury?
I did not care for Fury, but yes, I saw it.
It's okay. I was actually, what I found more interesting was the behind-the-scenes stuff. Stories about them just really being in it.
Is that something you learned at Burning Man, to like appreciate the making of the film more than
Yes, it was something when I was hanging out with John Berthnell and Brad Pitt. The burn, you know.
John Bernthal, man. Machado in the small. King 10 limps in. Machado's played his small and big blind kind of interestingly.
Yeah, I like this limp actually from Machado. The reason being is your opponent, a very capable countryman. You know, this hand is obviously good enough to raise, but when you do raise here and you get shoved on, you can't really profitably call for over 20 big blinds with King 10. And whoa, back up, man. Back up. Whoa. Whoa, this is a limp check pot. What is with these two guys? We saw a big hand yesterday with pocket eights for Machado on Queen 8-3 against Rocha's pocket kings. Rocha was able to get away on the turn when the board paired on the queen. But listen, the PokerStars gods might just want these two to play a big pot, because this is a very good flop for Machado, especially you know, with the just limp and check back. Yeah, too strong to raise. Oftentimes when you flop a straight, you know, it's okay to play it quite fast because you unblock all of the pairs and two pairs and sets that your opponent can have. The problem, I think, with raising in this spot, even though there's two hearts on the board and sometimes you want to get it again, you know, more money in there against flush draws as well, is that the ranges are just so wide here that you want to give an opportunity for Machado with all these chips to keep bluffing. Let's say Machado has something like 10-4 off. Would have played that as a limp, would have bet this flop, and will probably bet again to try to fold out, you know, 8x type hands. So it's important, really important when you're watching hands like this. Don't think just about what these two have, but of all the other hands that they could have. Construct that range to understand why, you know, why is Machado still betting here? What is he trying to get him to fold? He has a straight.
So to condense what Griffin just said, only think about the hands your opponent might have and bet 8x.
That's actually a very good card for Machado in the context of not improving, because it might freeze him up a bit. You know, Rocha would play this as a call twice with almost all of his jacks, probably all of his jacks. So you're not going to fold out a queen. An 8 might have folded on the turn, and a jack has now just made trips. So Machado's got to wave the white flag. And, of course, expect to see a bet from the straight man.
Yeah, Machado's going to be a little frustrated here, but a lot better than hitting a king on the end.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Promise me, huh?
Yeah, thank you.
So we saw Noah Buchan have to book it out of here, but it doesn't mean he didn't have to talk to us on the way out.
Oh, the bookend.
It's never fun to bust. It's okay. Like I never really had any chips, so never really any hands. But when I was all in, I did well. So it's kind of weird. The last day and a half, one time I ended up to 30 big blinds, but then went down to 15. The last hand, I flopped up there. I was in the blinds, and the guy had kings. So then you have to go with it, and that's it. And yeah, it sucks, but that's poker. 40 seconds. 40 seconds. 42 is my lucky number, but not today. It really is, actually. It's funny, as far as lucky numbers go. But no, it was fun, and let's see. Maybe I'll play the 10K. I don't know. Gonna take a few hours off and see what I do. But it was a fun run. I mean, 2,300 players, and but yeah, all the money's in the top. So next time.
Marcin Heretsky eliminated moments after Noah Buchan. Eliminated by Torben Sorensen. Marcin out in 41st place, which means we're down to final 5 tables. Everything going 8-handed again.
So many cool names.
Marcin Horetsky?
Yeah, and Torben something there.
Torben Sorensen? That's a powerful name.
Yeah, that's a good name. That dad had a big, beautiful beard, naming his son that.
And another hand shaping up at the main feature table. Stephen Keogh.
Okay.
Starts the hand with 15 big blinds.
Yeah, you can see how strategies have to shift when you're playing a short stack. We were just hearing Noah Buchan talk about, not really getting it over 30 big blinds, and that's really kind of how it goes sometimes. You just don't get a lot going. You're just keeping on that mountain, by your fingertips. And then sometimes you can go on a crazy run of cards, of situations, and run it up and make a final table. But right there, we just saw the Jack-10 suited from Maria being folded.
Oh, man. Keogh, Olali basically just calling this an obligation. Has to know Keogh's got to have a pretty strong hand to just raise and not ship 15 big blinds pre-flop. Now flops top pair. Frustrating for Keogh.
Bit of a weird spot for Keogh. One, you kind of need to bet to protect against, hands that are going to turn pairs. You don't want that Jack-9 to turn a 9. So you think you have the best hand almost always here and expect to get a fold.
Yeah, that's all those random suited combos and kings that people feel up. King 5s people are going to call with here, but nope.
But the thing that's going to be weird for Koei is if Olali comes in for a raise.
Koei.
Is that not it? Keogh? Koei. Koei.
Okay, Keogh retakes the lead on the turn. The key card for Keogh.
Very key. Master key. Oh my god, he has a queen. Wait, call again. How much should I bet? Oh, keep it together, keep it together, keep it together. Everyone watching.
Pretty sure if I was Olali and I faced a second bet here, I would just snap fold.
Not too much. Keogh. Ooh. Something I used to do, actually, when I was first coming up in poker. If I had a really strong hand and I wanted to bet around 100,000 or something like that, I bet like 99,000. Like I was given a little discount at Costco.
I mean, look, that's how it works. That's why everything is something $4.99, $3.99.
Yeah.
It seems like less than $4.
Yeah. I'm not asking for six figures here, Olali. I'm saying, just 95,000.
And Olali does come to the same decision I would have. So I'm pretty sad. You heard about how Noah Buchan's opened a chain of smoothie places in Amsterdam, and about the pitches I had for him. You've heard all those, right?
I have, yes. Triple Barrel Berry.
Yeah.
A couple other real good ones.
It's always coming 7 fruits and vegetables.
Yeah, that one wasn't my favorite.
Blinds and antioxidants.
That one's one of my favorites.
Well, I had some more I wanted to pitch him, but he's gone now.
Right.
It's not just smoothies this time, though, because, sometimes I'll do like a snack or something.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe an acai bowl.
Acai bowl is maybe your best work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. That's a really good one.
Or maybe, if you're playing the W Coop and you need just some quick nutrition, you can have them delivered. They do deliver starting at €59, which seems high to me. But queens and greens.
That's really good, too. You know what?
Yeah.
I'm a little disappointed now, all those years of All-American Daves at the World Series, that they didn't come up with better names than the Esfandiari Chicken. Why don't they hire you?
Where is he now?
Joe. Out of pocket, Joe.
I got more, by the way.
I'm just saying, if you had an Ace High Bowl,
right?
I think the business would still be thriving.
Still be going.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about this one? This will be good during W Coop. When you're in a big field and you're approaching the money. This is stalling on the bubble tee.
Oh, nice. I'm thinking of how I'm thinking of how like the bubble tea part really works for me because it's the bubble, but I don't know about the stalling on the like. Maybe I just don't like the ones where it's like like it's always coming 7 fruits. Like it's
you don't like it long.
It's too it's too busy.
Okay, well here's a short one for you.
Like how do you do it cheaper with bubble? Like what would you say? Like stone bubble tea.
Stone bubble tea. Okay.
Because people say stone bubble
or
a lot.
soft bubble tea.
Soft bubble tea. That's good.
Okay.
I like soft bubble tea.
This one's shorter then.
Okay.
Gut shot strawberry.
Gut shot strawberry. Jesus. Yeah. That one works for me.
I got more.
I know you do. I can see your laptop.
How about a sitting mango?
A sitting moment. Oh God. Oh jeez. Yeah. That's
triple O range merge.
Triple O orange. Oh gosh.
Triple O range merge.
All right. Yeah.
This one's a protein shake. 3-way action.
Three-way
action. It's a protein shake.
Yes. Okay.
3 different types of protein.
Yeah.
I've only got one more.
Okay.
Bad beet grass shot.
Bad beet grass.
Like
shot.
wheatgrass, but bad beet grass.
Yeah. Okay.
Too much for you. That one's too much for you.
No, that'll play. Like, once you see it written too, like you go up to the board, you see bad beet grass. Yeah.
How about a vitamin raise?
Yeah. Okay. Vitamin C bet from John Delano. I like that too.
Oh, close. Vitamin C bet's really good.
Yeah.
That's good. Well, I'm out for now, so.
I wish you had told me, see if you can come up with some before, and I would have.
I wouldn't have stopped you.
Table. Yeah. I got to think of some now. This is going to be a test of my improv.
I like when people try to get involved in chat and they just write something like this: bad beet broccoli.
I mean, you did establish it is canon that you can do fruits or foods as well. You know, with
this one. Okay, this one works actually. Bad beetroot is probably better.
Yeah, that one flows a bit
good.
Better than Queen 9 suited for Lampropolis. Commentator so many times, still slipping. Queen 9 suited. We were talking about that Ace 4 suited under the gun, how it was right on the edge there of a hand you might want to consider opening as a steal. Maria instead elects to go for the Queen 9 suited, which is a slightly worse hand but a slightly better position, and maybe based on who's in the blinds affects it. It's going to be Mockery. He's going to have the King 5, which, against the under the gun +1 range, Maria hasn't really played a hand yet. You have a lot of chips, so I don't blame Mockery for considering it, but,
Mockery's in.
You can go either way with this one. It is just 30,000 more. King 5 is kind of an interesting hand to have because, you do have the power of that one high card when if you are up against the sort of nutted range against those jacks and stuff. It's not like you're just going to double her up on a 5 high board. And actually, oh wow, boss! I love this.
It's a 3-bet.
Okay, yeah, this is
just real quick. One more here because you got to share genius when you see it. This is from Shia Surprise Pocket Pear Smoothie. I mean, come on, that one was right there. Maria does lay down the Queen 9 suited.
I just love that hand so much. It's such a nice inflection point. It's just Mockery recognizing, like, okay, Maria hasn't played a hand yet. This is going to be so strong coming as a 3-bet from the big blind. I have a blocker. If she's looking down at even like Ace-Jack, Ace-Jack suited maybe, might be like, oh, like this is so strong.
You say hello, guys.
And you won't want to bust here for the 15 big, so really nice hand with the King 5.
New player at the table.
That's right, yeah.
Lois DeFowler. That sounds like a crime novel detective.
Yeah.
I'm sure Lois is not the right pronunciation. Lois DeFowler.
This place is an absolute mess. We're going to need the DeFowler.
Lock the doors.
What?
Okay, I won't do that again.
I put that in.
He's like, I thought I was the only French guy at this table.
Hey, what is this?
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
I said I didn't want to play. Feature table.
He went from not wanting to play the feature table to being the most lax dude.
I made the agreement, only one French player.
When did you learn Spanish?
Here we are.
I learned Spanish in Latin America, yeah.
Ria Lampropoulou under the gun starts the hand with 14 big blinds.
Just give her some kings.
Several short stacks at the table. Kehoe, Lampropoulou, Mimesh, all short.
Beja.
Little Latam Spanish being exchanged. I think gracias can fly under the English only at the table rule.
I think she's just doing this one for the trolls at home. She took a little longer than usual with this 3 deuce under the gun. I think that might have been an intentional excuse.
I think she doesn't look right away either. Pocket jacks for Inspector de Fowler. Not someone I would want to take bowling. Oh, the Fowler over here.
Yeah.
Raise with pocket jacks. That makes sense. Makes it 60,000. Okay. No tells to be made there. Ace king suited for Hocha. All options available except fold. Let's not be crazy.
Both playing about 30 big blinds. You know, relatively early position. So I do expect these chips to go in, you know, for these 30 big blinds each. But would be more likely to go all in sort of, you know, in later position. Fowler would hate to just get on this table and then bust for his hand with jacks, but it's in the range of outcomes right now. Mimesh just wasting everyone's time because he has a pretty hand. I've never folded queen jack suited in my life. I'm not about to start now to another Frenchman.
How much did you start the hand with? $1 million?
That's 30 big.
K-hand Mockery in the small blind. Pocket eights. Statistically, the hand most likely to flop a set.
Mockery getting a little greedy here.
What?
No.
Announces all in.
No.
That is out of line.
And is going to actually be a great result for Mockery because I don't think DeFowler can really call here. And that will leave Roca with the call for the 30 big blinds with suited ace king will have to make, and then it will be a flip.
What?
I mean, what do you do with jacks here?
Get those time bank cards ready.
This is out of pocket, I gotta say. This is just sort of like, oh, these guys are messing around. Like,
I've been doing commentary on this table all day, and I have not seen a move like this from anybody. Just a sudden outburst.
Yeah, let's get into the mind of Mockery. DeFowler's new at the table, opens one of the first hands. A very capable player in Rocha decides to make what would appear to look like a strong 3-bet, and Mockery just doesn't buy any of it. You know, not even necessarily worried about DeFowler. Also because DeFowler has to call such a tight range here. I mean, to even be considering folding jacks here, that means that he's folding everything else that isn't queens through aces in this spot.
Right.
You know, so in that respect, you really just have to hope that Roca doesn't have it here. And if he does have it, maybe he has ace-king. So this is actually the way it's shaping up. You know, you are running into two monsters, but is going to get that amazing flip and the dead money of DeFowler if DeFowler lets go of these jacks.
So Kehan Mock made a Sunday Million Day 2 last month, played super aggressively there also. And also, your first hand at the table, let's not forget, for DeFowler, just got here. Also all in, did not lay it down.
Good for you.
Rocha now with a crazy decision. Ace-king suited is a hand that can make the nuts multiple ways.
Yeah, this is a really impressive, brave call from DeFowler. You know, do not underestimate how difficult this spot is. I know you can see the cards at home, but You know, when you raise and there's a re-raise and then an all-in behind, and you have 30 big blinds, 40 people left in the EPT main event, this is the hand, like, right on the line. You know, you kind of have to go with queens, but, you know, tens you would be snap folding. So jacks becomes that one right on the line, and DeFowler electing to call. And now the spot for Rocha is just so brutal, because it can be something like this. It can be Mockery just, you know, shoving tens, but it can also be, you know, Mockery shoving ace-queen suited or ace-king, and there's some of your outs are gone, but you could just triple up here effectively.
Yeah, I did want to mention that. 2.1 million in the middle. Average stack right now is 1.7 million, so we're playing for an above average stack purely based on what's in the middle.
Yeah, like this is your big spot. You're suited as well. Like there's just so much to gain from putting the chips in here, even though you know you're technically behind the pairs. Doesn't matter. This is a huge price with two other all-ins.
Everyone's just laddered up, by the way. 39 players left in the field. That's a new pay bracket. 31,000 euro. Everyone guaranteed now. Ace-king folds. Mockery way behind. Huge spot for DeFowler. First hand at the table. Bienvenue à la table. I was prepared to be calling a flip in this situation. Yeah. Instead, it's a domination. Let's hope there's at least one right way to play jacks. Eight in the window.
My goodness.
No right way to play jacks.
And a huge sigh of relief from Rocha, certainly folding that ace-king suited.
Brutal for DeFowler. Makes the right decision. It's now down to one out. And needs to hit it on the river. There's a French band I like very much called Justice. And I'm hoping it makes an appearance here. But no, it's an ace on the river. And DeFowler makes a cameo appearance at the feature table. I thought that Inspector DeFowler was going to be a main character. Yeah. Turns off, he gets killed in the first scene.
Yeah, Mockery spoiling what would have been the big flip between DeFowler and Rocha. Wow, just DeFowler out. Defiled by Mockery there.
DeFowler not so much defeated by Mockery, but by pocket jacks. Let's be honest.
No right way to play him.
Yeah. But sorry, man.
The tail is always time.
All in, you fall. Because when you
taking it very well, but I think I see the sweat starting to beat up on his face. Yeah, we're just gonna. That's your prize, is that you get undressed.
Before you fall.
Oh
man, this is my favorite comment of the day from Taftarella.
It's better.
Mockery has plot armor. Oh, thanks for that. Apparently Mockery's the main character, or maybe the main villain.
Yeah, right. Ooh, outer table action. Gail Bauman. Playing against Valentin Marius Cristea. This is round two. They've already tangled at least one of the pot we've seen. The board is deuce, jack, tray, ace. Cristea checked. Has checked. Action on Bauman. So we got an ace out there, a jack, a three, a deuce. Bauman bets 150. And Cristea folds. Gail Bauman is a fan favorite. Let's hear. We had a chance to catch up with Gail. I'd love to hear what she had to say. What about you?
Absolutely.
I'm Gail Bauman. I'm 39. And I'm a professional poker player. Before playing poker, I finished my studies in literature and linguistics, and I skipped to poker. It was more fun. I like to promote the game for female players, because I think a lot of them are maybe a little bit scared, which I can understand. They're scared to get into big tournaments with all the men. I don't really see a difference between male and women players. I'm happy that a lot of women take me as a role model to get into the game and start to play, yeah. I've never done a EPT final table, so that would be really nice, but obviously I'm here to try to win the tournament, so it would be awesome to win a title, of course, because I don't have any yet, and EPT is really a prestigious one.
Certainly is a prestigious one. I remember the first time I saw Gail on a broadcast, we did a feature like that, and I said, "Is this the Mona Lisa? Because I feel like I am in the Louvre." I would never say that now, though.
Il ouvre de valet, il relance. L'autre as roi suited. Il 3-bet.
38 remain. Very interesting cast of characters on this featured table. Mockery, a little bit of a showing his loose cannon side. A really cool 3-bet followed by a 4-bet shove into at least one really strong range at the time. So really willing to play. Maybe he's just really defensive of his blinds. It's like no.
I mean, I'll think twice about raising jacks into his big blind. That's for sure.
Great opportunity for Maria to shove here, and does so. It's going to get it through against this King 6 almost surely.
Take it back.
Nice spot for the 13 big blinds to get that raise fold. Ace 6. You hate to get called when you shove, but having a good understanding of Mockery's range there for sure. Easy shove with the Ace 6.
Lucky, touch me, please, touch me.
What?
I'm crazy.
We know.
Oh, really?
Crazy.
Really?
Very.
Look pretty normal to me.
These guys are punch drunk. Slapping each other with the hot mops.
You have to show me that play one day.
That was for me. That was for me. Yeah. Thanks. What do I pay? Oh, it's for free? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I should have gotten more. I don't know. Yeah.
Where is Maria from? Greece? Argentina, I believe.
She does rep Argentina. Mockery, Ace 9 suited.
Up to over 5 million. Just some massive stacks.
Oh, yeah, good point. Good point. Overtakes Machado.
Yeah.
So much going on the last few minutes with that crazy hand, then speaking to Gael, then Gael's hand, all happening at once. But yeah, Mockery has taken the lead here. As Griffin said, over 5 million in chips. Apparently there's a 7 million chip stack out there, though.
Oh, Clash of the Titans. Almost certainly going to be played as a complete here for Machado, but it's going to be fun to see the two players with a combined 300 big blinds. Oh, I don't know about that.
It's called Warforge.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit on the tight side just for one chip. So much play to have there, but Machado, I think, has a clear understanding of his ranges, and probably as a rule would be wanting to sort of call, Jack 9 or some suited jacks there, and I think it's nice to go a little outside it sometimes when you're so deep.
Also, as a rule, you're not allowed to eat all the fully loaded nachos. You have to share the nachos. It's a rule.
What? Did he tell you to say that? I saw you go over there and...
What?
650.
I mean, Mark, he's tough not to like. Even with the brutal suck out. With the complete glitch. The OOL shove into one much better hand and one that really had a decent shot against him. And you're like, this dude's pretty likable. Man, she acts too fast. Lampropoulou. It's annoying how fast she acts. Machado folds ace-8 in the small.
I would have actually preferred to call the jack-8 in the big than the ace-8 in the small. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but...
Well, you're not saying you would want to play jack-8 against ace-8. You're just saying...
No, yeah.
You're talking about a hand that...
When you're in the big blind, no players behind. You know, ace-8's tricky. You definitely don't want to be flatting here and being up against bigger ace and a very skilled player that's ready to barrel and stuff.
Well, Roja with some suited gappers that have missed entirely. Seven's still the best hand.
Yeah, this is going to play pretty clean for Mockery. Good to bet here. You know, sometimes you are going to be betting into an ace, but very rarely check raise, and you want to protect against those hands that can pop off a pair higher than a 7 on the turn.
We're down to 36 players. Next pay jump is at 31. So basically the way it works is next time we have full tables, right? 4 full tables, 32 players. As soon as you lose one of those, bang,
yes,
new pay jump.
Have you ever seen him check? Have you ever seen him check? You ever seen him check?
No. No, I have a 8-4.
Yes, Johnny, I agree that people being overly critical of Maria's speed is as a result of sexism. I couldn't agree more. We'll focus on W Coop instead. It's the only thing that calms me down. We're going to be doing broadcasts from W Coop. 300 tournaments, 12 championship events. I'll be on the broadcast. James will be on the broadcast. Griffin, I assume, you're going to be a part of the W Coop broadcast.
Wouldn't miss it.
Nick Walsh. Is Burning Man over by then or what?
Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back in the booth by that Wednesday or something. So September 3rd or 4th or something. This is not an easy decision here for Rocha. Are we going with Rocha or Roca? Keep on going back and forth. Do we know? Any Brazilians want to give me some tip there? Sorry. What? Is this me or are you seeing in general?
It's kind of like a soft R, like a roja.
Oh, right. Okay, that was the one. Okay, roja.
Like roja, yeah.
Roja. So the reason why this hand is tricky, roja.
Roja,
is because, you know Maria is capable of having some raise folds here at the cutoff. You have this blocker in the ace. When you're playing 15, 20 big blinds, sometimes you kind of just think, okay, I have to make a decision here. Either I think she doesn't have something and I'm going to shove. You don't really have a lot of room to 3-bet fold. But Roca has found some. He's found a little bit of room. A 2.5x out of position that forces hands like what Maria ended up raising with the 9-7 suited to fold. Looks really strong. You don't risk your whole stack. I would say don't make it a habit to 3-bet 2.5x out of position when you're just playing 16 big blinds effective, but found it. You gotta find it. Okay, a guy named Felipe is saying, nope, it's pronounced Rocha in Portuguese.
See, they
okay,
don't,
we're going to go with Rocha.
They don't agree.
Okay, we're going to go with
the other
Rocha.
thing.
Rocha is easy, it's clean.
I think they collectively get together as a country and they're like, let's just
mess with
troll the F out of
Yeah.
these guys.
Yeah, we'll get them to really roll their R.
It's Rocha. It's Roca.
Childlike challenge. I'm getting a lot of Rochas, so I'm sticking with Rocha.
Sorry. I'm committed.
D on YouTube says, Jesus, this is the most boring table in ages. Although I have the power to ban you, you can just call me Joe.
Billy P. Brooks says it's 5 silent letters. It's a totally silent name.
Also, you ban.
Don't do it. No, I like that joke. You keep that boy around. He's got a bright future.
Maria, queen 6. Out.
Gotta get that good. Oh, it's gonna be my break in 15 minutes. Gonna be walking through the halls.
I have 3 brothers here.
Call this my final 36 smell. I feel like that would be a thing. Like if you were really into cologne or perfume, you would have like milestones. You were like you would wear certain things for, you know,
Lucky
things happening in your
cologne.
life.
Yeah.
I want to make a stop and go, but...
Stop and go?
No meta game.
Wow.
It's not 2014, okay?
So I'm just going to wait, because it's not sexism, for all the people to start complaining how long it took them to fold 4 high there.
Yeah.
Sorry. Again? 4-2. For this. Off. No, you don't believe me?
Like you...
I
I'm
want
not
to
even
call
going to
and
read that.
push.
Thank you. Thank you for
One
deleting
time
it.
I make in EPT Deauville. Call and then push.
I don't disagree with Hyunjung here, who says, man, I would be joking up and getting drunk if I was playing for 7 figures. Lamau.
Is 8-8-4. He fought. He fought.
How about this one from Thai, Canada? Just call him Rasha because he's just as fierce and princess.
That's Princess Jasmine.
Princess Jasmine. I screwed it up. I'm sorry. That was my fault, not yours. How about a stop and go G berry smoothie?
That's pretty good.
Bounce from Bagpuss.
Nice. I like that. Whoa, Nightbot. Clean it up, buddy. In the booth, we have commentary from Joe Stapleton and Nick Walsh. Do I sound like Nick Walsh to you, huh? If I don't start getting some gosh dang credit around here.
Amigo.
More than Nick Walsh's sub, okay? More than his understudy. Mamish, great opportunity for a shove here. We don't know what the big blind has yet, and it is mockery, but with 10 big blinds, 11 big blinds, you got to put in the King X type hands. Going to get called by worse sometimes. You're going to fold out some hands. Oh, no. Well, wait a minute. Was there a raise or something?
Rest your hands.
What are you talking about? Stop and going with 4 deuce, but you won't shove King 7. What did Mockery have? Show us a graphic. This is ridiculous. Yeah, he just folds. Like you need to acquire chips in spots like that. I don't care if you don't want to have a story where you go home and you know, tell your kid that you busted with King 7.
I need to break because
you got to shove there.
I push King 7.
Mockery, I think, is hearing that he folded King 7. He's like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, keep doing that. Like, I'm not going to act all shocked and tell him it's bad. Yeah, good fold, man. Yeah, I had King Jack. I was ready to call you.
Ready. Listo. Dai, chamare. Cara, tá boa essa.
Table short stacks are Stephen Keogh, Maria Lampropoulou, and Sleman Mamesh in that order. Oh, that's why Mamesh is all punch drunk. He's got 10 big blinds.
Redraw.
He's a man with nothing left to live for.
There's Maria.
Maria putting it all in with, ooh, a mystery hand.
Oh, very on theme from the mystery bounty yesterday. We're doing a mystery hand here on day 4.
Oh, Ollie's out with King Jack.
And if you're here in Barcelona, I believe there's another mystery bounty here today.
I mean, this is a slam dunk call
Mystery.
with 2 10s.
Yes, it is. But we just saw. Oh gosh, he did the triangle thing. Oh no.
I actually don't mind asking for the triangle with your fingers, except when you're calling all in. You're not really moving all in. Not as big a fan of that. All right, it's down to Lampropoulou and Mamesh, and Mamesh has got her pipped.
Make a wish. Rub the Lampropolis. Come on, 9.
Where's my friend?
We have seen stranger things happen.
Yeah.
But as of right now, Lampropoulou, the big favorite to double up Mamesh.
Sorry.
Jack high flop.
9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9.
10's still doing quite well.
I'm sure you're a very nice man, Mamish. I'm a Maria fan.
Maria can hit a 9 and only a 9.
You know, she will still be in the tournament.
That's right.
But 4 big blinds.
Not going to have a lot of chips.
Not a ton to work with.
We'll just say Mamesh needs to fade a 9. Does not.
10 were good for me.
Good for does. Mamesh fades the 9. Maria does not hit the 9. You guys know what I meant. Leave me alone.
Tabasco sauce. You like?
Mamesh doubles up. It is not bye-bye Maria.
No, it is
David T. It is.
What's the expression that you made up, Joe? Not quite there, but.
Is this one?
About the amount of chips she has left.
On fumes?
No.
Crumbs?
No.
Decimated?
No. A chip?
Oh, the phrase.
The phrase, yes.
Yeah.
Phrase,
so,
expression, aren't they the same thing?
Yeah, sorry. I just, I was thinking. All it takes is a chip and a chair.
Yes, that's what you
phrase
created, yeah.
I came up. I was thinking this one time. I was like,
wait.
you can always make a comeback. It was 2014, and I was like, you know what? As long as you're still in the tournament, you still have a chance to win. And then it just came to me. I was like, look, all you really need is a chip and a chair.
I remember where I was on that day.
Yeah, where were you?
I was, I heard about it. I was in a group chat where someone said, you guys are never going to believe, like, you know that moment in The Matrix when Mouse comes in, he's just like, Morpheus is fighting Neo? It had that energy.
Yeah,
I was
or
in
like
a group chat where it's like, Joe just said, you're never going to believe this.
Or the end of Back to the Future, where he's
Yes,
like, hey,
yes.
Chuck.
It's your kids. It's your kids, Morty.
No.
No? Okay.
No, he says, you know that new sound you've been looking for?
Oh, gosh,
Listen
yes,
to
of
this when
course.
he knew it was going to be the new thing.
Yeah, it was a huge group chat. It just spread through. And it's weird now because some people think it's just been around for so long, like so much longer, because of the impact it made when it came on the scene. But 2014, when you said that, you know, it was a ripple through the entire community.
Machado raising pocket fours. FTA, first to act. Mamesh freshly doubled up. Folds the king 8. Mockery out on the button, on to the blinds. Kehoe. And Maria has put her chips in before she has looked at her cards.
8.
And she has aces! She Maybe she hadn't put her chips in, but she does in fact have aces, and Machado has to call.
She should slow roll here. Like,
zoinks!
Come on, you gotta like make a joke about it. Be like, I haven't looked or something.
Well, you saw her. She looked at one, and then she was like, oh. That is quite... I mean, I hate to be negative, Nancy, but you're like, why didn't I get aces when I had a big blind?
Yeah. That's the cruel... Poker gods can have a sense of humor.
Oh, but she is chipping a chairing this one all the way to the final table.
Boy.
It's exactly situations like this that I invented that phrase.
Yes. And we thank you to this day.
Maria more than doubles up to 7 big blinds.
That's workable, man. I'm telling you. Especially you just paid the blinds. You're going to have a whole rotation.
Check out Machado's reaction once he sees the aces. Whoa.
It's like seeing a magic trick. Did you see that?
He was like, I'm going to lose an extra big blind.
I opened 4-4. Anyway,
she knows. She saw the hand.
What about me?
Hey, buddy, watch the mic.
Solta as palavras aí.
This square and open anyway because
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Man, I got a lot of respect for people that try to speak other languages, just show up. You can see how much effort he's going to there to try to communicate.
Yeah.
That's awesome. The rest of us just sit there. Like, I go to another country, sit there like an idiot.
Did my girlfriend tell you to say this because I haven't learned enough French?
No, but I feel the same way. Well, I mean, most of my mom's entire family lives in France. I feel like such a dunce. Just sitting there quietly miming things.
Yeah.
McDonald's, I do the golden arches. Big Mac, Royale with cheese. Mockery raising, Jack 8 suited from the cutoff. Maria, Ace 8.
Yeah, go for it. I think this is a great hand, not just because Mockery has the Jack 8, but when you're breaking down ranges, you know you're ahead of the range of Mockery here with Ace 8. Do not fold here. And there she goes. Very accomplished and experienced EPT champion. And it's moments like this, the reason why. Not easy to put in Ace 8 offsuit. You know, once you've just doubled up.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, Mockery.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
No.
Domination.
She's coming for you.
Situation. As Maria Lampropoulou continues potentially chipping and chairing her way out of this level.
You funny French?
In French, it's a flip.
Oh, no.
That is not a stellar flop.
Now he's a flip.
For Ace 8.
And you can see the percentages. It's just incredible, isn't it?
Mockery with 10 outs.
And backdoor diamonds.
10 immediate outs.
This could be over on the turn, is the sick part.
The turn is a 6. It is not over on the turn. Still just 10 outs. That's a lot to fade. Any queen, any jack, any 7.
4 of spades.
It's a 7. Lampropoulou finally falls. Former PCA champion, dusted
Good game. Salve me.
in 36th place.
Expensive. Oh, 8-9?
Oh, ça va?
Big boy. Good game. Salve me.
Taking it like a champ.
GG.
That's because that's literally what she is.
She is a champ. 31,000 euros for her efforts. This is a 5K buy-in event, so 6 times your money, not terrible.
I say Egypt flip.
But all the real cash is up top.
More plot armor comments for Mockery.
E o outro pagou, e, enfim, tem que acontecer várias coisas, né? Não é só pegar jogo. Se ela folda, você perde potão.
Bad beat.
Yeah. But no jackpot. Just a long walk back to the hotel room.
5 minutes left on the level.
Have the same way.
So sick. Get aces there. It was like fucking sucks.
Well, Ali's been a little quiet there for a while.
Yeah, hasn't played much.
Been a little card dead. Gonna happen. Ebbs and flows, baby. Looks like we should get a blind-on-blind battle here between the two Brazilians. These guys have seemingly been beside each other every time. You saw yesterday, they were beside each other in these exact seats. It's going to get taken down by Rocha. I have been told that the Rocha means the rock in Portuguese, so I'm going to be calling him Dwayne Johnson from now on.
It doesn't mean the rock, it means rock.
I saw the rock.
I played my first.
I need the break.
It means any rock.
Any rock. Well,
not the rock.
He's going to be. Listen, don't spoil my subpar Dwayne Johnson joke, okay?
What would you call it?
This one will get me the break.
When you call me out, everyone else gangs up on me. Reminds me you're the true comedian.
Yeah. I wasn't horrible.
Griffin, I don't think that way. I don't think either of us are true comedians.
No. I actually watched a little comedy last night in bed.
What'd you watch?
I watched Amy Schumer Presents something on Netflix that came out this year.
Haven't seen it yet, but I'm a big Amy Schumer fan.
Yeah, me too. It was I found one comic to be particularly not good, which kind of brought everything else down, but there were a couple really great acts. I liked it. Oh, do you smell what the Raka is cooking?
Pocket Rakas?
Pocket Rakas. Just call, baby. Just call. Find it. No. You can't find it on this stack. 800K. You got a 3-bet. You know, it's just too much to gain if your opponent doesn't believe you here and, you know, shoves in. We've seen how capable Mockery is of, you know, not believing his opponents, being willing to put in like 1 million chips for it. So, unlucky for Rocha that Mockery is as low in his range as Queen 7 suited, but I mean, he's not going to go quietly. He's going to really give him a stern look at least. But you better not do that again.
Come on, you couldn't have just tanked for another few seconds to get the break? I should have hit him short. Go break.
The break being invoked down to under 2 minutes on the level means the break is likely to happen at the end of this hand.
Anyway, anytime you raise into my big blind, I'm going to re-raise you, because I just know you haven't run a hand all the time. So just stay away from the big blind unless you have a hand. Yeah?
I had a hand.
I'm just going to shove on you all the time.
Yeah, do it.
You just folded the 200.
Yeah, but
in your face, you call everything.
Yeah, but you know, it's. I didn't have a perfect hand.
Love the Irish accent.
You had
enough hand.
You had 2 cards.
Had a good enough hand.
Mockery raising under the gun. First position, first to act, Jack 10. Queen Jack for Kehoe.
Shove it in. Shove it in.
Over and under the gun,
Shove
raise from still early position with tons of people to act behind you.
So we're 6-handed.
Hold on a second.
Please.
Okay, we're 6-handed.
We're 6-handed.
That
Mockery
checks
is opening a really,
out.
really wide range. The calling range behind is going to have to be kind of tight because it's a raise and an all-in. Let's just say someone has ace-jack. Ace-jack's going to be folding behind. So you're going to be folding out some better hands. You're going to get a lot of folds from Mockery because we're seeing queen-7, jack-10, all these kind of hands. So I think it's a good spot. I don't fault Kehoe for folding. I think it's right on the line. I think if you have king-queen suited, you have to shove. King-jack suited, you should probably shove. But queen-jack is that one you can go either way, and I think that's where the consideration came from. You don't want to make it a rule to be shoving under the gun +1 with queen-jack suited over a raise under the gun, but this is a very specific scenario. This is someone that has near 200 big blinds, raising almost every single hand, last hand before the break. This is a spot you can acquire some chips with 16 big blinds.
Well, there goes our break. Why couldn't Ramesh have 6-3 offsuit?
With this hand before.
Never?
Yes, because I never played with this hand before.
Maybe the first time now.
So I tried.
He's actually said multiple times that he loves this hand, I'm pretty sure. I would be like, hey, what do you got, pocket eights again? Huh, Mockery? What do you got, pocket eights? I think Ramesh just led at this.
No, he didn't.
I think he did, yeah.
You can't do that.
He led 30,000 into a pot of 165.
No, he's just going to raise.
And Mockery says, if it leads, it bleeds.
Yeah, it's like, what are you doing, pal?
I raise you, you fold.
You just wanted to give away 30,000? Like,
what's a big blind amongst friends?
Now?
King 10.
No, Jack 10.
Jack 10?
Oh, thank you.
All right, players are going on break. We're going to do the same.
Thank you.
This break's going to be about 18 minutes long. Before we do, let's check out the feature table chip count. There will not be a table change, I'm told. Going to stick with this lot. Can Mockery, with the eights crushing the pocket jacks of the French Inspector, still on top of this table. Peterson Machado, no longer 200 big blinds, just 100 big blinds. Rocha with 23. Kehoe the short stack. We're going on an 18-minute break. More from EPT Barcelona in a bit. Jan Bublé, this superstar. King, queen, on the button. Paul Berenda, missed this guy. Super nice fella. Very reasonable dude. I don't know why I remember that.
I've always wanted to go out on a bender with Paul Berenda.
Oh man, that would be awesome. This is a weird rebet out of the big blind.
Yeah, so Todd Sisley's made it 38,000 with Jack 8. Action back on Bublé on the button. And Jan folds the king queen.
Stare down competition here.
I guess so. Very serious.
Just a raise and a re-raise. Let's see a flop.
Sisley getting a little out of line against the old stalwart here.
Time to sweat with Roberto Romanello. Blinds are now 4,000 to 8,000. We are only going to see Roberto's whole cards in this particular situation.
Very good. You learn, see? At least you learn.
I love a good sweat with hand. I like to only see one player's hold cards.
All making friends.
Right.
I heard the word raise there.
I'm crazy. Huh? I am crazy. You are crazy.
There you go.
Crazy Eloy Lopez, the legend.
Both.
I think the story checks out.
Makes it 17,500. So what does Roberto have here?
Okay, come on. Let's see a flop.
Pocket eights, snowmen's in the big blind.
Can we just one-time flop a set?
No. Sorry.
Never. Never easy.
It's never easy in poker.
All right. The current plan, checking. What is that, like a full pot size bet? Like 3/4 pot? That's so suspicious. Why so big? It's like it better if we had a... I don't even know what would make this better other than an 8. I guess call once.
Blockers. He can't have a king now.
Are you sure about that? He doesn't look that happy about it, but if he fires again, I'm just ready to be done with this hand.
Yeah, but he told us he's crazy.
Here's something a mistake I make a lot, which I'm not sure is happening here, but I think they have a king or they don't. And they can also have 9s and 10s, jacks, queens. Because right now they could be looking at us saying, well, they don't have, we don't have a king.
Yeah, but when someone tells you they're crazy, it means they've got a hand like 7-4 or 8-6. Not even suited.
8-6 suited.
No,
spades.
I think Roberto's got the best hand here. I'm less convinced now.
So what I started saying on the flop is I'd feel a little bit better if we at least had the 8 of spades. I mean, he jams. I just don't see the need to make this hero call.
Nice time.
Yeah, we're gonna get bluffed sometimes, but.
You riveted me.
Yeah, you got riveted, Roberto. So
I made 2 good calls and I got riveted.
Did make 2 good calls. He is crazy, this guy.
He was value shoving? Said he was value shoving there?
Don't you know I'm loco?
I got riveted. I had no spade. That's the game.
Hey, it's Julio Beluccio.
Yes.
No show, sorry. 100,000. I cannot give show. Just one move. Just one move. It's all in. Just one move. Here?
Is he behind now? No.
Oh.
Yo fatal.
That's Julio Gaston Beluccio to you.
He's a bit more muted today, playing a 10 big blind stack.
Sad face. Hey, still not quite a stack.
My friend's big blind.
Yeah.
No matter how long you squeeze that one, it ain't getting any better than Queen 6.
Kimo Pusa with Queen 3 in the small. Bets enough to put Beluccio all in. Oh, and he's actually got a hand. Ace King.
Good luck.
That's pretty decent.
Is that the play with
Not a
Queen
pair.
3 there?
I'm not happy.
You're not happy?
No, 60-40 is not. I prefer to have a pair.
It's not 60-40. You are a 3-1 favorite.
Bigger than 3. No.
No offense, but I played with him all day yesterday. And I really want him to win. He's a good friend of mine.
Yawn. Okay, so far so good.
I think what he's really saying is I want him to double up so I can win the chips off of him.
Well, Beluccio is in a situation where he's a 97% favorite, just one out for Pusa, and he hits it!
No.
One outer on the river.
No way!
He looked at me and
Nice to meet you.
Oh my goodness.
I can't believe that.
Julio Beluccio eliminated in 64th place, cashes for 13,000 euros.
Now all we're left with is Jim Beluccio. Ugh.
The blinds are up, 8,000 and 16,000, running ante of 2,000.
That means there's 32,000 in the pot before the hand starts.
Here comes Elke again, raising it up.
At this point, Elke's going to just be putting the pedal to the metal. He's going to be raising with any two cards he finds. He doesn't care.
Tangling with Richard Toth again, who's called his raise. And what's this? Aces again for Theo Jorgensen?
This side is so rigged. Theo's deciding if he goes all in, will he get called? He thinks he will.
Not by Elke.
Not by Elke. Remember, Toth is still smarting from that last hand. I don't think his mental facilities are at their peak right now.
Well, how does Queen 9 actually rate as a hand, four-handed?
It's a perfectly fine raise calling hand, but now Theo, behind a raiser and him calling, has moved all in.
How much is it in total?
Well, he's asked for a count of Theo's chips, so he's giving it some serious consideration.
I don't think he thinks he's in front, but he very correctly is thinking it's not a question of whether I'm in front. The question is whether I am getting the right price to call here. Of course he's not, but if Theo's in there with something like Ace-3, then he is getting the right price. And that's what he's trying to work out right now. And again, we need to emphasize that he is still recovering from the most spectacularly hand gone wrong of the entire tournament. He wants to get a bunch of chips back right now. It's really hurting him.
So much to take in. Working out the percentages of this hand. Still thinking about the last hand.
Theo is a complete cipher. He's not showing a single thing.
Theo, I think I have to trust in my instincts. It says you've got nothing.
He's making the call, and he's going to see his instincts were wrong. Theo Jorgensen has the aces. He has Queen 9.
His instincts were very wrong. He's a 4-1 underdog behind Theo.
Listen to the crowd applaud. The Danes want to see the homeboy win this pot.
Wrong instinct this time, but it happens to me.
Yeah, sometimes you just can't guess what your opponent's got, and this is one of those occasions.
That's just about all Theo at this point.
Theo in great position to double up here.
Oh my goodness. That is the best card that Toth could have hoped for. Now suddenly it's only a 2-1 race. He's got a straight draw and a flush draw.
Looking for a heart.
Or an 8 or a king.
And there's the 10 of hearts. And that means on the river, Theo Jorgensen has been defeated. Richard Toth has made a flush and has actually knocked Theo Jorgensen out of the tournament.
This is absolutely amazing. And in fact, Theo had said pair the board, and it did, but he didn't think about pairing and making a heart simultaneously. What an awful, awful river card for him.
Still thinking about making a move here.
I raised the pot.
A raise to 12,600. The loose cannon.
6, right?
Ooh, pair of cowboys.
If there's ever a time to re-raise, this is it.
12-6.
Yep.
Call.
But just a call.
We have some cannon action over here.
Ernest just called 12,000 cold. Should be sending smoke signals into the sky.
Wow, started something.
He may be trying to set a trap by just calling, but by not re-raising, Ernest giving Doyle and Tony both better odds to call behind him.
Well, you can see Doyle's stack, just 50 grand right now.
He's looking at 20% of his stack to call.
Well, no, Tony's going to call it, so I might as well too.
Yeah. I love these big pots.
It's a very loose call from Doyle.
Tony calls.
Wow, what a sick hand this is. 4 ways.
I'm not even going anyway next spot, so it's like a free roll for me.
It's the danger of smooth calling with kings. Ernest has let 3 other players into this pot.
The flop 9-10-9 trip 9s for Hellmuth.
Phil has flopped the Hellmuth out of it. Our loose cannon Ernest is in big trouble if he can't get away from this, and honestly, Chris, I don't see how he'll be able to.
Tony G is checked on over to Phil Hellmuth.
That flop looks like you, doesn't it?
No, Phil, I look like me.
Ernest very confident.
17,000.
Phil bets 17,000.
If you look like me, why you bet so much?
Ernest is actually asking the right question, but isn't looking for an answer.
Wow.
All he can see are those 2 kings.
$36,000.
I love you, Ernest.
I tried again, well, I just can't.
Doyle folds.
I was going to raise. So sick.
Tony G's out.
Wow. This is almost certainly disaster for our loose cannon.
200,000.
What are you going to do if I move in? You going to call?
Phil, of course I have no choice but to, my brother.
You got aces or kings or something, or what?
Man, if I had aces or kings, man, I'd be the man right now, wouldn't I?
This is why this show's so fun.
Boy, oh boy, I don't think I have a choice here. This is so sick. All right, I guess I'm all in.
I call. Kings.
I got 3 9s.
You lie, be kidding me. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah,
What were you slow rolling him for?
Here, man.
Maybe at 10's full. I mean, he was so happy.
That was so unreal.
That was torture. I didn't mean to slow roll. Hold on. How many times do you want to deal it?
Oh, hey, thanks for asking me.
3 times?
Yeah, that's, huh?
3 times?
Yeah, run it 3.
3 times.
3 times.
3 times.
Yeah, that'll
You
work.
might win one of those 3.
Gee whiz, man.
Wow, and you straddled and everything. That was perfect.
You made it so much before the flop with ace-9.
Our loose cannon has 1 foot out the door.
Yep. You want to deal it 4 times?
When you asked him, you're going to call if I go all in, and he said yes, what percentage of you didn't believe that he was given the straight dope there with that little bit left? Wasn't it like a little
bit left? He had 50,000 left.
That's one of the worst slow rolls I've seen in forever.
No, that's not.
When
a
you
slow
know
roll.
he's going to call because he says it.
You know, Phil Locke, why don't you just stay out of it? Why don't you stay out of it?
Because I'm right here,
because you've been so far out of line to me, and every time we've played, and I'm just sick of it. So why don't you just mind your business?
12,600.
But he's right. It was a pretty sick slow roll.
I'm sorry, because I haven't done anything like that in my whole life.
Were you folding? I can't get away from this. The whole speech. The guy's already in.
He's already got 80%.
Let Doyle decide.
Doyle, you're the.
He had 50,000 more. Did he have 50,000 more? You want to? I'll bet he had at least 40,000 more.
He put in 36,000.
I'll bet he had 40 more before you count and look.
74, 74,
What's the difference?
300.
How can you ever have that beat?
You want to deal it 4 times or what?
4 times?
Yeah. It gives you a better chance to win.
Damn sure do. Cool. Run him out, baby.
All right, 4 times.
4 times, need 2 kings. Wow, that's about
Or you need
50,
spade,
50.
spade, queen, jack.
Hey, run a jack.
Spade,
Hey,
yeah.
run a runner.
So we'll see the turn and river 4 times with each pot worth a shade under 50 grand. Run number 1, a jack of hearts.
Queen. Yeah, queen,
king.
The river, an ace of diamonds. Round 1 goes to Hellmuth.
Phil Hellmuth is filled up and made a full house. He's locked up at least 25% of this pot.
Run 2. The turn, a king.
There we go.
Yeah.
Full house. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Get me down.
If you're in it twice, you
Get
got
me
money back.
down.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, I said 4 times, though. Damn, didn't I? Holy snap. I got to stand back up now. I thought it was only twice. Come on.
The river's a 3.
15% dog. Ernest has won the second pot.
So that's cool. I'm feeling good right now. Well,
You're still alive. You're still alive.
Our loose cannon will stick around. Round 3, a 7 of spades.
Everybody's rooting for a spade.
He can now hit a king or a spade to win this run.
The river, it is a spade.
Goddamn spade! Up 2-1. That's loose cannon. He's up 2-1.
Why did you go for 4 times? You went for.
hey, man, I was thinking of more house, man.
Oh, this is like slow roll. One more time. One more time. Put a king ball out there.
Ernest Wiggins has now won half the pot.
This is the thing right here. This is it right here, man. This is like big action right here. Right?
Helmet loves you.
Yeah, I really like it.
Come on, one more. King. One more king.
The final run.
Ernest's odds continue to get worse and worse, but Phil looks sick anyway.
A queen on the turn.
Jack. There's a jack.
You want a jack? That would be
king.
fair.
King or a jack? One time. There's what? 3 jacks.
8% right now.
The final river card. It's a king.
That's real. He hit 3 out of 4. He hit 3 out of 4.
That's
with the worst hand. Why is everyone so happy except Phil? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Huh?
Oh, yeah. That'll work, man. Yeah.
Welcome back to day 4 of live coverage from the European Poker Tour in beautiful Barcelona. You know, Griffin, we don't know what the beach looks like in here, but we do know who has the top 5 chip stacks in play at the moment. Patrick Yaros, 7.3 million. So somebody really does have 7 million. I guess that was not a typo. You see Kahan Mockery, second in chips, Michael Pinto, Peterson Machado, and Jordan Sachucci. Now we're going to take a look at our feature table chip counts, second overall, but first at this table, as I mentioned, Kahan Mockery with 140 big lines in play. Short stack, Stephen Kehoe, just with 11 big blinds, going to have to find some hands, get the chips in the middle, hopefully survive as we play down to that final table. And here you see the secondary feature table. A couple of people healthy. Valentin with 61 big blinds, the chip leader at this table. Gail Bowman still in, hanging on with 16 big blinds. Always good to see her make a deep run. And 20,000, 40,000 are the blinds. Got 33 players left from a record-breaking 2294 entries. Biggest European Poker Tour main event ever.
And one of the more accomplished players from the UK over the last 5+ years, and Scott Margerison, someone I count as a personal friend, and happy to see him get ace-king right out the gate with this big chip stack of nearly 3 million chips.
How many levels to play today?
Going to be really interesting to see, you know, some big stack poker play between the likes of Scott, Mockery, and of course Machado on his direct left. We'll see how they all elect to tangle with each other. You know, not hugely incentivized to battle each other so much right now, but at the same time, you know, egos be as they are.
What? People have egos in poker? No. Action folded around to Mockery with Jack-8 offsuit in the big blind. Table chip leader gonna defend.
I could definitely see the two of these individuals playing chicken against each other at some point in certain hands. We've seen Mockery really fearless at the table, prepared to make some big moves and play for big pots. And Margerison is, you know, he won't blink first. Margerison's a real assassin when it comes to that stuff. Prepared to play big pots with big brains.
Flop
Bad
goes,
turn though, yeah.
Yeah, flop goes check, check, and now Mockery turns the jack.
Okay.
But still checking it over to the pre-flop aggressor. You know, Margerison knocked me out of this event, but I'm still rooting for him, Griffin. I'm not going to hold a grudge. Goes check, check on the turn, and now on the river with the 9 of clubs out there. Will Mockery decide to go for some value with top pair?
Yeah, at this stage you kind of have to kick open that closet and say, here I am, I have a hand, or I don't. Call me if you think I'm bluffing, but you know, a very bad candidate for a bluff catch in the red ace king, and Scott wisely lets that go.
Oh, we both make. Good story.
New friend. Jack's over there.
Oh, really? I bought 25% from the guy. Paul, the guy, yeah.
Oh, the guy who's on my table?
Yes, I have.
How have you liked Barcelona this trip? Yeah.
I love Barcelona. I mean, it's such a great city, and, you know, living in California, it's not a very walkable place, right? So I like going places where I can walk everywhere.
Nice.
The only problem is I'm not waking up early enough to enjoy my day before I get into the booth. I'm still a little jet lagged.
Trust me, I completely relate to that. I mean, you're 9 hours off, right?
Yeah.
I'm only 6, and it's I've been having some real trouble falling asleep before 3, 4, 5, sometimes 6, 7 a.m. if I'm not able to fall asleep. So it can be, you know, you're missing a lot of those mornings and stuff, especially when you have to get here and do the commentary. But
Machado opening under the gun +1 with Queen Jack makes it 80,000 to go.
question on Twitch: is this the final day? Not even close. Going to be playing down to what we expect to be about 16 players today, and then playing down to a final table of hopefully as little as 6. And probably as much as 8 tomorrow on day 5, and then your final table will be on Sunday.
Kehoe suited king in the big blind on the short stack. Certainly the option to just call here and see what comes on the flop.
Yeah, great candidate to try to flop some equity, you know, whether that's a couple hearts or maybe a straight draw. Has outflopped Machado here. It's interesting a spot like this, Maria, because you know it feels counterintuitive to really check shove with mid pair, you know, on an ace high board. But maybe when you're breaking down the kind of range that Machado has, maybe it plays cleaner as a check shove as you only started with less than 10 big blinds. You know, hope that your opponent has something like Queen Jack. I guess it might also be weird because when you do have King 6. You're blocking those king high kind of hands that are opening too, like King Jack, King Queen. So maybe it makes it less likely that he has a complete air hand. What do you think with King 6 here? Because you can't fold, right? The backdoor hearts as well.
Yeah, I think that you can definitely consider both just calling and check jamming, you know, with the backdoor heart draw, which doesn't end up coming in, though you might feel a little more comfortable just check jamming the flop. And if you happen to be behind, you know, you can still have some options to catch up there. But the 9 of spades comes on the turn, and Kehoe checks it over to Machado again. And as you can see, 340K in the pot. Kehoe just under 300K behind. Machado ends up giving up essentially with that check back. 3 of diamonds on the river.
I guess it also depends on, you know, the kind of opponent that you're up against. Machado has had so many chips all day, but I've seen really solid play, maybe a bit actually over tight in some spots. I'm speaking really specifically about one hand, where Machado folded Jack-8 off in the big blind to the cutoff open of Mockery, even though they were both playing, 100 big blinds deep. So maybe against someone like Mockery, you'd be more inclined to check shove, because we've seen, if Kehoe is getting relayed some information about the kind of hands Mockery's been playing, he's going to know that he's opening every Jack-10 off under the gun, Queen-7 suited under the gun 1, like all these kind of hands that, and Mockery might be more willing to keep on barreling and get you off a 6, whereas maybe you deduce that Machado, that's really not in his interest.
Yeah,
so it depends on the player and so many factors for sure.
Yeah, very good point for sure. And, especially when you get this deep into such a big tournament, you're going to expect that there's going to be quite a few really good players left, and maybe Machado just also wants to stay out of Mockery's way, considering they're the two big stacks at the table, and they're like, maybe this is not the person I'm going to go after, and it's okay to, there's 6 other players at the table, so you can always be a little more selective with who you want to tangle with. Mockery, though, a Formula One fan, it seems, that Red Bull racing cap.
Sir Stallone asks, hi guys, is Gail Bowman still in? As of the start of this level, which was, 7 minutes ago, she was still in there with about, I think, 17 big blinds, 16 to 18 big blinds.
Yeah, a bit on the shorter side, but, knowing Gael, she definitely is able to play that stack well, make deep runs. She's always very consistently putting up results on the tournament circuit, it seems like. Kehoe taking some time on this decision with 10-9 suited from the small blind.
Do it.
Exactly. Especially with what you just mentioned, right, against Mockery, opening from the button. Certainly going to be a wide range from a very active player. Uh-oh.
That's the shark. Scott Margerison waking up with one of the worst hands you can see when you get called when you have 10-9 suited, and Scott ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, kind of just unlucky for Kehoe, honestly, for Margerison to wake up in the big blind with 10s. Doesn't mean that Kehoe did anything wrong, shoving that stack with that nice suited connected combo against a button open is going to be profitable.
Yeah, it's what we spoke about, that Mockery is a good candidate to reshove against a bit light. Got the spot finally, a really nice hand, but Scott just wakes up with it in the big, and this is a huge spot for Scott to get, closer and closer to 100 big blinds instead of the 55 he currently has. You can see the percentages there. Every time you're all in with 10-9 suited, you feel like you're supposed to have a little better than 18%, but Mark Garrison has the, absolute dagger. Well, I forget how to pronounce his last name, if it's Mark Garrison or Mark Garrison. I think it's Mark Garrison.
I'm going to follow your lead on that, because he's your friend.
yeah.
Flop is Queen 8-8. So Margerison still ahead. Is a gut shot. Straight draw going to come in for Kehoe. King of spades on the turn. Down to 4 jacks left in the deck. And the river's the 6 of hearts. So that will do it for Kehoe. He is going to be out in 33rd place. Not quite making the pay jump. Still a very nice run. Well done. Over 31,000 euros.
Yeah, I don't think you can have any regrets about that shove. Sometimes there's one player behind and you just run into it. Should be very proud of the run that Stephen Kehoe had here. And pick whatever phone you want. I won't know the difference. Ooh, new iPhone.
You always know that it's deep into the main event and deep into the festival when people start wearing all of their Barcelona gear because they've run out of clean clothes.
Yeah.
And doing laundry at the hotel is expensive, so I get it.
Yeah, I actually had a I had a moment of small clothing resentment towards my girlfriend because she's not here with me on this trip, but I was looking through my shirts this morning, and I remember she said, "Do you really need all these shirts?" And I said, "Maybe not," and I took one away, and now I'm one short somehow.
Well, I mean...
So just always pack extra. It's always worth it. And honey, if you're listening...
You love her.
Do I?
I thought you were going to say she packed her bag and she didn't remember to pack as many shirts. And I'm like,
No,
you should just
no,
be happy
no.
she's packing your bag.
No.
Griffin.
I've been traveling too long to... Yeah, no, I do pack my own bag. But she complains that I overpack, which I think is a good trait to have. Better to overpack than underpack, I always say.
3 ways to the flop. Looks like Mockery was first in with that King-9, and Margerson called out of the small with pocket fives, and Machado came along with the Jack-Deuce of hearts from the big, and so far Margerson's hand still best, but Mockery with the betting lead, and certainly not one to shy away from a pretty standard continuation spot as the pre-flop aggressor.
And this is kind of one of those best-case scenario ranges that Mockery's opponents happen to have. You know, when you are betting king high here as the aggressor, having raised in late position, you're really hoping that Scott's going to be in that pocket pair range, and that the big blind, you know, is going to have something worse than a pair of 10s plus. And in this case, actually did have a pair of deuces, which was the best hand, but against that strong range and c-betting against 2 people, nice hand there from Mockery. Great result. Another question from Reorganization TV. TV table is done randomly, or they select the players they want. So the table draw is done completely randomly. So all the players are all put together randomly. And then the team here at the EPT selects what they think might be the most interesting or action-packed to give you the best content we can provide. And it's not always the same kind of, you know, entertainment. That first day of coverage, I felt like we had a very talkative sort of household name feature table with the likes of Noah Buchan and Chino Ream and Patrick Antonius. Yeah. Sometimes you just get a bunch of sometimes you just get a table with a bunch of chips and they're splashing around. And Scott here opens the cutoff with pocket kings. Great start to the level here.
Yeah, and I'm sure, Griffin, that a part of it is just as the tourney goes on, the gravity of the situation kind of, you know, magnifies, and now it's not so much about necessarily being talkative or maybe being social, and, you know, this is really where the business end of things has to take place.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Phil Ivey was in this tournament and was still in with 32 left, we'd probably be watching Phil Ivey's table. So there are certainly, you know, stars big enough that if they're this deep, we you know, not just you, but we want to watch them as well. And this is...
I mean, I don't mind the hand he's choosing to do it with, but just bad timing for him to come with the 3-bet with that suited queen.
Yeah, and listen, Scott's going to have a lot of experience with aggressive Brazilian players trying to make a move from the big blind in a spot like this. And, you know, I would love to see just a call, but does decide to just shove with Roca just having 15 big blinds behind and quickly folds.
Yeah, Roca kind of getting away cheaply just because, you know, as you mentioned, if Scott did flat, certainly there's going to be a lot of
that's
boards
the problem,
that you'll definitely feel inclined to continue on, and Margerson will just be lying in wait.
I guess the problem is just the alarm bells that go off when it goes 90K, 300, and your opponent just calls in that spot when you only have 600 back. It looks really, really trappy, and I think that, you know, maybe because of that, Scott didn't want to risk losing his customer. You know, if Roca had something like pocket tens there or ace queen, hands that are inducing to get in the 22 big blinds, you don't want them to miss, and then you don't get the rest of the money. So I think that's why it's more of a standard shove, and as a rule in that spot, maybe you do want to shove there more often than not.
Looks like we have 2 new players joining this feature table. Neville Costa and Tigran Haratunian. I mean, Griffin, I would love to hear you pronounce that one.
Tigran Haratunian.
Okay, not bad. Not bad. I thought your first try was going to be a little worse than that. You always manage to surprise me, Griffin.
And there it is for Slimane Mamish. Oh, just aces, which maybe you want to play as a raise here off 15 bigs, but it's just going to instead go with a balanced shove, hope to maybe get a call.
Yeah, I mean, emergency aces on the short stack. It's always nice. You definitely would go with a lot worse than that. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no. And remarkably, I have to say, you guys won't even believe this, but according to our graphics here, Roca and Mamish had the exact same to the dollar amount, 585,000 chips. Now, Roca's all in, it seems, with including the small blind at 605. So, but effectively, they're both in here.
Unbelievable.
Rocha can't believe it.
I mean, you're always happy to get aces, but to be on a short stack with aces and then have somebody wake up with kings as well.
Yeah.
Gonna get a full double up if the aces can hold, as we mentioned.
So mind-numbing to just, like, you see the shove too. It doesn't even, like, you're not worried at all. You just think you're gonna see, like, even if you imagine your opponent's a bit on the tighter side, like jacks, ace queen.
Roca with just a ever so slightly covering stack here.
Don't need to be the best player. Don't need to win
Mamish is really hoping that the aces will hold. Just give him a little bit of breathing room.
Will the rock crumble?
I told you. I mean, I played on that one.
Jack 4 deuce on the flop. Roca still looking for one of 2 kings left.
I like that there's a poll on Twitch that's KK call or fold, and it's 82-18.
4 of spades on the turn. Still no help for Roca.
Is this your king?
And the river is the 4 of diamonds. So full double up for Mesh there with the aces from under the gun with about 14 bigs to start the hand, 13 bigs.
You know, interestingly, if I remember correctly, Maria, in the last level, Joe was remarking that there's a pay jump at 31. So, going to be interesting to see if, I'm sure Rocha is going to be aware of it, but whether that, you know, creates some situation where he starts using his time banks and hopes for another elimination. I mean, it's the right thing to do, and it's within your right, especially with the time banks where you're not doing anything out of pocket.
Yeah, and if we're talking about, you know, the silver lining, yes, unfortunate to get kings versus aces, but you're on the button now because he was in the small blind with that hand.
Yeah.
So you do have a full orbit before those chips have to go in. So
take your time. It's a 4,000 euro, you know. That's almost a Yeah, that's almost a full buy-in of this event. That's the difference between 32nd and 31. Something's going to happen. People aren't going to be aware that someone has, you know, half a blind.
I want to make it 85,000.
Mockery. Ace King from under the gun, making it 85,000 to go. Roca, King 8. I mean, I think, as you mentioned, Griffin, with the pay jump looming, it's just the spot where you just need to fold and fold slowly.
Yes.
You know? You have no utility.
I would be very surprised if Rocha is not aware of, you know, the pay jump. This is like a switch has to happen. You have to know, okay, how do I make more money now? Is it possible? Oh, wow, there's 32 left. Okay. Right. I'm on the button. Okay. I have X amount of time bank chips. Okay. And, you know, I didn't doubt it at all. And hasn't used the time bank chips yet, or maybe waiting for a different opportunity. I guess it doesn't matter. You can just start using all of your time banks when you know, it's the same amount of time, I guess, right?
Right. Looks like it's going to be raise and take it for Mockery. Still continuing to add to that big chip stack.
Smiling again, huh?
Mamesh Mockery beside each other reminds me of Mehmet Mori.
Oh, Mehmet Mori.
You know what he's up to?
No, I actually have no clue.
He's up to something, that guy. He's always a really bright, successful player in the community about probably 10 years ago at his peak.
Yeah, I always like to think with those types of players, you know, that came in when they were young and, you know, put up results and seemed like good kids. I always hope that when I don't see them for a while that they're on to bigger and better things.
Yeah.
You know, and that they didn't go broke or something. And,
right.
Yeah.
So if you guys would like to start a poll, is Mori broke or off to better things? 2 queens for Machado. Pretty nice. Pretty funny how these 2 hands, you know, they're, you know, argument could be.
Free jump.
Yeah, he's letting them all know.
Yeah.
My friend Kevin, he said no. Kevin.
No need to be sorry. We're all here to win.
Some of us are going to be winning more than others, though. I mean, with your 20,000 to my
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
5.865 million.
I don't know if this is a winning call necessarily on the button with 8-7 off from Olali, but you know, maybe just hasn't played a hand in a while, wants to get in the mix.
That's exactly what it is. It's just like, oh man, I'm really not getting anything. I'm gonna have to make my own luck and bust on a 7-high board.
Mockery coming along from the big line with King 9. Yeah, you know, you always know who it is at the table that's, you know, just run out of patience for the day. Like, they're folding, all of a sudden out of nowhere shows up with a crazy hand.
Bad flop for Mockery.
Yeah, King, Queen, 8, couple of spades. So top pair for Mockery, but middle set from Machado, way, way, way ahead. Olali with bottom pair. Maybe we'll see him lose some more chips in the process.
No, I don't think this is the board that Olali was looking for. And yeah, the mistake of this call on the button, you know, listen, we've all been there. We're getting a little bored. Maybe we play a little looser than we should. But this is why you kind of need to have a strategy and really have some ranges so that you don't, you know, slip out of it and just hope to get lucky, because that's not really where the money's made in the long run.
Yeah. Mockery, understandably, check calling that flop, but ace of spades on the turn.
Great card for Mockery to lose less money. You know, not necessarily one that I think he'll get a free card on, but, you know, a card that is going to make it harder to keep calling down big bets, and on some situations maybe even get, I mean, it depends on the river really, but might get even a check back sometimes from a set. I know it sounds crazy, but we have seen Machado take the sort of safer route in some situations, and if you expect, oh
wow.
And with that 9 of spades blocker is going to represent the flush, which is one of the hands that is in Mockery's range. Now the question becomes, once Machado calls this, is that going to dissuade Mockery from firing again and repping a flush? Do you think that your opponent, you know, has a set and is willing to fold, or?
Let's see, Machado going into the time bank cards here. Just taking a little time to think this through. Obviously, really big pot brewing, but just a little bit too much hand to fold at the moment.
Yeah, and I always like being surprised by players' capabilities in spots like this where, you know, we're just talking about, oh, he's flop top pair, you know, hope he can get away and not lose too much, and then making your own luck and turning that what was once such a powerful top pair on the flop into a bluff. And that's a good card to continue the story. And I love the way he is right away thinking, okay, if he does have and this is the fun thing about this spot too, I want to say, Maria, is if you start breaking down, if Mockery's really thinking about, you know, combos, right? What kind of flushes is Machado going to have here as the aggressor? Been kind of having a bit of a tighter strategy. So Jack 10 suited for the Royal.
Yep.
I have 9 of spades, so I block Jack 9 suited, 10 9 suited. You know, I don't think he's even going to be that comfortable with like a 7 high flush. So I can really, you know, bet huge here and get, you know, folds from sets that are now scared of not just the, and he goes all in. And it's just, it's an incredible
absolutely
hand.
As you mentioned, just such a narrow range for
Yeah.
Machado to have in terms of better flushes here. And I mean, it's just such a great play. It's such a key card, that 9 of spades. And it's one thing to recognize these spots, Griffin, but it's another thing to be able to pull the trigger on them.
No,
and
I haven't done this many times in my career, you know, like it's not an easy situation. It's not an easy thing to do. It's just, and you know, on the biggest stage.
So, I mean, just great awareness from Mockery, but really in the zone here with the hand reading ability and being able to follow through here, really putting Machado in the blender.
And I'm admiring Machado for, you know, maybe he's just posturing a bit. Maybe he's just showing that he can't be bullied. And he's always intending on folding. But, or maybe he's aware that, you know, Mockery will have something like what he has. King 9, 9 of spades, maybe 8, 9 with the 9 of spades. Or the problem is, too, it's just like 8 and Jack is a straight now. There's just, it's, you know, it's, I don't think you should play it as a pure fold for the reasons of the hand strength and the opponent, but, you know, there's not a lot of bluffs. And it's just, you know, this is the biggest hand of EPT Barcelona 2022.
So sick.
There's the fold.
Gets the set to fold. Great play from Mockery. Well done.
Yeah, and you know, there are a couple of comments about Mockery as he's chewing up his snooze. You know, some jokes about him having plot armor, and it certainly seems like he might be the hero of the story so far in the coverage. Up to over 7 million chips, 176 big blinds.
Let's go.
Masterful bluff. Really, the stuff we've come to want to see. You know.
Yeah, just incredible, especially this deep into the tournament. Somebody would be like, "Oh, well, you know, I already have 4 or 5 million chips. The extra 1.5 million, maybe I'll just leave that for another time. But, you know, it is important to have the mentality, get all the chips on the table.
And big blind.
Okay, so we've got, you know.
We got the pay jump for our boy here.
He did it. I mean, that actually, they did it for him because that long hand between Macri and Machado.
Yeah, that's really just, you know, countrymen coming together there, the Brazilian Machado.
Straight, huh?
Let me just lose this massive pot quickly so you can pay jump $4 grand.
Alali.
So quintessential one. This is a question that I want to address because I feel like it's a big misconception and mistake players make. Quintessential one comments on Twitch. Seems to me Machado needed to push on the turn. Now the problem with doing that, quintessential one, is that you are going to be folding out all the hands you're beating, like the bluff of the King-9, and then getting called by all the hands that are beating you, like the big flushes, the hands that you know, Macri was representing. So, yes, of course, he ended up calling that 850 and then folding on the river. So, you know, you lost 850 when you could have won all those chips if you just gone all in. Well, the river's not always a 10, which happens to be a great bluff card, you know, even harder card for Machado to call with. And also maybe the river's a brick and he still shoves representing the flush. And Machado calls, and now he's, you know, one of the chip leaders of the tournament. So there's a lot of things that can change, but what you don't want to do is be going all in a situation where all the hands that you beat are folding and all the hands that beat you are calling, because then you're just, you know, it's not a good way to go about it.
3-bet pot here, pre-flop Alali versus Mamesh, and Alali opened with 7s. Mamesh 3-bet with 9s, and Alali calls, and that could be troublesome. Both players having overpairs on 5, 4, 3, 2 spades. Can't imagine that this won't continue until the turn, considering the hands of both of these players.
I told you, but I told you before.
Lali checks over to the 3-better.
You'll find soon. That's my guess.
Mesh cuts out a bet of 175,000.
Are you bluffing or not? Yeah. Either I have it or I don't.
Well, he's going to call with the overpair and the gut shot straight draw. Oh.
Wow.
6 of spades.
You really want to know,
Bink for Alali. Both players have a spade, though. Still a redraw possible to a better hand for the 9s.
9 bluff. Correct. Nice bluff.
Lali, though, with an open-ended street flash as well.
We need the song. We need the dance.
Triangle. Gonna get a quick call, though, out of the straight.
I was right, my guess. 50-50.
Mesh standing up, but still has 6 outs. The spades that don't make a straight flush for Alali.
Okay.
Bluff before him.
I mean, like, this is, let's be honest, this is a
pretty big
Solana.
Looking for...
2 out. First split.
I know.
Yeah, looking for big spade. Nope. 6 of hearts on the river.
You have no?
And I think they're just doing some accounting, but looks like Alali does have him covered.
Good luck, man.
And end of the line for Mamish. Played a pretty tight strategy over the course of the day. Just wouldn't go away and was, you know, getting unlucky to bust out here in the final 30.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Mamish officially out in 29th place. Now 28 players remain. Day 4 of the EPT Barcelona main event. I'm sure you guys have already discussed how cool a lolly looks, though, right?
You know, we haven't really gotten into it. I think we've remarked on the shades. The blue shades are very cool, but that might have been someone's blue shades yesterday. No. Blue shades look has been real cool because it kind of reflects the table a bit. And you see the table in the glasses.
I mean, but you put that with the hat and the bandana, and
yeah,
that
it's
is
your aesthetic, huh?
Yeah.
You're into it.
Should go.
Rocha's still kicking about, and we'll get another page up at 27. We're down to 29. So
can he hang on?
Yeah, that'd be pretty impressive.
Machado with King Queen from under the gun. You know, about, what, 20 more minutes, Griffin, until he finds out what Mockery had then? And,
and then it's going to be...
And it's not going to feel good.
It's going to be an interesting conversation on the table, surely. And they're all going to understand who the boss of the table is. But I'm telling you right now, one man you do not want to cross is this one right here, and Scott Margerison. So... will be interesting to see if him and Mockery find themselves in some big leveling spots. That's something I would love to see.
Flop is Jack 8-5. Margerison checks over to Machado.
Should play as a bet here with this under the gun range for Machado. Margerison's hand a bit too good to fold, surely, but it's really about the kind of run out that comes. It's really going to dictate who wins this pot. You know, if the turn is a jack or an ace, I think Machado's going to win it a great deal of the time. But if the board, you know, pairs with an 8, oh, it looks like Scott might be folding to the bigger sizing. And that actually doesn't surprise me now that I think about it because of how big the bet was. You know, if you see a standard sort of like 1/3 pot or 20-25%, I think Scott would probably be more inclined to call. But because that range is so strong under the gun, because he's going with a bigger, stronger sizing, and you're kind of capped in the big blind, Scott elects to not play the guessing game against you know, one of the stronger players on the table, and I think that's pretty wise.
So far, not much we've seen from the two newest players at the table, Hartunian and Costa. Haven't had much to get involved with, but here we see Rocha going all in with Queen 10 offsuit.
Bit surprised, actually, takes the Queen 10 with it being down to 28 and another pay jump available in one place. I'm reading it right? 27, right? Yeah, but I guess Queen 10 is good enough, and it's going to get it in good. But the problem with taking the Queen 10 is that even when you do double up here, you're going to be forced for another all-in showdown once you get to the big blind.
Right.
So why create 2 showdowns for yourself when you could just create 1 in the blind?
Yeah. I mean, doubling up, tripling up, quadrupling up does nothing for the utility of your stack at this point. What you're really trying to wait for is that pay jump. And you get that pay jump from not playing hands and folding slowly.
Yeah, so, you know, Rocha is laughing and just glad to have got the pay jump, but I think it might have made a bit of a misstep here, not realizing that, you know, maybe even needed to use all his time banks over the next couple of hands to try to get to that next pay jump, which looks like 6,000. But good start for Machado in that first showdown.
Yeah, Machado needing runner to eliminate Rocha. And the turn being the Jack of Diamonds. It's going to be drawing dead for Machado and meaningless 3 of Hearts on the river. brings Rocha up to 100K, 2.5 bigs. Rocha looking around, checking it out, the situation at the other tables, killing some time.
Yeah, I think realizing now. Folded to
Yeah,
Martin here. And Martin O'Lally just been so card dead today. Has not been able to get, you know, some good hands.
Mockery with the ace-6 from the hijack, going to open. And I think it's fair to say that, you know, ace-6 offsuit from the hijack isn't necessarily a mandatory open. It's just one of those situations where if you have a big stack, if you feel comfortable proceeding post with a variety of hands, then you can certainly widen your opening range. But it's not something where, you know, sometimes people look at an ace-X hand in late position and they feel obligated almost to raise.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really eloquent way of also just saying, you know, Mockery's table captain. Like, he can pretty much open what he feels like opening. You know, his bluffs are getting through. He's sucking out when he gets in those pocket eights. He is running the show. He's, you know, probably the chip leader or second in chips. So you can, you know, play it a little looser because you've established that you're top dog. It's, you know, the alpha thing.
Sorry? I know. Sorry.
And again, O'Lally unlucky here with the hands getting dealt.
Mockery almost wanting
Don't do
to,
it.
you know.
Not simple jack.
You mentioned the table captain thing. He's like, all right, fine, I'll fold. But I don't like it. I'm not happy
simple
about
jack.
it.
Scott folding the 7-5 suited at the cutoff. Can certainly open the hands of this ilk when you have this many chips, late position, but I think Scott, maybe that doesn't fall into his strategy right now with, you know, Machado having a decent amount of chips on the button. And now Machado is a little light collusion. You know, nothing, this is not egregious or anything. I don't think anyone's going to complain, but his countryman is, you know, forced all in at a pay jump here in the big blind. So gave him a courtesy 7 seconds with the 7-4 off, which I think, you know, all of us can allow. I'll allow it.
Cartunian, though, in the small blind with King 5, obviously just should be putting your opponent all in here. They've got dust behind.
And just limps, I think, affording more opportunity
right.
I don't know.
What a friendly table.
Did Rocha buy these guys dinner at break yesterday?
Rocha with queens. Oh my gosh.
The Spanish crowd goes wild.
I know. And this is kind of absurd. Like,
and he still has the time back. He can't really risk rushing this spot. I mean, you don't want to just like, oh, well, I got queens. Let's get this over with.
Oh, I mean, definitely no rush needed, but just so happy to
may as
find
well limp
queens
even.
in this spot. Yeah, just take extra time.
Yeah.
Post flop, have a couple times.
I mean, it's what, 20,000 back, maybe 25. You know, all the money's going in on any board with the 120 out there.
Oh, this is just.
Now you can't risk checking down to the river though, because your opponent does have, 3-6 offsuit here. So he is going to have to put it in before the river to try to get the rest of the chips.
Yeah, but
it's
no
need to rush.
Yeah, and clearly his opponent's not rushing him either, just taking some time to check as well.
28.
You just shout me. Shout.
Yeah.
Rocha does check, and a turn brings the 9 of clubs.
I mean, maybe you don't even worry about getting that extra 20,000 chips. It's pretty inconsequential. What do you? I don't know. It's weird, right?
It is.
Because if you shove here,
spot.
I mean, I guess you're probably not folding out anything, but also, I don't know. I've not put this one in the lab.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have many opportunities to see something like this happen again. Just one of those things where you're very incentivized to just survive. Getting value is pretty irrelevant.
River's a king and Rocha folds. What do you think? I mean, that's in the range of outcomes. Why would,
It's definitely a possibility. As we see Rocha just continuing to take the max time allowed for making his action. And now he does put the remainder of his stack in.
Yeah, as we spoke about, yeah. So, a comment I want to address here on Twitch saying this is so silly, they should have 5 seconds on the clock for every hand in the entire tournament. That would make it more interesting to watch. Well, listen, if you've ever played poker before, which if you're watching this stream you probably have, sometimes it takes more than 5 seconds to make a decision. We here at the EPT do our best to try to create a structure in which, situations where players would naturally want to tank more to pay jumps and this and that. We have things in place like these time bank chips that make it so you can't abuse it to too much of a degree. This is a very special circumstance. It's not common, It's someone who's maybe empathetic towards Rocha's situation, has probably been in that position before and is willing to take a little time. This particular situation with King 5, I think, is an actual decision for Haratunen. So I think it's just one of those things, maybe it's annoying to watch, but you really have to put yourself in the shoes of these players. This is going to be over soon, Rocha's either going to have busted or have made the pay jump and then be all in the next hand. And we just have to, appreciate the situation.
Yeah, so Haratunen is going to look Rocha up.
Thank you.
And see, that's a beautiful moment, Said thank you for time making a bit. Listen, we're all human.
Just got to fade a king on the river. Still the ticker at 28, though. Hasn't lost a player on any of the outer tables. Still looking for that pay jump. But first, survive. River's the 4 of hearts. Thank you. Rocha still in, still looking for that page up.
Back is real.
Never give up.
Thank you. Thank you.
See.
How come no one's saying plot armor for Rocha? Everyone's always saying plot armor for Mockery, but maybe this is the hero's journey, you know?
You see, there's 2 more European Poker Tour stops this year, 2022. Next one coming up is London, October 18th through the 28th, followed by Prague. Usually a big fan favorite of people that travel the tournament circuit. People love the Christmas market.
Yeah.
In December.
Prague and Christmas time is beautiful.
You could be bluffing like a jack of spades, you know? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. On the river is really...
Mockery under the gun with pocket 4s.
I think they're starting to talk about that hand, whether Mockery is just revealed or it's been seen, you know, on the stream.
Machado immediately wants to get some chips back after finding out what happened. Calls with 8-7 of hearts.
Yeah, this is, you're going to be really, once you see you've been bluffed in the biggest pot of the tournament, you're going to be really hard-pressed to fold a beautiful suited connector at the cutoff. You know, playing 70 big blinds. And now Machado, I think, can reasonably assume that King-Jack off is probably slightly ahead of Mockery's opening range on average, and maybe breaking even against Machado's flat range. So is going to go for it here, despite the pay jump. I'm a little surprised.
1-4-0.
Just because of how much more money you can make by taking another rotation, waiting for an elimination. But there is going to maybe be some dead money in here if we see an ISO from Mockery, which is really possible with a pair just freezing out Machado, who's likely not trapping. But having said that, I mean, you could sometimes trap here in Machado's shoes, knowing that Rocha might go all in sometimes. But it could also be just played as a call. It might go 3 ways.
Yeah, so Mockery is going to call the effective all-in from Rocha and action back to Machado. 75,000 more to call.
I don't know why he's confused.
Yeah.
Pappy Pope 123 says, how do they find out what happened if they sit by the table without a phone? Well, there is a rail here, and between hands, sometimes the players can go speak to a friend and find out what someone had in a situation. Definitely within the rules.
Jack Deuce 3 with rainbow board, so really good flop for the all-in player here. Still searching for that pay jump, but you know, if he does end up winning this pot, is going to have a little bit of breathing room compared to what he had.
And you know what? Is going to fold out the 8-7 suited, which has some backdoor potential with that 1 heart and the jack on board. So huge favorite here for Rocha for the heroic comeback. Don't count Mockery out. 14% doesn't sound like a lot, but when a 5 turns, it's going to be a lot bigger than that.
What a terrible flop.
Maybe not a lot bigger with 1 card to come, but more chance, more outs.
Thank you.
What a polite player.
Yeah, and look at the significance of the size of this pot. 560,000 is going to account for 14 big blinds, and there's one of those dreaded
9
outs. Now a 3 gives Mockery wheels for his car. His F1 car. Nope.
Yeah, 10 of clubs on the river is going to mean more than a double up for Roja. Triple up and then some.
Whoa.
And, you know, they don't say chip in a chair for nothing because...
Well, they say it because Joe invented it.
Well, right. So we
Right,
have
okay.
to. TM, of course, trademark.
Trademark, yes. Be
But,
careful. He is listening.
but we have seen players come back from nothing, just dust. And that's kind of the beauty of this game is just takes a couple of hands and you will find yourself in a comfortable position again. Still 28 players left, hand 74.
Raise?
Costa, first time seeing him enter the pot.
Who is that guy?
No, we don't have much info on him as he just moved here, but...
No, it's just funny. He hasn't played a hand. I'm just like, wait a minute. Oh, Brazilian, of course. If you're unfamiliar, Brazil has emerged, Brazilian players has emerged in the last 5 or so years as some of the biggest crushers of online tournaments. Just, you know, it's a meme at this point on some of our Sunday Million, WCoop and Scoop streams. Just incredible rates of success. You know, obviously some players with some live success, but actually the first EPT winner coming from Brazil finally was just a few months ago in Monte Carlo. Marcelo Samoas. So no surprise to see a bunch of Brazilians trying to just win every EPT now. Now that they see it's possible, they're just like, that's what happened online. It's like someone won a WCoop from Brazil, and they're like, wait, we can win WCoops? And then they started winning all in.
Yeah, definitely they're forced to be reckoned with. Mockery gonna call from the big blind with ace deuce of clubs, and Alali also from the small with ace 10 of spades. Oh, I'm sorry, Mockery 3-bet. Oh yeah, of course he did. He has the ace blocker. Who cares about Costa, who opened from under the gun, who hasn't played a hand so far?
I love this guy. Just,
I mean,
he's making a mockery of everyone else on the table.
Yeah, never mind the fact that most of the time Costa's going to have a hand that he's going to want to continue with.
I just love the particular hand Costa has because it's the top of his fold range. Like if there's a hand that he's going to fold that like is right on the teeter, like if he had ace king, he would go all in. If he had ace queen suited, he'd probably just say, "Hey, good for you." Right there on the cusp, not buying it. Listen, you can't do this to me, buddy.
No, he's like, I'm Brazilian. Watch this.
Yeah, like, buddy.
Watch what I do with ace queen.
I grew up on the PokerStars streets. This is not. It's not going to fly.
Thank
you. No fear.
I was doing that anyway. He didn't do it. He didn't do that. I was doing it.
Oh. So fucked anyway.
Yeah, fucked anyway.
I wasn't gonna do it. I changed my mind last second. Last second I changed my mind.
So, question on Twitch here: how many are Brazilian? 3 of the 7 players on our feature table hail from the beautiful country of Brazil.
You don't need them. You don't need them.
For sure I do.
Yeah, just get it in my hits.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Speed, you says you get caught once, twice, and it's over. Well,
when you spend your...
I would counter that by saying, if you don't get caught bluffing once in a while, you're not bluffing enough. So with the rate at which Mockery's bluffing, it's about time you finally, someone just slapped his hand out of the cookie jar. Like, hey, that's enough. You know, just a little... Keeping them low. Okay, I'll come back for cookies later. Yeah. I don't need one right now.
I was going to say, knowing Mockery, it won't be too long though, before he comes back.
Yeah, seemingly taken every spot, and everything has worked except that one squeeze that, quite frankly, almost worked. You know, had Costa had ace-jack off, would it have gone through? Ace-10 off, almost certainly.
Yeah, especially when you consider that Costa would know that most players at the table recognizes he hasn't really played a hand, and so he's probably going
A lot
to
of money in Brazil, huh?
be quite strong opening from under the gun, and so for someone to 3-bet there, they should be quite strong. But
O'Lally finally getting an opportunity to enter a pot as the aggressor. Unfortunately for him, Mockery's going to have the suited ace in the small, but because that he just got caught with that 3-bet, is going to move into a calling strategy in this spot, which I think I kind of like. And quite frankly, O'Lally doesn't look like the kind of guy you want to mess with.
Costa going to make it a 3-way affair with the 9-8 of spades from the big blind. Jack 5-3, 2 clubs. A lot of equity for Mockery.
Yeah, advantage Mockery for sure. Be very surprised to see him not win this hand. But depends if this goes as a check or a bet, and I agree. I think you need to check this spot. Very interesting turn here because it's a bad turn card in that, you know, Mockery is now in the lead, but it won't be a spot that you know Mockery leads here as for a bet. So it does give O'Lally an opportunity for a free card, but you know, with this gut shot, do you want to bluff out some hands like a 5x, you know, maybe some Jack X's by the river, and that's why O'Lally's elected to go for the bet. Unlucky for him that, you know, Mockery does have that ace-7, but still an opportunity to hit a deuce or a 4 that isn't a club on the river. So
Yeah, Mockery calling the 120,000 chip bet to the river.
4.
4.
Yes!
You called it, Griffin.
Let's go. Plot armor my bottom. And going to be quite difficult, I think, for Mockery to put O'Lally on a deuce.
O'Lally.
What are the deuces that open the button and bet the turn here? You know, just ace deuce.
Yeah.
But those might also bet the flop. Pocket 2s does kind of make sense. So with 530 out there, O'Lally thinking, okay, my opponent probably has an ace, maybe something even like 2 pair. How much do I want to bet?
O'Lally pushed out a time bank card, and now pushing out a bet. Like,
and the thing that's so difficult about calling here, I think, for Mockery, or at least not calling, is that do I think O'Lally is value betting me here with ace-queen? Because it's kind of the line that would have been taken up until the turn. So Mockery's pretty high up in his range and might think, oh, I kind of need to call here, but is he just randomly bluffing? Does he just have king-queen or king-10 here and, you know, decided to bet the turn, represent the ace, and now bet big to try to scare me off on the wheel card? I like the bet size from O'Lally. Not too big, but one that is pretty balanced between bluffs and value. I think that looks like it might get the call. I mean, Mockery has so many chips. It doesn't make any sense. What deuce? What deuce do you have? I have a 7, too. You don't even have 6-7. But he's got the deuce.
yeah, I
He
think
wants to give him away.
Yeah. And is going to be not too happy to see the way that he got rivered, considering the 4 of clubs was not going to help O'Lally. Just the offsuit 4. That wasn't a club, and that's going to be a pretty sizable pot going O'Lally's way, up to over 3.1 million in chips now.
Very nice pot for O'Lally. The day's starting to turn. Great hand with the 7s to the 9s, and now this. Suddenly all the way up to over 3 million chips. 77 big blinds here.
Still 28 players left. We are one away from the pay jump. 27th place. Going to make over 40,000 euros. Artunian pocket 6s from under the gun +1. Everybody at this feature table is pretty comfortable in terms of their stack size in relation to the blinds. You know, even Haratunian, who's the second shortest stack, has just about 50 bigs.
Yeah, that's the great thing about a big main event. You know, you see a lot of opportunities for interesting, relatively deep stacked play. And that's why, you know, why these tournaments take so long and so many days is because we afford the players this structure and this room to really, you know, prove who's best and who's luckiest, because you need both. And I'll tell you what, a lot of hard work is put into making this happen, the whole production team, and it's pretty amazing.
Margerison in the big blind with ace-king.
Yeah, and Scott is going to feel very prepared and comfortable to put in as many as 50 big blinds, of course, with ace-king. It is the sort of strongest seat. It kind of comes out of nowhere when a big 3-bets comes from the big blind. It's often strength.
Yeah, 350,000 is what Margerison's going to make it.
Yeah, and at this stack depth, you will get continues from, you know, at this size, you know, this 4x size from, you know, pairs of 9s plus usually. Maybe some ace-queens, certainly some ace-queen suiteds. But a lot of those medium strength hands, you know, things like king-queen, queen-jack suited, 6s, 7s, they can't really continue against that kind of perceived range, because it is often very much something that strong.
Like 36 left, or something like that, and it's pay jump at 31.
Artunian's going to wait for a better spot.
I played with him yesterday.
He's Italian,
Him, right?
What?
Him.
Yes, on the left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Played with him yesterday. Always waits out time back, yeah.
What's that all about?
I think they're... What are you going to do?
Got about 20 more minutes left on this level.
Like on that level, like 5 levels. This
Blind
is under
still at 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante. Mockery still very much in control at this feature table.
Weekly asking in the chat, what does 2294 mean? Referencing the number in the top right corner. That was the entire field side of the event. Field size of the event. So there were 2294 entrants, all putting up 5,300 euros.
Yeah.
And there's 28 remaining.
Yeah, so massive considering there were only 2 starting days and only 1 re-entry possible in this event. Margerison limping in from the small blind. We see one of his hole cards, the King of Diamonds. Machado with 9s in the big blind. surely going to raise this limp up.
Can sometimes be interesting when you only see the one card. It's obviously not intentional here, but you know, it's really up to the players sometimes to make sure that they show the whole card cam, both cards. But when we do see one card like this, sometimes it's interesting to think, okay, well, what is the King X limp fold versus limp call versus limp raise range for Margerison here? And I think that Scott is probably going to be limp calling all suited kings, all the offsuit kings probably above 7, I would think. Maybe calls something a bit lower sometimes, and then, you know, I don't think it's going to have a ton of limp re-raises. Maybe ace king, maybe pocket kings, and that is trouble.
Yeah, without knowing Margerison's second card, we already know that there's going to be a lot more chips going into this pot.
But it also opens up the opportunity that Scott is suited, because we decided that a lot of the king 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 offsuit he might fold. So if he's only calling those suited ones, you know, he has a lot of suited combos here.
Yeah, it could be a really spicy top pair flush draw against middle set situation. 105,000 is the bet from Machado.
Tell you what, I hope it's not king 5 off, because that would be big trouble. Never see really a raise coming in here. Keep the bluffs in. Pot control versus slim chance that you're losing, which has come to fruition.
Turns the jack of spades. So 2 flush draws possible. A straight draw from the flop does come in on the turn, but...
Oh, wow. He's letting everyone know. It's like, okay, in case you were wondering, here we go.
Margerison checks again to Machado, who I'm certain is going to size this up, just given the texture of the board.
Yeah.
Maybe the RFID in that card is just, the chip is just broken.
I think that might be the case, yeah.
We are still not seeing what that second mystery card is. We do know that Margerison has at least top pair. 320K is the bet from Machado.
Yeah, and whatever that second card is, don't expect ever to see a fold from Scott. This is a card that will get some barrels from some bluffs from Machado, trying to fold out, you know, 9x, 5x. And Scott cannot be winning here unless that other card is a king. Now the question becomes, is Scott prepared to make a big fold? You know, the spades have come in, backdoor. You're not beating any value range. Nothing is going to be value betting worse than King X here, assuming Scott only has one pair.
Machado has about 2 times pot back.
Update for Rocha. We're down to 27 players, made another pay jump. I guess it's not worth mentioning as much anymore. He has 14 big blinds, but still, you know, he's the people's champ.
He has no more time banks, but he has 4,000 more euros in his pocket, at least. Looks like Machado, a pretty big bet. 1.1 million pot on the river.
Scott definitely capable of making quite big folds. Remember quite famously, I think it might have been in the World Series main event a few years ago, he made this incredible fold with 2 pair, and there it is, it's King 7. Does block the spades. with the 7. So that's one less spade that can be used as a bluff here. Or that can be made to make a
Is that
flush.
2 time banks, yeah? Huh? I will be taking one so far. One so far? Yeah. 30 seconds free, and I'm taking every 30 seconds.
So you're really thinking about hands like, you know, ace-10 off, you know, would probably bet this flop 1 check 2 and then barrel again, hoping to target a 9, and then maybe bet big on the river when the spade comes in if he has ace-10, 10 of spades. That's an example of the kind of hand, you know, I think we fall into this trap at home where you're like, what are you doing? Like, he always has better, he's betting all this from chips. But sometimes they don't have, you know, a set of 9s. It's a pretty hard hand to make. We've seen the kind of bluffs that these talented players can make, especially the Brazilians.
Especially when we think about the way that this hand was played. Okay, well, that was a pretty quick, decisive call from Margerson. But I was just saying, you know, considering that this was a raised pre-flop pot by Machado, you know, you're not going to find a lot of hands like Queen 10 that are going to be raising against the limp very often. So, you know, when you talk about a polarizing bet size, if you can take, you know, straights out of their range, you know, the Queen 10, and you know they're not going to go that sizing with Ace King, then, as you mentioned, it's hard to just give your opponent
You're really high up
in
in you're really high up in your range there with a king. You know, it's tough.
And we're going out into the field, and it looks like a shot of Patron, but no additional shots of Patron for the remainder of this main event, as we see.
Does he have anything to say, though?
I mean, Ramiro out in 28th.
He's wearing a no comment sweater.
Ramon Patron eliminated by Michael Pinto, who is now up to 10.9 million in chips. Definitely worth mentioning that Lucas Rocha has laddered twice since being down to 1 small blind.
Oh, okay.
Good job.
Congrats.
Thank you.
I think you and me are gonna have a bloodbath today. I don't know why. Me and you are gonna have bloodbath.
Next pay jump at 23 players.
Yeah, I have you. The way I'm running, man, the way I'm running.
They're neighbors.
We're neighbors, yeah. I'm worried for you. The way I'm running.
You're running?
Yeah, I'm running.
One more pitch.
Action starts his hand on Rocha. Gonna fold. Lolly not much there with the 7-3 offsuit. Action folded to Margerson on the button. King 5 offsuit. Pass. Machado takes a look at his opponent in the big blinds stack and decides to call with the 6 deuce. Haratunian, ace 7 of diamonds from the big blind. About 45 bigs effective. Raise and take it out of the big blind.
Which city?
Huh? Which city? I'm from a small city down south. It's called Arendal.
Big fan of Machado's ink.
Last time I lived in Norway was Oslo.
Do you have any tats?
Oslo, yeah.
No. No, I don't.
Are you
small
planning on
cities,
getting
actually.
one? No,
Relax.
you don't
No.
want to. No
There's
designating
there's
this
no-
temple of a body.
No, it's never really been had the desire. The way that I look at tattoos is,
Good job.
you know, if I got a tattoo when I was 18 years old, it probably would have been a Stewie Griffin tattoo, which, you know, I would be so mortified to have now. And, you know, it's just, I don't know, things change, we change as people. I just...
Skin stretches.
Skin stretches. There's a lot of reasons why I don't know. I would hate to have something on my body where, because I'm in conversations with people that have tattoos, and I'm like, oh, what's this one? Shit, like, oh, I got this one when I was really young, and like, I'm thinking about getting replaced, changed. It's just like, I don't know. But this guy, the sleeve situation, I mean, this is like, it's a part of him. It's so cool. It's so well done. I'm like so into Machado's tats. Sweet tats, man.
And it's fresh, you know, not faded at all.
Yeah, probably touched up, like he takes it serious. Or maybe he got them just for the event.
King 3 of clubs for Machado on the button makes it 80K to go, but Hartunian finally, big hand. Been pretty patient and hasn't had much to work with, but now finding queens in the small blind.
Like 10 degrees, 8 degrees, maximum. Oh, okay. Yeah. Already get minus that. Minus 8.
Don't wake up with jacks, brother. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
That's big trouble.
Yeah, I think given the position of the original opener and the 3-bet from the small blind, it feels like eights is going to be ahead quite often at worst case scenario, going to be flipping against. Oh, wow.
Oh, yes.
Wow.
Love it.
Amazing.
Love it. And that's a very advanced kind of fold that I don't think a lot of people make. You kind of just resign yourself. Oh, I have 13 big blinds. It's like, you know, Machado could just have ace-5. But listen, not Machado, pardon me, Hartunian. But listen, we haven't seen a lot of action from Hartunian, you know? And this is a pretty strong 3-bet. Machado.
Yeah, choosing this suited king combination.
And this is simply about price. This is far too small a 3-bet as a rule, out of position. Just 2.5x the original bet. You know, at that price, oh no, he's gone with the 4-bet. Okay. Makes more sense.
But talking about sizing, making a pretty small sizing himself with this 4-bet. It's 475,000.
Yeah, Machado's targeting the like ace jacks that would, you know, make it 200 here because you think, you know, thinking that Hartunian's, you know, wanting to think that ace jack's good, but not wanting to, you know, just call.
And Hartunian just calls. Flop is Jack 6-5 rainbow.
Yeah, and I think as a rule you need to put queens in here. It's a difficult hand to trap out of position, so I think this is a bit more coming from a place of worry. You know, well, wait a minute, what if my opponent does have better? Okay, well, let's just make sure there's not an ace or a king on the flop. And then, you know, maybe that's when Hartunian will be prepared to put the rest of the chips in.
Yeah, but not like very good. But I get around fine. I don't have any problem. Half the way. Half the way. To try to learn Spanish.
Machado betting 260,000. Action back on Hartunian.
That's your Portuguese.
With an overpair.
Yeah, so I understand what they say.
I actually speak a bit of Portuguese.
And Hartunian gonna put the check raise in and gets a quick fold out of Machado.
Very hard, like.
Yeah, it's hard.
Spanish is.
Yeah, because, you know, I speak Norwegian and English, and many of the words are very similar.
And let's check in on the secondary feature table. And it looks like we have an all-in and call. Looks like Torben Sorensen all in with ace-jack versus Christia's queens. Sorensen, the all-in player here, looking for an ace or a jack. No help so far. One card to come. And the 4 of spades on the river means the queens are going to hold. And Sorensen is going to be our 27th place finisher.
Good luck. Thank you.
Man with one of the coolest names, Torben Sorensen.
Borden.
Collecting over 41,000 euros. Giving the death signal to the rail, his buddy.
Hello.
And we see our qualifiers stacking those chips. Valentin, Marius, Christea finding queens and holding.
I like this guy. I like it. Good dude.
Got a couple more minutes left on this level. 26 players remaining.
Finally, soon break. I don't want to see any of you in the break. None of you. Stay far away from me. Don't speak to me. Don't say hi. Nothing, please.
Are we not going to the bar? Are we not going to the bar?
I'm not going anywhere with you, my friend. Quackies. Got me good.
Shot of the beautiful set. Love to see it.
Costa. Wow. Okay, never mind. I misread it. I need to go to sleep. I thought he had 6-4. He has pocket sixes. Fair play. Fair play, sixes.
I was gonna ask, I was like...
You're like, why are you so surprised by this, Maria?
A little tight, Maria, but I'm listening. Got some strategy.
Please explain yourself.
Yeah.
No, I actually thought that said 6-4.
In
No,
fairness, 6-6 looks nothing like 6-4. So I don't know where that came from, but...
I think I'm going to spend my break going to the optometrist, guys.
Yes. Sounds like you need a break. I'm so sorry for my colleague, everyone.
Okay, but definitely Hartunian has ace-6 offsuit, right, guys? Am I getting this correct? It's not a 4-6 offsuit? Okay.
Don't do this, people. I'm happy that you're happy, but winning this pot, Hartunian, maybe you just like want to play the rush. Maybe it's part of your strategy, but look what you've done.
Oh, wow.
Oh, boy.
Rocha all in with pocket nines, but Alali in the small blind has ace-king.
You know what to do, Alali. Alali didn't come here to fold ace-king.
No, he did not. Alali calling from the small blind.
These kids mucking about with the sixes in their hands.
Right.
Get out of here.
All right. Yeah.
The big boys are trying to play a big flip. Oh, he loves to see that.
Good luck.
Rocha, the hero's journey.
Yeah, survived 2 pay jumps after being down to 1 small blind, but can he survive this flip?
You know, the chat loves to bring them up, but they love to tear them down too. Is this the moment that Rocha continues his epic quest for the final table, coming back from just a chip and a chair?
Or is
TM Joe
this his
Stapleton, or is this the end? No better way to finish the level.
10 high flop, open-ended straight draw. Ferocia still ahead. Just trying to fade the overcards of the ace
Smile
or
on the
the
face
king.
of O'Lally. This pot won't hurt him too badly, but would like to spike that king or ace on the turn.
The turn is the queen of hearts.
And that actually kills the jack out, making a straight for Roca. Makes it beneficial to the ace-king of O'Lally. 23%.
The river is the 8 of hearts, and that means Rocha going to survive this very significant double up for somebody who has been hanging on by a thread this whole time. The spin up is real.
Up to 30 big blinds. Can you believe it, Maria? An incredible comeback for Lucas Rocha.
And players leaving for their 20-minute break. And as they do, we'll take a quick look at the featured table chip counts. You see K-Hand Mockery still the top dog at the table, 115 big blinds, bossing everyone around. But everybody else has very playable stacks. And even Lucas Rocha, who has been holding on with 24 big blinds now, will have some breathing room, able to play post-flop as we come back to 25,000, 50,000 big blind. The 50,000 big blind ante, 26 players remaining, and we will be back from day 4 of the main event here at EPT Barcelona.
Maria Lampropoulou under the gun starts the hand with 14 big blinds.
Just give her some kings.
Several short stacks at the table. Kehoe, Lampropoulou, Mimesh, all short. Little Latam Spanish being exchanged. I think gracias can fly under the English only at the table rule.
I think she's just doing this one for the trolls at home. She took a little longer than usual with the 3Ds under the gun. I think that might have been an intentional excretion.
I think she doesn't look right away either. Pocket jacks for Inspector de Fowler. Not someone I would want to take bowling. Oh, the Fowler over here.
Yeah.
Raise with pocket jacks. Makes sense. Makes it 60,000. Okay. No tells to be made there. Ace king suited for Rocha. All options available except fold. Let's not be crazy.
Both playing about 30 big blinds. You know, relatively early position. So I do expect these chips to go in, you know, for these 30 big blinds each. But would be more likely to go all in sort of, you know, in later position. Fowler would hate to just get on this table and then bust first hand with jacks, but it's in the range of outcomes right now. Mimesh just wasting everyone's time because he has a pretty hand. I've never folded queen jack suited in my life. I'm not about to start now to another Frenchman.
How much did you start the hand with? $1 million?
That's 30 big.
K-Hand Mockery in the small blind. Pocket eights. Statistically, the hand most likely to flop a set.
Mockery getting a little greedy here.
What?
No.
Announces all in.
No.
That is out of line.
And is going to actually be a great result for Mockery because I don't think DeFowler can really call here. And that will leave Roca with the call for the 30 big blinds with suited ace king will have to make, and then it will be a flip.
What?
I mean, what do you do with jacks here?
Get those time bank cards ready.
This is out of pocket, I gotta say. This is just sort of like, oh, these guys are messing around. Like,
I've been doing commentary on this table all day, and I have not seen a move like this from anybody. Just a sudden outburst.
Yeah, let's get into the mind of Mockery. DeFowler's new at the table, opens one of the first hands. A very capable player in Rocha decides to make what would appear to look like a strong 3-bet, and Mockery just doesn't buy any of it. You know, not even necessarily worried about DeFowler, also because DeFowler has to call such a tight range here. I mean, to even be considering folding jacks here, that means that he's folding everything else that isn't queens through aces in this spot.
Right.
You know? So in that respect, you really just have to hope that Rocha doesn't have it here, and if he does have it, maybe he has ace-king. So this is actually the way it's shaping up. You know, you are running into two monsters, but is going to get that amazing flip and the dead money of DeFowler if DeFowler lets go of these jacks.
So Kehan Mock made a Sunday Million Day 2 last month, played super aggressively there also. And also, your first hand at the table, let's not forget, for DeFowler, just got here. Also all in, did not
for you.
Lay it down.
Good for you.
Rocha now with a crazy decision. Ace-king suited is a hand that can make the nuts multiple ways.
Yeah, this is a really impressive, brave call from DeFowler. You know, do not underestimate how difficult this spot is. I know you can see the cards at home, but, you know, when you raise and there's a re-raise and then an all-in behind and you have 30 big blinds, 40 people left in the EPT main event, this is the hand, like, right on the line. You know, you kind of have to go with queens, but, you know, tens you would be snap folding. So jacks becomes that one right on the line, and DeFowler electing to call. And now this spot for Rocha is just so brutal because it can be something like this. It can be Mockery just, you know, shoving tens, but it can also be, you know, Mockery shoving ace-queen suited or ace-king, and there's some of your outs are gone, but you could just triple up here effectively.
Yeah, I did want to mention that. 2.1 million in the middle. Average stack right now is 1.7 million. So we're playing for an above average stack purely based on what's in the middle.
Yeah, like this is your big spot. You're suited as well. Like there's just so much to gain from putting the chips in here, even though you know you're technically behind the pairs. Doesn't matter. This is a huge price with two other all-ins.
Everyone's just laddered up, by the way. 39 players left in the field. That's a new pay bracket. 31,000 euro. Everyone guaranteed now. Ace-king folds. Mockery way behind. Huge spot for DeFowler. First hand at the table. Bienvenue à la table. I was prepared to be calling a flip in this situation. Yeah. Instead, it's a domination. Let's hope there's at least one right way to play jacks.
Eight in the window. My goodness.
No right way to play jacks.
And a huge sigh of relief from Rocha, certainly folding that ace-king suited.
Brutal for DeFowler. Makes the right decision. It's now down to one out. And needs to hit it on the river. There's a French band I like very much called Justice. And I'm hoping it makes an appearance here. But no, it's an ace on the river. And DeFowler makes a cameo appearance at the feature table. I thought that Inspector DeFowler was going to be a main character.
Yeah.
Turns off, he gets killed in the first scene.
Yeah, Mockery spoiling what would have been the big flip between DeFowler and Rocha. Wow, just DeFowler out. Defiled by Mockery there.
DeFowler not so much defeated by Mockery, but by pocket jacks. Let's be honest.
No right way to play him.
He's a man with nothing left to live for.
There's Maria.
Maria putting it all in with, ooh, a mystery hand.
Oh, very on theme from the mystery bounty yesterday. We're doing a mystery hand here on day 4.
Oh, well, he's out with King Jack.
And if you're here in Barcelona, believe there's another mystery bounty here today.
I mean, this is a slam dunk call with 2 10s.
Yes, it is. But we just saw. Oh gosh, he did the triangle thing. Oh no.
I actually don't mind asking for the triangle with your fingers, except when you're calling all in. You're not really moving all in. I'm not as big a fan of that. All right, it's down to Lampropoulou and Mamesh, and Mamesh has got her pipped.
Make a wish. Rub the Lampropolis. Come on, 9.
Where's my friend?
We have seen stranger things happen.
Yeah.
But as of right now, Lampropoulou, the big favorite to double up Mamesh.
Sorry.
Jack high flop.
9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9.
10's still doing quite well.
I'm sure you're a very nice man, Mamish. I'm a Maria fan.
Maria can hit a 9 and only a 9.
You know, she will still be in the tournament.
That's right.
But 4 big blinds.
Not going to have a lot of chips.
Not a ton to work with.
We'll just say Mamesh needs to fade a 9. Does not.
10 were good for me. Good for
I mean, does. Mamesh fades the 9. Maria does not hit the 9. You guys know what I meant. Leave me alone.
Tabasco sauce. You like?
Mamesh doubles up. It is not bye-bye Maria.
No, it is
David T. It is.
What's the expression that you made up, Joe? Not quite there, but.
Is this one?
About the amount of chips she has left.
On fumes?
No.
Crumbs?
No.
Decimated?
No. A chip?
Oh, the phrase.
The phrase, yes.
Yeah.
Phrase and expression, aren't they the same thing?
Yeah, sorry. I just, I was thinking. All it takes is a chip and a chair.
Yes, that's what you
phrase
created, yeah.
I came up. I was thinking this one time. I was like,
wait.
you can always make a comeback. It was 2014, and I was like, you know what? As long as you're still in the tournament, you still have a chance to win. And then it just came to me. I was like, look, all you really need is a chip and a chair.
I remember where I was on that day.
Yeah, where were you?
I was, I heard about it. I was at a group chat where someone said, you guys are never going to believe, like, you know that moment in The Matrix when Mouse comes in, he's just like Morpheus is fighting Neo? It had that energy.
Yeah,
I was
or
in a group chat where it's like, Joe just said, you're never going to believe this.
Or the end of Back to the Future, where he's like, hey, Chuck.
It's your kids. It's your kids, Morty. No? Okay.
No, he says, you know that new sound you've been looking for?
Oh, gosh,
Listen to this, when he knew it was going to be the new thing.
Yeah, it was a huge group chat. It just spread through. And it's weird now because some people think it's just been around for so long, like so much longer, because of the impact it made when it came on the scene. But 2014, when you said that, you know, it was a ripple through the entire community.
Machado raising pocket 4s. FTA, first to act. Mamesh, freshly doubled up. Folds the king 8. Mockery out on the button, on to the blinds. Kehoe. And Maria has put her chips in before she has looked at her cards.
8.
And she has aces. Maybe she hadn't put her chips in, but she does in fact have aces, and Machado has to call.
She should slow roll here. Like,
zoinks!
Come on, you gotta like make a joke about it and be like, I haven't looked or something.
Well, you saw her. She looked at 1, and then she was like, oh. is quite... I mean, I hate to be negative, Nancy, but you're like, why did I get aces when I had a big blind?
Yeah. That's the cruel... Poker gods can have a sense of humor.
Oh, but she is chipping and chairing this one all the way to the final table.
Boy.
It's exactly situations like this that I invented that phrase.
Yes. And we thank you to this day.
Maria more than doubles up to 7 big blinds.
That's workable, man. I'm telling you. Especially you just paid the blinds. You're going to have a whole rotation.
Check out Machado's reaction once he sees the aces. Whoa.
It's like seeing a magic trick. Do you see that?
He was like, I'm going to lose an extra big blind.
I opened 4-4. Anyway,
she knows. She saw the hand.
What about me?
Hey, buddy, watch the mic.
Solta as palavras aí.
This square and up anyway because I know.
Man, I got a lot of respect for people that try to speak other languages, just show up. You can see how much effort he's going to there to try to communicate.
Yeah.
That's awesome. The rest of us just sit there. Like, I go to another country, sit there like an idiot.
Did my girlfriend tell you to say this because I haven't learned enough French?
No, but I feel the same way. Well, I mean, most of my mom's entire family lives in France. I feel like such a dunce. Just sitting there quietly miming things.
Yeah.
McDonald's, I do the golden arches. Big Mac, Royale with cheese. Mockery raising, Jack-8 suited from the cutoff. Maria, Ace-8.
Yeah, go for it. I think this is a great hand, not just because Mockery has the Jack-8, but when you're breaking down ranges, you know you're ahead of the range of Mockery here with Ace-8. Do not fold here. And there she goes. Very accomplished and experienced EPT champion. And it's moments like this, the reason why. Not easy to put in Ace-8 offsuit. You know, once you've just doubled up.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, Mockery.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
No.
Domination.
She's coming for you.
Situation. As Maria Lampropoulou continues potentially chipping and chairing her way out of this level.
Funny French.
In French, it's a flip.
Oh, no.
That is not a stellar flop.
Now he's a flip.
For Ace-8.
You can see the percentages. It's just incredible, isn't it?
Mockery with 10 outs.
And backdoor diamonds.
10 immediate outs.
This could be over on the turn. This is the sick part.
The turn is a 6. It is not over on the turn. Still just 10 outs. That's a lot to fade. Any queen, any jack, any 7.
4 of spades.
It's a 7. Lampropoulou finally falls. Former PCA champion, dusted
Good game. Salve me.
in 36th place.
Expensive. Oh, 8-9?
Oh, ça va?
Big boy. Good game. Salve me.
Taking it like a champ. That's because that's literally what she is.
She is a champ. 31,000 euros for her efforts. This is a 5K buy-in event, so 6 times your money, not terrible.
I say he's a flip. He's a flip.
But all the real cash is up top. Hello, my babies, and welcome back to EPT Barcelona 2022. Those were some highlights from earlier in the day, but it's time to make some more. Live coverage of Day 4 resumes from Casino Barcelona. Joe Stapleton, Nicholas Walsh in the booth.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me, Joe.
And it looks like we have got a new chip leader, new to me at least, Michael Pinto. 10.8 million in chips. It seems like no matter what stage of the tournament we're at, there's someone that's got an insane chip lead. That's over 200 big blinds. I don't know what's going on. Patrick Yaros, Kahan Mockery, Emmanuel Lopez, and Peterson Machado rounding out the top 5. Some of those names will be on this next list as they are playing at our continued main feature table. Kahan Mockery continues to lead. Peterson Machado, neck and neck. These two have been all day. Tigran Haratunian, 52 big blinds. Martin O'Lally from Ireland, over 50 bigs. Where's the short stacks? Neville Costa, 47. Scott Mergerison, 43. Even the short stack, Lucas Rocha, has got 24 big blinds. I knew we were going to have a bunch of eliminations, and I feel like that's happened. I don't know. Things may slow down again. 26 players remain. This is the secondary feature table. Valentin Marius Cristea with 70 bigs. Year of Romania. Okay, so here's where some of the shorter stacks are. Bruno Pega, Giuliano Bendinelli. Haven't said that name yet this tournament, but he's a name we know well. Bordal, former PokerStars employee, hanging on with 14 big blinds. And I believe the last lady standing, Gal Bauman, has 7 big blinds. I know she has 7 big blinds. I believe she's the last lady standing. What are they all playing for? What are they doing here? You paid 5,000 euros. That's not just an entry fee. That's actually how we comprise the 11.1 million euro prize pool. And we are getting dangerously close to that 6-figure 10th place money. 26 players remain. Make it to the unofficial final table. You're guaranteed 150K. Official final table, 198,000. And the numbers just get bigger and bigger from there. Third and up is all pretty juicy. 750,000 for third, $1 million for second, 1.7 million euros for first. I know we just had a break. We're just coming back from a break. There will likely be another break. When we reach 24 players, there will be a redraw. So even though we've been sticking with this same featured table all day, by virtue of the fact that we're going to jumble all these players up again, there will be a newish feature table as soon as that happens.
I wasn't lying.
And of course, the trophy legit smudged now, though.
It'd be very bad to lie.
Let's get somebody on that.
Where's that trophy polisher?
It's me. That's the problem, is I'm in here.
Nobody could ever replace you, Joe.
Crazy, crazy.
It's sick.
Broken.
Cards are in motion. Once again, blinds 25,000, 50,000 with a 50,000 big blind ante. Rocha, ace, jack, shortest stack at the table, at least, not in the tournament.
Yeah, as you say, Joe, Rocha here with just 24 big blinds, or around 24 or 25 to begin the hand. He's the shortest, but still 25 big blinds at this stage in the tournament. I mean, if it wasn't for the deluxe blind levels, the deluxe structure that we have here at EPT Barcelona, 25 big blinds is probably close to what the average would be at this stage.
1.3.
But here we go.
20K.
Vokri in the small blind.
Pretty unfortunate that the most aggro player at the table, Kahan Mockery, wakes up with a better hand in the small blind. And a re-raise incoming. Loving that Red Bull racing hat. F1 becoming a big part of the PokerStars partnership family.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what collabs we might end up doing with those guys.
Rocha shoves. Mockery makes the call. Domination situation.
Yeah. You can kind of see what happened here, right, Joe? He's like, this guy's going to be bullying me a lot. I probably have the best hand. Let's just get it in. And runs into the dominating ace. Ace-queen currently the phase.
It's just always unfortunate when the whack job at the table has you pipped. We saw a crazy bluff from Mockery. We saw a super out of line shove with pocket eights. Unfortunately, this time Rocha runs into it. Although it's domination rotation, Rocha flops 2 pair. I saw someone asking in chat during the break what domination rotation is, and that's when you hit your live card, and now you're a bigger favorite than your opponent was pre-flop. Because not only have you been dominated, but there's 2 fewer cards to come, and Mockery can only hit a queen to knock out Rocha.
Yeah, great flop for ace-jack here. Can it hold, though? Queen on the river might ruin Rocha's day, but it is the 8 of spades and a full double for the dominating ace here, Rocha.
And with that, Rocha's double up to 50 big blinds means there's not a single short stack at this table. The short S stack is now Scott Margerison, and he's got 41 big blinds.
1-1.
I think Scott's like Bam Margera's son.
I mean, there's probably some connection to the bloodline somewhere around here. And apparently Rocha, if I'm reading this note correctly, just won't say die. Is that what this means when someone wrote this guy?
From 20,000.
Nice hand.
Like, you know, in Iceland, like your David Dotter's.
Of course, yeah.
David Dotter's son.
Peter's son, Simon's son.
Simon's son.
Margera's son.
Margera's son. Hey, Scott, say hi to your dad for me. Big fan of his work.
Morpheus son. Twitch writes, what a run. Naga Sandwich says, amazing come up for Rocha. Morpheus changed his punctuation and now says, what a run. By the way, if you want your typos read aloud by me, you can fire them in using Twitch. Twitch.tv/PokerStars. You can fire them in on YouTube. PokerStars YouTube channel, or you can use the hashtag PokerStarsTV on Twitter.
Yeah, we read it all, guys. And if it's entertaining, we might even say it. So join us. Entertain the masses.
Caralho, dobrei. Primeira mão. Caralho.
Action folds around to Mockery. And by the way, we didn't really give Mockery the proper amount of sympathy for losing that pot. He's still chip leader at the table. Still has 91 big blinds, but it sucks. It sucks to get it in good. It sucks to get sucked out on.
Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't feel good. I think probably just we didn't feel that much sympathy just because he is still the chip daddy at this feature table. But don't forget, he's got a long way to go. 4.6 million currently. There are still some people out there with a lot more. I'm pretty sure we saw a 10 mil stack coming back from the break, didn't we, Joe?
Yes, we did. Absolutely. And that's at an outer table at this point. We do have outer table breaking news. Gail Bauman all in versus Giuliano Bendinelli.
I like her hand.
Gael's got Jack 10, Bendinelli Ace Queen. Lots of outs here for Gael, but there is a queen on the turn, so that reduces a bunch of them. Does not connect with the river. That's going to do it for Gael. Out in 26th place. That leaves us with 25. Gael cashing for 41,000 euro.
Thank you.
And there won't be another pay jump until we lose a player from the final 3 tables. So it's going to go elimination, redraw, pay jump. There's Bendinelli. Thanks a lot.
On the flop, no?
Doesn't make any difference.
We like Gail Bellman. Bellman? Bellman. Ooh, and another walk-off. Giuseppe Moyo. Good boyo to Moyo. And that means we're at 24. There's still one more hand in play. But the redraw is going to happen after this hand no matter what. Looks like it's Kalidou So versus Michael Pinto. Not exactly sure what's on the board there. Maybe a queen, a king, a couple of wavy lines. I don't know. That's a river card, though.
Kalidou.
There we go. King, queen, 7, 7, jack. I think I saw check, check on the turn.
I'm a big fan of Kalidou. Great guy. Super, super nice to be around. Doesn't speak a lot of English, but...
He expresses a lot with his he's very charming.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Despite that.
Yeah. He gets his point across with body language.
All right, so it looks like that hand is over. And everyone is getting demiked for the redraw. Because if you end up at the feature table, you're going to need a new mic. And this is a stage of the tournament. This redraw is hectic for everybody. It's hectic for the players. It's hectic for tournament staff. Hectic for the production team.
Yep.
And the stakes are very high.
Yeah, it's important that at these stages we pause clock, we get everything situated correctly, and we don't waste any of that precious, precious time.
Yeah, everyone laddered up with that last elimination, another 6,000 euros. So it's 47K, the next bunch of payouts. Everyone's got their racks ready to go.
I had like 36K in the bubble, line 4.
There's a lot of new people at poker. They make this pretty clear when you play. If you get moved, or when they give you your chips at any point, don't put your chips in your pockets.
Oh, hell no.
You'll be disqualified from
yes.
the tournament. You got to keep them out at all times. Use a rack. Ask for a rack.
Yeah, I don't like this table anymore.
One loss.
Yeah, from here.
One time someone sucks out on him, and he's like, I'm out of here.
No,
Give me a rack. I'm not going to put them in my pockets, but I'm not going to stay here.
That's right.
Yeah.
Julian asks, can anyone with 5K in their pocket play the main event? Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Just don't put your actual chips in your pocket, as we say, because then your 5K will be going to somebody else, and you won't have the opportunity to continue to play.
You can put casino chips in your pocket.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do not put poker tournament chips in your pocket. All right. We are inching ever closer to this prize money. We've been paying players out for a couple hundred spots at this point, but it's been chump change. The real stuff, it's all on top. So we just got done with a break, but we're taking one more. It's going to be quick this time, my babies. However, we will be back in a few. More from EPT Barcelona in 5. The Constantine Gardner, ace-9.
Puchkov opening to 55,000. We've got ace-king here for Alessandro Longobardi.
Yeah, I'm going to give a little. If this guy is not a surfer, what is he doing with his life? Longobardi? I feel like Chris Moneymaker not playing poker. That person looks familiar.
We've got Giuseppe Pantaleo with ace queen.
Oh boy.
And he is 4-bet, re-raising to 269,000.
Well, it's gut check time for ace king. Oh, so many chips too. Too many for another bet. We're going to see a just call.
And we get a queen jack 9 flop domination rotation. Top pair, top kicker for Pantaleo.
Come on. Come on.
Alessandro bets 260,000.
Pantaleo calls the 260,000. Longobardi
I'm not really sure.
Does not improve on the turn.
Like, I know you feel compelled to see bet there.
Yeah.
But I just wonder what hands you're really going to get to fold.
Yeah.
Like, eights? 10, even, you know, what's like the worst hand that's 3-betting you? Ace 10, I guess, maybe, but you're beating ace 10. And the double barrel. Yikes. 1.8 million in the pot now.
1.8 million in the pot.
You can see him shake his head. He's furious, and I would be too.
What is it? I didn't see.
Here comes the mini slow roll. Right, take it easy. There's equipment in there. Yeah, it's just tough. I don't know. I've yet to come up with a way to deal with hands like that.
3 million chips for Pantaleo, 3 times average. Blinds 12-24 with 22 players remaining. Pantaleo under the gun with king queen. Okay, looks like it's going to be round 2 between these guys as Alessandro Longobardi picks up ace jack.
I don't like his chances.
With everyone else folding. And we'll go heads up to the flop. And that flop is Jack 10-6. So it's top pair for Longobardi, the open-ended straight draw for Pantaleo. And a bet of 63,000.
Longobardi with less than $1 million now. Probably pretty confident he's got the best hand for now. So many bad turn cards, and that is one of them. Dead. Longobardi, wipe out. Guess it's better on the turn.
$139K.
600 heads.
And Longobardi makes the call.
Dead. Drawing dead.
What's he have left?
Not a good sign.
750.
I bet 750. I mean, wait. Put out the river. I bet 750.
Oh, man. Longobardi, Rivers, 2-pair.
So now Longobardi's beating Jack 10. I mean, it's just so tough because you're really only losing to one hand that Pantaleo is going to have under the gun. But also, what else? I guess you could be losing to sets.
Oh, he's called it.
Era.
397,000. That is 2 huge pots that Pantaleo has won against Longobardi.
I should call him, probably.
Well, joining this hand slightly late, Giuseppe Pantaleo opened under the gun with Queen 8. Luis Rufus is called in the small blind. Georgios Skatadis is called in the big blind. And it's all spades on the flop. A small flush for Skatadis. Pantaleo with a straight flush draw. Rufus with the nut flush draw.
Oh, this could be so wild. Oh.
That is a straight flush for Pantaleo. Rufus has turned the nut flush.
Not to be super critical, but maybe not the best hand to come to in the middle of.
How many?
I guess it's all about the post-flop action. Skatadis, what are you doing?
What do you mean? He's got a flush.
The moment that the 4th spade comes, you've got to get out of here.
Oh, my goodness.
Pantaleo raises to 360k. Rufus calls. Skatadis finally folds. We're going heads up to the river. Rufus is drawing dead. Thinks he has the nuts here. He does not. And this is going to be an absurdly huge pot. These are the 2 biggest stacks, right?
You play your whole life waiting for a hand like this. To cooler someone this badly at this spot, at this stage of a massive tournament.
880,000 from Pantaleo.
Tell me Rufus manages to just call here. I know it sounds crazy.
Wow!
He does call!
Just finds a call.
You gotta be happy though, you just called.
Absolutely, that is as good.
Wow, what a nice check behind.
As winning the hand.
Yeah.
I'm big blind.
I had flush already after the flop. I was finished.
So sick hand. What?
I had flush already on the flop.
I wanted to bet like 2.
No one cares.
You think it's too much? You would fold to me? No.
I have no idea.
You don't know?
I mean, yeah, I think if you're Pantaleo, you get all of it there if you bet all of it.
Oh, yeah. No?
No, I think I called.
Yeah.
So now we have Puchkov with aces opening to 100k.
You guys, did I mention I flopped it?
He's still going to be saying that in like 5 hands time, right?
Rufus tilted. Oh, he said call, even still.
How much is the raise? And the call?
Yeah. Rufus calling on the button with Jack 8 of clubs. Pantaleo in the big blind with 5-4 of hearts.
Look at you make a straight flush. You're like, 5-4, I can make another one. Make a steel wheel, guys. Anything can happen.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on.
Just the 1-4. 1-4, 1 heart. 2 clubs and a jack against aces. Again, pretty train wrecky.
Puchkov continues. Still has the best hand right now, but Rufus has the best equity. Top pair and the club draw. He raises to 570,000.
200.
You don't need to ask. You just fold.
Raise to 6.
You have fold?
I have cards. I'm thinking.
Dude, you got a pair of 4s. Get out of the way.
I mean, with the day, well, he does. With the day he's having, I mean, you probably expect you can't lose.
All in. All in? Call.
All in and a call. Puchkov at risk and marginally ahead. Is this a case of too many outs for Rufus?
Whether it's Puchkov or Rufus, somebody here has done Goofus. Oh, turns 2 pair.
Yeah.
Out you didn't even see coming.
Puchkov still has 7 outs, though. An ace or a 4 or a 3 for a better 2 pair.
Yeah.
It's the ace on the river.
Oh. Ja, weißt du warum das gekommen ist? Weil deswegen kommt.
Das Ace of Spades hat ihn getötet vorhin. Der hat das in der Hand und callte dich. Anders callte dich nicht.
Amazing, amazing.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars EPT here in Barcelona in this record-breaking event. A brief pause in the action. 2,294 total entries are now down to 24. 3 tables of 8. And those tables have been reconfigured and recombobified into these 8 at the featured table, the main featured table. Patrick Yaros gonna be top of the heap, 7.1 million in chips, 143 big blinds. Glad we're gonna still have Peterson Machado. Jack Salter finally gonna get some TV table time. Fabiano Kowalski goes by Kowalski1 online, and Kaldu So, former EPT champion. No short stacks whatsoever at the main feature table. At the secondary feature table, we've got the overall chip leader, Michael Pinto, who's got 222 big blinds with 24 players left. That is a large percentage of the chips in play. Bordal, shortest stack at this table. Bord, a long-time PokerStars employee. Very cool to see him going deep in his first eligible tournament in a long time. And once again, it's a lot of times people will say, Nick Walsh, by the way, in the booth.
Hello.
A lot of times people will say, such and such isn't about the money. It's not about the money. This is about the money.
Yeah, and there's a lot there too, Joey. 11 million is the total prize pool. Winner taking home 1.7. It's huge.
It's not winner take all, but it's winner take a lot. $1 million for second place as well, but can you imagine 9 people between 10th place and the winner and $1.6 million difference? That's a lot of dimp. New feature table. Some faces that have been at the feature table all day. Some that we have wished to have seen throughout the course of this event, like Jack Salter.
Brazil.
Look at Machado voluntarily saying someone needs to come take my phone. You get through with your phone, you keep it.
Yeah, they said maximum 6.5 levels, but probably not more than 6. And if we get to 16, we just stop. I think that's what I understood.
That's entirely possible. You guys heard Jack Salter. 6 levels or 16 players, whichever comes first, is something that happens occasionally. I do think that if we somehow got down to 16 players before dinner or something, I don't think we would quit for the day. But who knows? We'll find out when it happens.
Yeah, it just
it is what it is.
It's an in-game decision, isn't it, Joe? A wise man once told me that.
That's right.
I, for one, am particularly excited to see our boy Khalidou. Well, I'm saying he only has 40 big blinds.
Yeah.
But that deluxe structure, man, 40 big blinds is a lot of chips here at this stage in the tournament. Plenty to play it out with. Kowalski wakes up with aces on the dealer button here. There was a raise in the call. When you squeeze from the button here, especially a player like Kowalski, it's going to look super bluff heavy, right?
Well, I don't know Kowalski's exact reputation, but I just know in general, I assume all good players are bluffing all the time. I assume they're squeezing all the time. Kowalski 3-betting to 450,000.
I like this size a lot. It's almost exactly pot if you don't include the antes, which I like from position.
Ooh,
because
interesting.
Because you don't want to go super duper big here from position, and you probably don't have to. If you're out of position, you want to add a few chips, though, right? If you're out of position, you want to be like, okay, like I want to charge a little bit extra because I will have the disadvantage post flop.
Yaros folds, despite being the initial raiser, and the caller in between folds as well. So regardless whether people thought it was a bluff squeeze or a value squeeze, they got out of the way.
Easy money.
Easy money, he says.
Some folks in chat asking where James is. James not feeling great today.
My neighbor. Incredible. Brazil too.
Thank you for asking. I'm sure he'll be happy to know that he is missed.
Okay.
You're from Brazil too?
Argentina. Hermano.
Hermano. Brother, he says.
Brazil and Argentina is not the same.
Correct. If you thought that, you would be American.
How is it possible to look so cool all the time? This guy's just so well dressed. He just always looks like a baller, Joe.
It probably helps being a very successful poker player.
Yeah, he's just built and everything. I love that guy.
Khalidou so raising. Pocket threes. Haratunian. I'm just trying to show off that I can say his name. Honestly, didn't have to announce that. Fold of 2 ragged cards. Salter out.
Saltaire.
Costa out. Bruno Pega. Pega.
All right, we get
fold
to
Queen 5.
Oh, a little bit of an expose there.
Oh. Not a big deal. If you're new to the stream, not a big deal. If you
especially if not if you're in the big blind and you're just giving him the pot.
Correct.
It's all good. He heard you, Joe. Glad we get to do some Pega again. That was fun. All right. Hand number 86 of our feature table today. Blinds are still at 25,000, 5,000 with a 5,000 ante.
Nicholas says, can somebody please tell Maria to add me on Instagram? I'm in love. You can look at Maria's pictures without her adding you. Good luck getting her to follow you back, though. I've been trying for years.
I'm not even sure if she follows me. Savage.
There was actually a really long time that went by, and Maria asked me, by the way, raise under the gun, ace, king, Machado, Yaros, king, jack suited. Maria was like, how come you never like any of my photos? And I was like, Maria, you get like 6,500 likes on any of your photos. I'm like, what's the point? You're never going to see them anyway.
She notices when
you
you
noticed,
don't.
yeah.
Maria, if you're watching the stream, I mean, a follow back would be nice. The thing is, Joe, she's got 199. She follows 199 right now.
Oh, it's such a low number.
Well, it's such a low number.
You know how girls like to keep their numbers
It's
low.
a flex. I get that. It's a flex. But what I'm saying is, I think she's probably holding off on the 200. That 200 has got to be a special person. So I'm not going to take it too personally. I understand that you want to keep it in the low hundreds, Maria. So yeah, that's fine.
Khalidou folding the pocket threes to the 3-bet from Yaros. Machado will not be following suit. Call. A king-eye flop could get spicy. Queen high flop. Yaros with the betting lead and position. And a gut shot draw. 1 diamond.
Yeah, gut shot. Let's go. You know, honestly, gut shots aren't great. They're not great draws. But it's always better to have something going on. You know, you want some way to make a strong hand. And gut shots usually give you that opportunity. So probably going to see a continuation here from Jaros. Yep, so the pot was 725, and he's going to bet 450,000. So 725,000 to bet a 450K. Very, very sizable here.
And Machado going nowhere. Not a believer.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of under-repped his hand pre-flop by just flatting, right, Joe? So I don't think you can give up at this point. If you give your opponent the sort of reins, if you give them the initiative and they start to take that initiative, you need to be aware that pre-flop ace-king is usually going to be winning, right? And sure enough, in this situation, it is. Usually. I think that's an interesting way to think about hands as well. Like, you look at a board and you can decide whether or not a board hits your opponent's range. But if you just think about your pre-flop equity, if you do already have a strong hand, like how often, if you just imagine that there was no street play, that you would win and try and sort of gauge your reaction from there. So he's going to fire again, 850K on the turn.
This is a Czech Republic flag for Jaros, for those asking.
I mean, Machado just so confident throughout this entire tournament. You know, he's not afraid just to go, yeah, I played my hand like this. Ace-King's going to be the best hand a lot of the time. I think I'm just going to call again. He's like, yeah, I don't know, this guy's maybe King-Jack, something like that. Maybe Jack-10. This time he lets it go.
That's a spot-on impression, by the way.
Yeah.
Really good.
Aced it. I don't think we've heard this guy speak the entire tournament yet, but...
No. Jaros gets away with one there, and that's what'll happen when you've got triple the chips of the next closest player.
Okay.
2 barrels, baby. Very nicely played. The aggression was perfectly timed. Takes it down as we round into hand number 87. Again, guys, blinds 25,000, 50,000 with a 50,000 ante, excuse me.
Jaros under the gun, 7-5 suited, going to play the rush. Yup. Limber up. Things are about to get bluffy. Kowalski not buying it. Something fishy about that raise. So Kowalski says re-raise. The old 3Xer.
Khalidou in the small blind with a very pretty hand. Khalidou, the shortest player at this table, 40 big blinds. I think we're probably going to see a 3-bet squeeze, you guys. Sorry, excuse me. I think we might see a 4-bet jam is what I meant to say. It really depends on his read of Kowalski.
7-5. 700. 7-5. 700.
There you go. There is a 4-bet. The cold 4-bet.
I don't know about you guys, but every time I wake up with ace-queen suited here and cold 4-bet, I'm definitely up against aces or kings. It's never the first person has 7-5, second person has king. Like, what?
Sorry for
right?
my...
This is the ante, right?
And then everyone's like, you should have known. It went under the gun raise, under the gun +2 re-raise, and you're going to put in a 4th bet with ace-queen?
Yep. There it is.
Oh my God! Oh
Joey,
my God!
Joey!
Oh my God! I told you. The 4-bet is about to get floored bet.
Oh, no. Kaladu's done exactly the right thing here. He read the situation correctly. You can't predict what the big blind's going to wake up with, though, Joe.
Oh, my goodness.
No.
I cannot believe I just doinked Kaladu so hard.
Doinked, mate. Absolutely doinked. How could you do that to him, Joey?
Machado must be clicking his heels under the table, just shoves. He's going to pick up a huge pop pre-flop.
Oh, Kaladu knows what's up at this point. There's no chance.
There's just never a bluff.
Yeah. I mean,
the cold 5.
It's like it's just like hard for it to even be ace queen. Like it really is going to be.
Not.
It's going to be ace king, kings or aces.
I feel like ace king maybe sometimes. Yeah, I guess you have to do this with ace king, but still.
It could be queens, I guess, sometimes too. But
But ace queen is in bad shape regardless.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So,
suited, offsuit.
Okay.
Does not matter.
Okay, we're getting overexcited. Still 26 big blinds behind in Kaladu's stack. I think he's good enough to let this one go.
Incredible.
Translate that one, Joe.
Fold.
Yes.
Fold. But he's like, I can't do it myself. You're going to have to help me. You're going to have to take those cards.
You're going to have to.
Yeah, one card.
That was something.
So two? No?
Yeah, I think that, of all the ways
in 1 hour
to get set up, at least he was set up in a way where you could get away from it, right?
Yeah, right. Not committed, luckily.
Mike is asking, is this ever jacks? I think this would be very difficult to be jacks at this stage in the tournament. Honestly, you're making reference to the 5-bet jam. I think a lot of people are just going to fold the jacks at that point.
Most people, but of course, we had Can Mock who did some pretty funky stuff, who jammed 8s.
Yeah.
And a slightly, not quite exactly the same dynamic, but still, people are capable of doing weird stuff, but
yeah,
most of the time, that is not going to be any sort of bluff. That's going to be aces, kings, and ace king, and that's about it.
Yeah. Just really cool that he does it in a way where he doesn't go completely broke. He gives himself the opportunity to get away from that combo. And it's so pretty, and he did it absolutely the right thing until he got more information from the player directly to his left.
But I'm just saying, if you 3-bet me next time, I'm... Oh my God.
Calduso with more diamonds. He's like, this damn queen of diamonds.
Queen of diamonds won't leave me alone.
Will not leave. I mean, can you blame her?
Always I think it's mine.
I'm sorry, sir.
Organic asks, are there 24 left in the tournament? Yes, that's correct. You can see right there where it says field, 24 out of 2294. Final 3 tables of the tournament.
Strong table, huh? Strong table, huh?
Deep into day 4.
1 round?
Unclear how long we'll play for today. I think we could easily go the full 6 levels and not get to 16
Going
players.
quite a few times in a tournament. It's surprisingly easy.
Yeah,
to get
potentially.
it
I mean,
No,
I've been following the
15,
action pretty
but
closely,
day
and the
one
effect, the average stack, excuse me, has been sticking around at least 50 bigs.
Because of the lily white luxury levels provided by the PokerStars structure.
Yeah, very, very deluxe.
Lobster asks, when is the next pay jump and how significant is it? The pay jump is actually imminent. We're on a bubble right now. And the jump is 6,000 euros.
All right, Salter with the Ochos. Any of my stream viewers will know these are absolutely merciless Dragon Slayers.
4 to a straight on this king high flop for Hartunian. Salter's 8s. Doing pretty well, just one overcard out there.
Yeah, ace-5 with the gut shot here tends to get quite sticky. I'm assuming the 8s are going to put in a bet. Looks like that's exactly what's going to go down here. And ace-5 with the opportunity to continue. A lot of times people do at least come along once here. They could even play this as a check raise once in a while. When you've got the ace high, probably you check raise a little bit less. Just because you do have showdown.
Showdown, okay.
Yeah, a little bit of showdown. There you go. Sticking around, sticking around. Jack of clubs on the turn. Not a great turn for ace-5. Obviously now losing to a ton of flushes that might have been bluffing on the flop here. And, you know, if you have the ace of clubs in your hand, even the 5 of clubs, this is like kind of looking a little bit better, but
meh.
Yeah. I wonder if Salter slows down on the turn at this stage.
Speaking of Salter, Goku on Twitch asks, is that Jack Salter? If you're looking at Jack Salter, then yes.
And if you see his name bottom left next to those 2 8s,
that is Jack Salter. If you're looking at this person, that's not Jack Salter. That's Tigran Haratunian.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at this person,
what a great name, by the way.
If you're looking at this person, then yes, that is Jack Salter.
I mean, like we said, ace-5 on the flop does have showdown. You're going to be ahead of some suited connectors. You're going to be ahead of, you know, maybe a hand like queen 10 once in a while, although queen 10 probably likes to bet this turn, especially if they have a club. So I think it's probably going to go check, check, river, although Salter might pick up on the fact he might go for some value once in a while. No, he checks. That's fair. I do think this run out isn't really going to be, it's quite thin to try and get value from 8s here. You're only going to get looked at by like a 4 or a 3 once in a while that might have called on the flop from the big blind. But as played, both players have showdown. Not super strong hands in the context of that board, and it's going to go check, check.
Victor Odessa asks, who is Jack Salter? Jack Salter, before I launch into this story, is a person I like. I find him entertaining. I find him very charming. However, he is partially responsible for one of the worst nights of my entire life.
Oh, yeah?
Which is during the EPT Monte Carlo, where he and Antonio Bonanno played heads up for 20 hours, I want to say.
Wow.
Well, the final table took 20 hours. Their heads up took, I don't know, Patrick will be able to tell me, 14 hours, 12 hours?
Hey, stat trick.
Something god-awful. Here's what happened. They got heads up just before the players' party was started. James and I were looking out the window, and there were fireworks going on. We were like, hey, man, like, maybe we'll make the players' party. And there were people that were getting on planes as the heads up was starting. They were like, oh, cool, maybe you guys will make the players' party. People were landing in New York, Los Angeles, getting off the planes, and the heads up was still going.
I love it. I love it. Yeah.
9 hours of heads up. Fine. 9 hours of heads up.
Okay. 9 hours of heads up, but that doesn't include breaks.
That doesn't include breaks, and it does not include however many hours it took to get to heads up.
Right.
It was one of the weirdest nights of my life. It was one of the only times I've ever seen James eat McDonald's. Someone brought in McDonald's at 5 o'clock in the morning, and James threw his headset off so fast, would have knocked over his own mother to get to those chicken McNuggets.
Oh, my God. Sometimes you just got to get the nugs out, mate.
Top pair for Kowalski.
Wow. Yeah, that's a great story. I mean, that kind of reminds me of EPT. Was it EPT Monte Carlo with where you had to leave because Manig Loiser was heads up for?
That was
the year before.
Also in Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
That was way later.
That was years later.
That
right?
might have been the last time we were in Monte Carlo before.
Before, that's what it was. Yeah, because I was doing commentary, and Joe had to catch a plane that was running on so long.
The most annoying part about that was I get to the airport, and who gets in line right behind me?
Manig
Loiser.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, he made it.
I love that guy. Manig Loiser. Absolute sweetheart. Very humble dude. Great poker player.
That was exactly a Eddie flu. It was just like George Costanza during the fire at the kid's birthday party.
Trip aces for Kowalski on the river. King high with a diamond, though. Kowalski's like, yeah, we're going for some value. That makes sense to me.
Finally seeing a fold.
I was going to say, I mean, imagine him putting in a raise here. That would be pretty interesting. But the trip aces take it down there at non-showdown because his opponent folded. And
there's all kinds of ways you can win. You can win a pot. You can win without a showdown. You can win when your opponent folds.
You can win on the flop. You can win on the turn.
Got to cut away from this for 1 second. It appears as if there is an all-in ace-jack versus ace-10. Remigijus Wojciechowski in the denim jacket, all in against Giuliano Bendinelli. Giuliano knocked out Gail Bauman in 25th place. And it looks like he is now knocking out Remigijus in 24th.
Nice start.
Yeah. Remigijus Wojciechowski.
Before you guys came. No, not like that. Like before. Wow. What
And that's a pay jump for everyone else.
I haven't looked yet, man. So. Oh, all right. You have to.
Everyone now guaranteed
But I've got more than
6,000 more euro. 47,000 now. All right, everyone's like dang near close to 50K now. That's pretty cool. We're getting into the good stuff.
Yeah, for sure. This is where you're like, I might bust.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, there you go. Little fist bump. Almost left him hanging. Jack Salter was like, you can't do that to me, bro.
Spraggy left me hanging so bad during the True Geordie showdown.
Oh, no. Really? On camera?
Yeah, it's on, I retweeted it this week.
Is there a clip? Okay, yeah, I was going to say.
There's a clip of it.
Good. Thank God for that.
Just me, I don't know, a good solid 40 seconds of holding my hand in the air while he ignored me. Salty asking, what was the buy-in for this? Like 35K? This is a 5K buy-in, Salty.
5K main event. Yeah, by the way, Curling Master in the chat. First of all, shout out to one of my Uber regs who hangs out with me on stream. Hope you're doing good, buddy. Is asking about Pi once again. I think you guys have probably already mentioned, but for those of you who haven't heard yet, our very own Pi Face Poker, Mason Pi, did in fact take down the 550 horse event earlier today. It was meant to be a one-day event, but it ended up running super late into the evening. A couple players that were joining actually had flights this morning, so they had to play out until at least those guys had busted or they came to a conclusion. They came back today at 2:30 CEST to play three-handed for the win, and our guy brought it home for Team Pro. 17,000 euros and a little bit more, 17,000 and change. Very proud. If you guys want to catch any of those pictures or videos, join us on social media. I put a couple up on my Instagram if you want to check them out. Nick Walsh TV. I'm sure Pi probably retweeted a bunch and has a bunch of professional ones done too. There's a winner's shot coming up as well at some point too. Congrats, Pi.
Yaros responding to the 3-bet. Yes, congrats again to Mason Pi. Such an earnest individual.
He just really wanted it, Joe, you know, like, because this is his event. It is the mixed games movement. He really petitioned to have more of these events at EPT. Had a pretty good performance in the 8 game, and then, you know, actually went and followed through all the way to the end with the horse.
Yeah, perfect.
In any case, Back to 2 cards.
Premier coup un peu un coup putain level là pendant. Mais j'ai perdu un coup.
Costa continuing 225,000. And Yaros going to hang around. 1 overcard, not enough, and he is. Suspicions are correct that the king has not hit Costa. Is he flipping us off? Look at that. Is he?
Subtle, subtle.
That's a power play I haven't seen in a while. The secret bird.
I hope Joe Stapleton is watching this right now. Hello. Hello, continuation. 375,000.
Continues to continue.
It's kind of on the small side, though, right? I think Jaros has probably got to come along here again.
Well, he's literally swimming in chips like Scrooge McDuck. He can take another card off if he wants. And this is shaping up to be a pretty big pot. 2 million in the middle. And if the king didn't hit Costa, nothing else about this board should be particularly scary.
Costa does have the Queen of Diamonds blocker here. There's a chance he could just ship it in on the river. Although it does seem a little bit wild, given the fact his opponent didn't want to go away on any street. I feel like he's telling a believable story on the turn. He's all in.
Wow.
I absolutely love it.
I love it. Now, without seeing the result, I love it. I love the heart to be able to do this. And whatever Yaros does, if Yaros Hero calls here, that'll be pretty cool too. Is this going to work? I mean, who has the gall to do this at this stage in the tournament?
I was literally about to say, Joey, with the Queen of Diamonds, I already said, yeah, he could turn his hand into a bluff here, but the size on the turn is so believably strong, and he allowed himself to have almost pot remaining on the river.
Bluffs the chip leader, the table chip leader, that is. And we're not going to get to celebrate this very long, despite it being a pretty awesome triple barrel bluff shove. Costa winning. We have got board dull, all in. Similar situation we just saw, all in and behind against Paul Fischel. Ace-10 for Bard. Ace-Jack for Fischel. Both of them flop a pair. Board gonna need some help from the board. No help on the turn, no help on the river. Bard out. In 22nd place, did catch the ladder. 47,450. Great to see him. Made a final table a long time ago in an EPT. Then worked for PokerStars, couldn't play the event, and then goes super deep nearly immediately afterward.
Yeah, very cool. Worked with this guy a lot. Sick run, as Joey said, almost that 50K mark.
Call.
Kowalski opening King 5, back to the main feature table. King 5 suited. Costa. Did I hear someone call us defending out of the small blind? Is that a phrase people use now?
Sure.
Okay, defending out of the small blind. Ace tray of clubs.
Yeah, I suppose, you know, I mean, when you raise from position, you're stealing from the small blind and the big blind, technically. Both players have chips invested.
So fold, top pair for Costa, second pair for Kowalski. Dimitri's asked, hello chat, if I want to participate in a main live event of PokerStars, must I have an account on PokerStars? I don't think so. I think you need a PokerStars live account, but you can Sign up for that when you get here.
Yep, I think that's the case.
In fact, I know that's the case because Americans come and play and they don't have PokerStars accounts. So
Right.
yeah, you do have to sign up in some way, but you don't have to play online poker. David Baker in the chat with his little joke. I love the heart too, but I think the diamond is more relevant here.
Very nice. Style points.
Dude, you're way too smart for YouTube.
Dude, join us on
Switch over to Twitch.
Yeah, we need more comments like that over here, buddy. Well done.
Check on the river. Pair of aces beats a pair of kings. Last I checked.
Highest card in the deck.
Not a ton. Highest card in the deck. I feel like this is a strong question here.
Lay it on me.
Mike asked, Nick, for professional poker players, what would be a relatively normal ratio of studying and actually playing poker?
What would be normal, or what would most pros do? I think that's kind of like, you know, how long is a piece of string, really? I mean, there are certain pros that I think probably don't need to do as much studying as others. It really depends where you are in your sort of career, and it also depends what kind of games you play and what kind of stakes you play as well. You know, there are some online pros that have kind of found their level. They compete very, very well. They might look up a few spots here and there just to be like, yeah, actually, this is one that I'm not completely, you know, sure about. I think sometimes studying can be, you know, just a way to continue to be mindful, Joe. You know, like sometimes study isn't necessarily like, oh, here's a spot I haven't seen before. I think I need to do more study. Sometimes it's nice just to go over spots that you might have seen before just to confirm the sort of situation, confirm the bias, to remind yourself that it is a game that requires thought and not autopilot at all times.
So kind of like writing down all your hands and just confirming that you were running bad?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay.
Just confirming you're running bad is great. But no, I think it's different for everyone.
Two solid hands here. Hijack, big blind, Kowalski, king, queen, Machado, ace-10. No re-raise. Just a raise and a defend.
I think for the most part, though, what you want to be doing is playing a fair amount, getting the volume in that you require, and then marking down the ones that are really interesting to you, but also having a way to sort of monitor the stuff that you might be unaware of as well. So a way to sort of study your generalized leaks as well as the specific sort of interesting hands that you might note down manually.
A lot of folks curious about what went on with Rocha, who was down to half a big blind at one point in the last level. He's now 11th of 22 players who remain. Pretty cool. Another deuce on the turn, 3 clubs out there. Nobody's got a club. Check, check. Another 5 on the river. So deuces and 5 with an ace. Looking pretty good. Deuces and 5s with the king. Not looking bad either. Kowalski in position. And Machado is going to lead. Try to avoid facing a bet. $325,000 into 545. A little more than half.
Chunky.
And it gets the worst hand to fold. Hey, Troy Vietnam, I see you in YouTube chat. Remember yesterday when you were banging on over and over and over again about a particular player? Like, I called it. This guy was going to win it. I called it. This guy's going to win it. Where's that guy now? Why aren't you calling it now? Why are you being so quiet now? He called it. I don't know if you guys heard, but he called it. I'm so petty. You're petty with me, I'm petty with you. That's how it works, though. You chill with me, I'm chill with you.
All right, guys, hand number 95. Blinds are still 25K, 50K with a 50K ante. 2 folds. Mr. Salter. Pocket 4 is in the hijack. Certainly has some chips to play with here. Again, nobody particularly short. Kalidou still over 25. Just over 25 big blinds. Costa in the cutoff with Queen 10 suited. He might be tempted to come along here just as a call. We have spoken about this specific combination in this spot many times now. I think it's reasonable just to fold 2. He is pretty far out of position here. If he's close to the button, probably much more tempting to just play that pot heads up or potentially 3-ways with the big blind if they decide to call 2. Kalidou, ace-7 off. Yeah, I like the fold too. I think he was just debating whether or not he wanted to do something with that bare ace.
Excuse me, his what?
His bare ace.
Watch your mouth around Maria.
Welcome back, Maria Ho.
Oh, thank you. Just in time for that awkward exchange, but you know.
Salter betting these pocket 4s. Yaros has to double check his hand. Probably not good. Gets out of the way.
Memu in the chat saying how many people were registered in this event. You can see top right, the original field was 2,294. This is the biggest ever EPT main event ever. Double ever.
All the evers.
In the history of ever.
Pretty sick first place prize we're all waiting on as well. Still 2 days away from that. It doesn't seem like it with 22 players left. You'd think we could get to the winner tonight.
A couple of ladies here in the cutoff for So.
Standard.
Why? The man looks like he could pull him.
He's a handsome, charming, successful fella.
He is unbelievably handsome. Such a charmer, too.
Machado giving up that, you know, ace X spot on the button.
Especially at the end.
Just because So opening off of about 25 bigs, probably not usually a spot you necessarily want to 3-bet light against.
Just jump on an interview with Kalidou and be like, okay, hey, you want to hear about my poker? You want to hear about how I played? No. Tell me where you got those glasses. What's your workout routine?
Please say it's nothing.
All right, so not the worst flop ever for 9-8. Does have the opportunity to make a very, very long straight.
Não, agachado.
Just a call from the straight draw improves to an open ender. So with the best hand, but texture is definitely getting a little bit dicey. You certainly want to be protecting. There's some straight possibilities, some flush possibilities.
Yeah, the 6 would give him a 7-card straight, right? 4,
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And Haratunian takes that opportunity to just lead.
And a call.
Yeah, so definitely recognizing that there's a lot of, 2-pair combos possible from a big blind defend. Doesn't necessarily want to just rip it over the lead on the turn because feels like he's not really going to get called by worse. So effectively bluff catching with a really strong hand right now. Overpair to the board still.
Yeah, I think Maria's right, though. Very scary texture when the big blind defends. 2 pairs, flop straights, flush draws potentially on the flop and turn. Plenty of ways to lose this one. How much do you have left, he asks. He's thinking about whether or not he wants to fire into So's queens here. So actually has just less than pot behind, so could really put him to the test here.
Yeah, if Haratunian was, considering what would need to happen on the river for him to win this pot, should he not hit the straight, he certainly set it up in terms of sizing his turn lead to being able to put all of So's chips in the middle for his tournament life here, but instead just making it a third pot. And that's not going to get it done.
Yeah, third pot. I mean, there's a chance maybe he thought maybe he's still floating with ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack, that kind of thing. And he's like, those will probably give up to the 1/3. I don't need to go for all of it here. Do you think he would have used that same size if he had a set, Maria, something like that, or like a 2-pair? I think probably he might go bigger, right?
Yeah, I would think so. I would like to think that that's definitely a consideration. What would he make it with all of his value hands?
Right.
And yeah, I think based on what I've seen as far as today goes out of Haratunian, he really hasn't wanted to put too many of his chips at risk. In a bluff type of spot or even calling pre-flop, he's been fairly tight and fairly snug with a lot of his actions. So I think it's just one of those spots of like, if I could get away with a cheap bluff, great, but I'm not really ready to, risk half of my stack trying to bluff somebody who looks as cool and calm and collected as So.
Y'all might want to check out, depending on where you are, we just had a little flash up there for the road to PSPC. We're going to be doing live tournaments in various places around the world where folks can win a platinum pass. Saw an ad outside. I think Nottingham is a place they're going to be doing it. I think Hamburg, Germany, maybe I saw, is maybe going to have a live event, a live festival for some platinum pass activity. So check out PokerStarsLive.com/PSPC for details. And I think there's going to be some more road to PSPC stops. Your host, the one time no one defends their big blind. Hey, Amazonian JB in chat.
Hello, hello.
Putting 3 platinum passes emojis in there. Now, I think you've only won 2 platinum passes, right?
You like to tilt me a lot. I
22 players remaining. Going to play down to 16 or 6 full levels. And like I said, if we get to 16 real fast, I wouldn't be surprised if we played a little bit more, but that will be determined later on. Cal Dussault, Queen Jack suited.
Very pretty combo. He's going to probably raise this one up. Blinds, remember, guys, are 25K, 50K, so something like 100K is pretty standard here, just the min. From this far out of position, he's going to add an extra 10K. Seems good. Just over 2x the big blind.
I'd like to read this comment. I've been meaning to say this for a while. Thank you. Thank you, Curling Master, who says, these events are busy time for you moderators. Much love to all mods and the crew. You guys do a fantastic job. Yeah, Tom, Ed. Not sure who else is in the chat right now. Everyone's been great, helping out a lot. Thank you very much. Obviously, the entire crew here. They'll get their big thank you at the end. But
oh, yeah.
If you could see how many people work on this production, you would be floored. You'd be absolutely baffled. And it's not just the webcast you see here, but obviously we're going to cut these down, make them into smaller bite-sized portions later, and that requires a lot of work behind the scenes.
Yeah, and seeing those call sheets and seeing how early so many people in production have to show up to get, you know, the early shots and all of those things before we even step foot in the booth. Mad props to all of them working super hard. There are not enough snacks in the world to pay them for the time and the energy and the effort that it's required.
There are enough snacks in the world, though, to make my pants not fit anymore. Top pair for So.
Great flop here for Kalidou. That sort of Queen 10-6 rainbow job. At the stack depth, you know, kind of a 1/3 seems pretty standard. It's kind of a range bet flop, don't you think, Maria? When I say, by the way, guys, when I say range bet, I mean you pretty much bet all of your range here, meaning your high cards, your no hands, your pure bluffs, and then also your stronger hands as well, like queens at Queen X, 10X.
Someone in chat asking, do these PSPC things count for Americans? Certainly the online ones don't, but if you see a live one happening and you want to go there, you can certainly attend a live event anywhere in the world. I know it's a long way to go, but these events will also be fun. Last time there was a PSPC, there was a bunch of smaller grassroots stops in America called the Moneymaker Tour, and they were all super fun, even if you didn't play specifically or win a platinum pass. There were other events, there were low stakes cash games, really good times.
Yeah, what I loved about the places where they held those saddies effectively was the fact that it was in places where, you know, a lot of these players play in a small local card room. They might not, you know, ever get a chance to travel even outside of the U.S. to play in a place like the Bahamas, let alone a $25,000 buy-in tournament. I obviously was sponsored by WinStar for a while. We had one of those money maker tour stops there, and it was so fun. It had such a huge turnout.
Huge turnout. I feel like there was 900 runners or something in some of the ones I went to.
Yeah. Just love seeing, you know, a local hero get the opportunity to play in such a big buy-in tournament against some of the best in the world.
And as a pro, Maria really loves seeing the local hero show up in a 25K. She'll be like, congratulations, re-raise.
I'm like, how did you buy in or did you satellite? Okay. 4-bet.
Congratulations! I heard that you qualified for the PSPC. That's great. Okay, cool. Do you want to give them to me now, or did you want to just get stacked in the first hand, or did you want me to take it in the series of 20?
Costa outflops Haratunian. Checks it over to the pre-flop raiser.
Oh man, I feel like Ace Queen is. It's obviously a combo you always play from the cutoff here, right, Maria? But it's like these boards are so difficult to play. It just slaps the big blind range so hard. Really easy for your opponents to check raise bluff you on these kinds of textures. Yeah, I appreciate the check back here. I think he's thinking what we're thinking here in the booth, and I appreciate that. 7 of spades also just makes everything worse. Not only does it make some of the big blinds range hands, like they can hit some 7x here, but obviously also increases the likelihood they find a draw that they're not going to fold on the turn. 4-3 might want to just go ahead and bet here as a lead on the turn. Looks like he's reaching for chips.
Yeah, definitely when you check back ace high there, you also control the pot so that you can call on some turns with ace high. This won't likely be one of them, but it definitely gives you a clear path, I think, to be able to show down ace high more cheaply than if you were to c-bet the flop. You see that Haratunian is going to let the ace queen go.
I dig it, though. I dig it. People get really attached to their hands there, and I think on that texture you can just go, you know, this isn't my one. Do I want to be the guy that dumps off a bunch of chips just because I'm stubborn and it feels like I have to win every pot? And that's a lot of discipline. I appreciate that.
Nick appreciates discipline on his bare ace.
Joe Stapleton, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that's why they pay me the medium bucks. Machado under the gun, 9-6 offsuit.
2 million too.
Folds. Whoa, someone's making it 2 million too. That seems like a big raise.
Whoa. I'm good.
There's going to be an insane number of chips at the final table. Like 2.2 million is going to be a pre-flop raise, probably.
At some point, hopefully.
And before heads up. Salter. Raising. King 10 suited.
Yeah, Costa has the type of hand that against a button opening range, it really has a good amount of playability, so not surprised to see the call out of the small blind with these Broadway cards.
Costa doesn't know it, but he's dominated right now.
Four, 5, 6, 2 diamonds. Costa with a backdoor diamond draw. No, Trocadero, you cannot just show your bluff to the person next to you and no one else. It doesn't work like that. I mean, you might be able to get away with that if no one notices, but technically anyone else can be like, hey, yeah. You showed him, you got to show me. You got to show everybody.
Yeah, it's a show and show all rule as usual.
Which is oftentimes misunderstood as the show one, show all when you show one card to one person.
I've seen that happen before.
Okay, both players playing it kind of slow.
No, it's not much to fast play.
Now, given how slow the action's gone, I feel like there are going to be a lot of high card combos in Salter's range, right? Some king highs, some ace highs. So this really is a bad run out. And Salter might recognize that given the fact there hasn't been any action, king 10 is just the best hand with king high. Like, you know.
Yeah, there's certainly enough showdown value, but, you know, perhaps if your opponent was in there with, you know, some type of suited combination that might have paired up, then maybe you can think about trying to turn that hand into a bluff to shake those small pairs, but instead going to just win at showdown. And, you know, it's nice to have the info of what type of hands your opponent is calling your raise with from the small blind. It's always good to get to see those.
Going to pay to see them.
Aubrey asks, are they playing to a winner or final table? Neither. No shot we make it to a final table today. Most likely we're playing down to the final 2 tables.
Okay, seriously, who do I need to talk to about getting one of those swag bags, the ones that the qualifiers get? Because I am really digging some of this EPT Barcelona branded wear.
Well, some of it,
between the hoodie, that bucket hat
some of it
Jack is wearing.
isn't in the swag bag. Some of it you got to buy. There is some stuff in the swag bag, but I would answer your question with another question. What's it worth to you?
Oh, depends who I have to pay, you know? I really don't want to answer that question.
Got it.
Right now.
Who's selling?
Is that €5 or 5 Joe bucks?
I'm a good man to have owing you a favor.
Someone just point me to where the gift shop is, okay?
We're like, I got money. I don't need a favor from you. Thanks.
I love that. Salter here, guys. Looks like he's 3-betting. Jaros did open the deuces initially from UCG. He is one of the bigger stacks here. He's the chip daddy on this table at the moment. Oh, never mind. Excuse me. I misquote. Salter did, in fact, just call with the 10s here from the cutoff, which I do. We actually spoke about this at some length yesterday as well. I do like when some of the larger stacks sort of play these 10s or jacks more slowly, especially facing such an early open. Small blind ace-9 suited. Looks like he's going to squeeze.
Bloke CDP on Twitch says squeeze.
There's the squeeze. Kalidou is going to squeeze this bad boy up from the small blind with a suited ace.
And I think additionally, when you just call with 10s, if you get a squeeze behind you off of, you know, a 30 to 40 big blind stack, and then the original opener folds, you can just go ahead and put it in.
You can rip it in, right?
Yeah, it's actually such a good spot. Pick up a lot of chips if you get folds, and a lot of the times you'll be flipping, and either way, can't be too bad. I mean, this time, so squeezes off of about 40 bigs, so it's just a matter of how Salter wants to proceed against this particular opponent with that stack size.
Hello.
I was going to ask, do you ever flat with 10s there with the intention of 4-betting? But no, it's just a call.
It's just a call.
Yeah, that's a pretty good flop for So. Decisive.
You know, when you're in So's shoes here, you go, I'm going to squeeze this up. I'll probably just get it through pre-flop. You get called, you're going, oh no, what do I have to do to win this pot? Oh, never mind. Ace 9-8, feeling great about it. Now I really want him to have ace queen. Now I really want him to have ace jack.
Is it just me who goes through this, or do you just see the ace and you're like, I'm screwed. That's it. Like, what could I possibly be ahead of now, except for like stone cold 3-bet bluffs, which probably aren't happening all that often in the modern age.
Yeah, and, you know, you see Salter just check behind at this point, just feeling like he can try to show this down and hoping that he won't have to put too many chips in post-flop, especially after this flop texture.
So he does check flop. Salter checks behind, of course. I think on the turn you have to start speeding up here, and that's exactly what he does. So the pot was just over 1 million chips. He's going to bet like 45% pot, something like that. I don't know about you, Maria, but I feel like the check is probably scaring me a lot of the time here. If he did have a 3-bet bluff pre-flop, a lot of that will continue on the ace-high board, trying to get hands exactly like tens, or, you know, maybe like a jack-10 suited or something like that to fold, maybe a queen-jack suited to fold.
Yeah, especially followed up by that sizing on the turn. You know, the check on the flop and then 45% pot on the turn doesn't even feel like, you know, someone's trying to go for a little bit of value with like kings or something like that.
Right,
So
exactly. Yeah.
It's just feels like all the board.
Yeah, I wonder if the 3-bet and then just continue and pray he's got, you know, ace-jack suited. Probably, you know, maybe not the suited variety, but, you know, ace-jack, ace-queen, that kind of thing. A lot of these guys are playing those combos a little bit more slowly against an earlier open, just because that under-the-gun open is so tight in many cases, you know. They don't want to start building the pot up when they can just play a very playable hand from position. Makes a lot of sense.
Artunian folds under the gun. Kowalski
Very good
out.
decision, Samba.
Sorry?
Very good decision.
Oh.
Salter.
But you can also make good
Big
decisions.
slick.
Of course.
Voilà.
Oh, big salt. And Salter makes it 115,000.
So with the same hand, gonna mix in the call here. Yaros 5-3 in the big blind. Gonna come along. Pretty decent price, and feel like your cards should be live. Nobody connects with this flop, and considering So just flatted the open from Salter, So's hand's going to be a little under-repped here.
Yeah, it could be the case of, you know, who has position, you know, who gets a little bit more information before the others to try and potentially take a stab here. I think this board is dry enough where you just can go ahead and bet here if you're so. 420K in the middle. It doesn't have to be big. You're not really expecting a queen or a 9 to fold here, right? You might get some deuce X to fold from the big blind on this kind of a texture, especially in a multi-way pot.
Whoa, they have the same hand?
Oh my gosh, guys, could it be?
That is nuts.
Is it? No, but is it going to be my first time live?
It's possible.
It's possible. I don't know, based on this bet,
I don't know
though.
if I'm ready, though. I was kind of at this point, it hasn't happened yet, that I just thought I might fade it, and then, okay, all right.
Oh, that's a shame. Sorry, chat. Got your hopes up.
Calduso does not love a chop pot.
Let it be known.
Eagle-Eyed Joe asking, you're quite eagle-eyed, Joe. How are the ace-kings 0%? They were both 0% to win the pot outright. If you looked up a little bit, there's something that says split. And they were both 100% likely to split the pot, assuming someone didn't fold. SE174 says, everybody loves an uncontested pot. Unless you have aces. And then you're like, wah. Ken Miller says everyone loves getting Jack Salter to fold. Also, pretty true.
It's a good feeling. Doesn't happen often.
Wait a second. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There must be a graphics problem. He's got the same hand again, guys. He had ace king last time.
Hit F5. F5. No, F5. Yeah, F5.
Oh, they're saying back F off.
So thinking, can I win 3 in a row against Jack Salter?
Yeah, Kelly Dew's managed to stack up here quite nicely. Had a couple really nice little situations after he had to fold that ace queen versus the 5-bet jam from kings in the big blind.
Yaros coming along from the small blind with Queen Jack. A lot of the times when you open from early position and get a call out of the small blind, they're going to have a lot of, you know, medium to small pairs plus some suited ace-X combos, as well as, you know, some of the weaker offsuit ace-X's like ace-10 offsuit, ace-Jack offsuit will probably just call an early position open. So, you know, against that entire range, Salter doesn't feel like he needs to be betting on that flop.
Yep. A lot of control. You know, when we're learning how to navigate post-flop, there's some sort of like general stuff that we learn at the beginning of our educations. Like, you know, once you raise, you can c-bet very frequently. You can continue, you know, and a c-bet will be very effective against many opponents. But once you start to improve, you kind of start to adjust the way that you behave post-flop based on your expectation of that opponent's range, based on the position, based on their mannerisms, based on maybe potentially tells you have at the table, etc. And it looks like he's going to go ahead and continue on the turn. A delayed c-bet.
Yeah, what's unfortunate here is, you know, I like this delayed c-bet because you're going to get probably, you know, 4s or 6s and those type of hands to fold. But now actually Yaros ended up catching up and pairing his queen on the turn. So, of course, I'm going to call. And the river pairs the 5 of clubs. So really for Yaros, just turning his hand into a bluff catcher, you know, of course is afraid that sometimes Salter will have ace queen or king queen here and he'll be outkicked, but certainly doesn't intend to fold if Salter barrels this river. But Salter will just check behind with ace king. And so far, not really a good orbit for Salter. You know, just a couple of tough spots he's been put in. You know, folded the same hand as so in one pot. You know, played that hand fine, but just an unfortunate turn card. Sometimes that's just the way it goes.
It's a lot easier when you make hands, I'm told.
Right. You still don't know what that actually feels like. But when you do, it's going to be very exciting.
I don't know if I told you, I did make my first flush of the year when I was in Scotland, and I flopped my first set of the year.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did you get any action? Did you get paid? What like, that can't be the end of the story.
Yeah, that's about it. That's about it. Yeah. I was all in 3 times in that tournament, and behind none of them. I did not win any of them, sadly.
Salter undeterred and, you know, just still opening hands within range. You know, that's what you have to do. It's not like, oh, you lose a couple pots and then all of a sudden you get Jack 10 under the gun. You're like, no, I'm just going to fold when I have Jack 10 suited. It's an open and you just have to proceed as such, even though it doesn't feel good to lose, you know, 3 pots, or actually I guess 4. That was the 4th one with ace king that last hand. But Costa 3-betting with ace-6 of clubs. Smell some blood in the water, Yaros, though. Pretty big hand on the button.
And again, things not really going Salter's way.
Nope.
Trying to make something happen with Jack 10 suited, and is going to get 3 and possibly 4-bet. That is in fact a 4-bet. These black chips are worth 100,000 each. And we still got the blinds. Here comes kings and the blinds again. Last time someone 4-bet with ace queen was the big blind woke up with kings.
You got to balk him every time, huh, Joe? Absolutely doinked our friend Kalidu.
I just can't remember a time I ever 4-bet ace queen and wasn't up against a much better hand.
But if it's that easy, Stapes, you just need to doink all your opponents like in the hand when
Well,
you're
that's
playing against
that's
them.
actually what I've come to realize. It's not that I run bad. It's just that my opponents run great.
Good spot for good spot for the chip leader.
My favorite was I had two really bad beats in Scotland, and I'm not
Really?
gonna. It's a bad beat story, but what's funny is
We will see, huh?
I get it on with pocket kings. I get called by Jack 10.
Strong hand or
Jack on the flop, Jack on the
Soft
turn, and at
hand.
the end of the hand, the guy who had Jack 10 goes, Jack's
friend.
hold.
not too strong.
That is a
Oh
bad beat.
my God.
I
So
always think I'm squeezing
Tell
this
me
area.
what do you
I thought
want?
that was pretty funny.
Ace Jack is soft hand.
Ace Jack off. You put him on ace jack and you still fold it. What the fuck are you free betting?
Jack
Because you have S10.
Salter finding out that people
You
are
have a
3-betting him a little light right now.
Yeah, it's just super friendly on this
We're the
feature
only one
table.
who's 4-bet folded so far. Anyway.
Dig it. These guys have played a lot of poker. I realize this is a pretty big time event, but keeping it chill. Haven't heard much from Machado yet. Seems like a pretty friendly guy generally. He has sort of been engaging in some sort of more chilled table talk so far, but I'd love to get an interview with him at some point. That'd be great.
Yeah, Machado maybe seemingly has seen enough action in the first couple levels when he had Keon Mock at his table, making things difficult for his life.
Jackie trying it again.
Welcome, everybody.
Are we really going to go 4 ways to the flop? I love this.
I'll find out.
All right, Jack in the window.
Ooh,
A queen behind it, though.
interesting.
Kowalski with top pair. Jack with second pair. Goes check, check. Machado under pair. Yaros with a gut shot.
Doesn't this feel like the one where like he always turns a set of threes and just really confuses everyone?
Yeah, kind of.
Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's one of those vibes.
Incredible.
Especially when it checks through.
Incredible.
Oh, no, wait. This
You have
seems
luck.
weird. He also senses a set of threes coming, I guess.
Yeah, normally I think with this many
I have big
opponents,
problem because
sometimes the threes
I
will just
can't,
give up.
thinking.
2-9, yeah.
Always snap.
Not
snap,
Machado.
snap. All decision.
I mean, King Queen's never going to fold, but you are suspicious, right? When someone bets into 3 opponents.
Yeah, you would imagine that when someone does show so much aggression, even post-flop, you would expect them to have, you know, at least ace-queen here a lot of the times, and some overpairs, of course, considering they were the pre-flop aggressor. So Oh, it's like,
Oh,
it's like Jack just
no.
can't do anything right today, right? It's like, you know, you make
Hide
the right
the pain,
folds.
Harold.
Yeah, you make the right folds, yet if you just lacked a little discipline,
Jack.
you would have made trips.
Do you think Jack?
He still gets a +1 though for the fold, right? Huh? You still get a +1. Don't worry about it.
Do you think Jack was there when we actually got to meet Hide the Pain Harold in Prague?
I don't think so.
Because he did it really well just then. That was great.
So many times, just like, why couldn't I be a worse player? Why couldn't I just be a little bit worse? Why couldn't I play a little bit more based on hope and feel and wishes?
Is this a conversation you have with yourself often?
All the time.
Machado just taking some time to consider, because, you know, the King 10, Ace 10 type hands miss, 10-9.
This bet is so cheeky. It's teeny, teeny, tiny. It's like 1/10 pot.
But after just the mannerisms from Machado when he threw in that time bank, you know you're not going to get raised. You're not going to get punished for going that small of a sizing. Instead, it's just about whether Machado feels like Kowalski is bluffing one of those missed draws, which makes, you know, jacks and threes good.
I mean, this size can induce certain players, but I think at this level, he knows that the 1/10 pot river bet isn't just, oh, I don't know what I'm doing with like a 5, so please just call the 100K. It's not. We're not playing that kind of poker here. It does work on some tables, but this ain't one of them.
What a delightful hand.
Delightful.
Jack Salter's just like, dinner break cannot come soon enough. I need a reset.
Vun says, I saw a dude leg press a car the other day on YouTube. Thank you for your comment.
How much, what?
Good.
Unless it was Jack Salter, I'm not interested.
I have 3 million.
3?
Yeah.
Although Khalid probably couldn't he? Without any training.
With his mind.
With his glasses.
With his mind.
We are approaching a break, and that break is the dinner break. It's a 75-minute break.
Just a short break.
75 minutes, by the way, doesn't it sound
We'll be right back.
doesn't 75 minutes sound way longer than an hour and 15 minutes?
No.
To me, it does.
I
think if you crunch the numbers, it's slightly longer, 75 minutes. Action folds around. All right, come on, Jack. Come on, Jack. Just steal the big blind. Go ahead. Come on. One player to get through. You can do it.
I think with this combination, he's probably just going to limp. But he could still win the pot. He's just not going to try to steal from the small blind.
Hello.
Whoops.
I would take my dinner break early if I were Jack, actually. I'd just be like, you know what?
Watching people play and run bad, I think that. But then when you're running bad, you're like, but the next hand. It's probably going to be over the next hand. Like, all it takes is the next hand is going to be my aces.
You're not really supposed to fold, like limb fold Queen 8 here.
I was just about to ask that.
You're not really supposed to limb fold here, but
I'd do it if I were Jack right now. I'm demoralized. Let's go. Move on.
I know what Jack wants to say right now, and it rhymes with what his hat is.
yeah, I mean, if you're in Costa's seat, you can raise extremely wide. But I feel it. You know, it's all good. Queen 8's not like a slam dunk, so limb fold's all right. Bucket hat, huh, Joe?
It rhymes with bucket.
No, Jack's too much of a professional. He's just gonna stay patient, play some disciplined poker, even though he feels like nothing has gone his way so far.
He's just going to chuck it in.
Chuck it also, maybe.
Will somebody polish that trophy?
Chuck it all the heck. You know, if you look into the trophy, it shows you the face of unmitigated, unadulterated truth.
It's like the truth tortoise from Rick and Morty.
Yeah, or the bucket of truth.
the bucket hat of truth.
From Upright Citizens Brigade.
Please.
You look into the reflection and you see the broken hearts of all the players that entered.
Oh yeah, all the souls,
all the lost souls, all the souls that you've taken and trapped now.
It's just Jack Salter screaming.
That's it, buddy. Shake it off. I like this. This is a split the difference situation, Joe. He's not going to an early dinner break like Maria suggested, but he's standing up. Just because you're on the TV table, you know, you can get some freedom, walk around. You know.
Yeah. Stretch it out.
Shake it off. Gotta do.
Kala doing it to the flop.
Oh,
and that
my days.
Is what we call the joint. Not the nuts, but a very strong hand. 5 in a line.
You know what's cool is if it comes an ace on the turn, he's still got the best hand, and Kowalski actually improves.
What's even cooler is you would imagine a lot of the times your opponent is going, oh all right.
That is
well,
not
never mind.
The card.
That's the other way.
Yeah, he knows it too.
That wasn't a check. That was actual just, ugh. Disgust.
Chunky in the chat says, my boy's running like Usain Bolt. Oh, wait. What's this turn?
He's actually just running like you, and you being me. I mean...
Yeah, it definitely feels like you need to call once, and then if your opponent bets again on the river, you'll just have to fold because you expect your opponent to rep an ace here as the pre-flop aggressor.
Worst improvement ever.
Kowalski, just a little sheepish grin of like, I see how lucky I got, but also
Didn't want to bet the river, huh?
An appropriate grin.
What do you call the river?
I check raise the river. If you bet, I check raise.
Whoa.
Be careful.
Smart. Smart guy.
If you bet, I check raise. Really? Very
delicious.
Overbet.
If you bet, I check raise over.
I don't know if he's serious or not. I think it's a great thing to tell people. They're like, would you have called more? And you'd be like, yeah, I would have given you all of it.
I like
Less than a minute left on the level, which means this is going to be the last hand of the level.
So much.
Really?
We're Brazilian.
Why?
2 World Cups, you know.
I'm French, but I'm original Mali. Mali, Africa. My parents from Mali. Half.
Yaros with pocket fives.
What's your name, my friend?
Fabiano.
Fabiano. Khalidou.
Khalidou. Nice to meet you.
Me too.
Surprised these two aren't aware of each other already. Salter in the cutoff, queen 5.
Queen.
Salter going for the 3-bet. He's determined to make something happen in this level. Why not? The last hand before break.
Yeah, why not 3-bet the chip leader who raised under the gun?
How much do I have exactly, please?
Hey, but you know, it looks strong.
Yeah, but Yaros doesn't fold anything. He called with 3s. I mean, Jack doesn't know that, but...
That's it. That's it. Total, yeah? That's it.
Yaros getting sticky with the speed limit hand. Flop is ace 7 tray. Salter whiffs again.
Yeah, but I think that Salter's going to find a continue on a pretty natural spot for the pre-flop 3-better.
You can do it!
You can. I believe in you, Jack.
Just silently screaming on the inside. Okay, here we go. 180.
Size champ.
Looks sus.
He's thinking about dinner break.
Yeah, go get some tacos. Do they have tacos here?
Go get a hot dog.
Ooh, I would love a taco.
All right, so Salter is going to pick up the last hand of the level, but we are not done. Because there are other tables in action. There is an all-in and a call on the third featured table. Scott Margerison milling about with the beard on the right and the green shirt. He's got... Is it 3 hands on their backs? 2 calls.
Oh, dear.
So Scott Margerison has kings, ace-queen for Daniel Berkmos, and Emmanuel Lopez with 2 10s. Scott has got both of those players covered. Berkmos and Lopez both at risk.
This is a huge spot, Joe.
This is a huge spot. This could potentially take us down to 20 players. This is wild. 9-8-5, Kings holding.
No help so far.
If the Kings win, there's going to be 2 eliminations. If the Kings can fade an ace, a queen, and a 10, double knockout. Scott Margerison knocks out 2 as the dinner bell rings. And we're down to 20 players.
Wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
Both Berkmos and Lopez cash for $47,450. Everyone else also ladders up with that double knockout. Officially over 50,000 now.
Yeah, a bit of an extended dinner break for those 2, unfortunately.
I would be eating a lot.
All the sweets.
Yeah, everyone now guaranteed 56K, 56.5K. Where's my money? Give my money. Tough beats. That's Emmanuel Lopez in the peach hoodie. The other player, Daniel Berkmos, was in gray. So 75-minute dinner break is now 70 minutes. Scott Margerison walking tall and proud, having just eliminated 2 players, collecting all of their chips, and causing a pay jump for the remaining players. Boys, Jack Salter going to have a tale for you. Man, is Jack going to be annoyed having to listen to his story. Feature table chip counts as we head to break. 114 big blinds for Patrick Yaros. Machado, Kowalski, Costa, all the Brazilians bunched up in second, third, and fourth place, around 50 big blinds. As we head to break, we're going to find out what's been happening off the felt here in Barcelona. Lots of fun stuff happening here. More from EPT Barcelona in 70 minutes.
Two queens for Machado. Pretty nice. Pretty funny how these two hands, they're, argument could be. Yeah, he's letting them all know.
Yeah. My friend Kevin, he said no. Kevin.
No need to be sorry. We're all here to win.
Some of us are going to be winning more than others, though. I mean, with your 20,000 to my
I don't know.
5.865 million.
I don't know if this is a winning call necessarily on the button with 8-7 off from Olali, but maybe just hasn't played a hand in a while, wants to get in the mix.
That's exactly what it is. It's just like, oh man, I'm really not getting anything. I'm gonna have to make my own luck and bust on a 7-high board.
Magri coming along from the big blind with King 9. Yeah, you always know who it is at the table that's, just run out of patience for the day. Like, they're folding, all of a sudden out of nowhere shows up with a crazy hand.
Bad flop for Mockery.
Yeah.